Just they're off, really.
Okay. Hello, gamers.
Hello,
Are
hello.
we here?
Can you hear us now? Have we solved the mystery?
I think we may have. Let's just double check.
I've got a pog.
All right. We are good to go. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, it looks like there's just a little blip, but yeah, you can go ahead and reintroduce Woadyb.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. What's going on, everybody? My name is Woadyb. I have the pleasure of starting off this wonderful festival of anime speedruns with the one, the only little-known manga series called One Piece, with their brand new game that came out in January of this year. I'm not alone on the mic. Got a feature act here today with the one, the only Glitched-san himself.
Yo, what's up, everybody? How's it going?
And I do believe we'll actually be possibly joined later by someone else, maybe halfway through the run, to my understanding, but we'll play that by ear. We'll be joined by Liam possibly later, but
awesome.
We're gonna have some fun. I'm super excited to showcase this game. This was a passion project of mine. I'm not going to ramble too much because there's plenty to get into, but passion project of mine. I've never routed a game. I decided to try routing on my own. I've been very proud of this route and where I've gone with it. And there's still plenty more to do with it that I'm still working through. Joined, of course, by the Straw Hats here and good old Straw Hat Pikachu. So we're gonna have some fun today. And why don't we get into it? We got a nice cool 5.5 to 6 hours, depending on how RNG feels today. So we've got some plenty of time to chill.
Yes, sir. I'm excited.
So timing will begin when I confirm on this screen, and then we'll pretty much get into it. So if I've got the clear to count us down, then I'll make it happen.
Go for it, man.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. And we are off. So, what is One Piece Odyssey? Well, the short version of the story is the Straw Hat Pirates get caught up in a knock-up wave. I was also holding the wrong button to skip cutscenes. Don't worry, only mistake I'll make. I was holding circle for some reason. Oh, I know, because I was speedrunning a different game that used circle.
The timer thing keeps resetting.
Oh, did the timer reset? Do I need to start over?
Yeah, if you want to, that would be good. Yeah, it looks like the hotkey just reset itself.
I can.
Okay, sure.
It's quick and easy to return to title screen.
Yeah.
All right, that was the trial run, y'all. That was the trial run. And that's the run.
One sec. Let's see. Okay. Let me make sure we're all good here. All right, we're good. Okay. Go for it on the countdown. Yep.
Okay, let's try round 2. Now I feel like, okay, I was like, I don't want to accidentally hit X and it starts.
No worries.
That's my only problem with games that have like double confirmation screens. I'm always paranoid that I'm on the wrong screen when I hit the start button.
For sure.
All right. So with that said, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we are good to go.
All right, we are good to go. So One Piece Odyssey. Basically, what's happened is the Straw Hats are swimming along on the Thousand Sunny, and then all of a sudden they get caught up in a storm. Crashes the boat, basically wrecking it, and Nami and Zoro and Brook all go missing. So we start off our little adventure here on this mysterious island in search of our missing crew members.
Yeah, typically you have to go and casually you would talk to everybody. They would kind of, say their piece on what's going on and whatnot. But we're just going to go ahead and skip past everything and go right to Chopper so that we can get to the next area.
Yeah, the game in one of those tutorials I just skipped there basically tells you like, hey, if people have these red little bubbles above them, it means they have something story related to tell you. And so all the Straw Hats have something kind of above their head. And like Glitch said, the game wants you to talk to them, but this is speedrunning. We want to minimize everything we do. So we don't actually need to talk to them, thankfully.
Exactly. So it's just going to show off that this is a save point. Basically, just to save your progress. We're not going to be doing that a whole lot. I'm not sure if we have any backups with it, but We'll just kind of ignore those for the most part.
I utilize save points only in cases of emergency healing or quick healing based on how some fights go. Because you do get a full heal when you interact with a save point. And because we don't buy a lot of items that invoke healing, and we can't just heal straight up with Chopper outside of combat, or maybe we can, I've never tried. We can't really heal, so it's easier to just hit a save point for healing.
Yeah, definitely. It's free, so might as well make use of it. But yeah, we're seeing some of the movement tech that we have in the run. We can use basically Rocket to latch onto ledges and things like that. So we're kind of using that to give us a little boost of speed to get past these gaps in the way, and also just to kind of get through it a little faster. So we're hitting the rockets really early just to get to the next area.
Yeah, because actual movement speed in this game is not the fastest, as you'll kind of come to experience throughout the run. So anytime we can grapple, it can cut down the distance by even just a few seconds in some cases. That it's super helpful.
Yeah, and this right here is just a tutorial fight. It's just teaching you how to use basic attacks just on a small little group of enemies. So that was quite easy. All of your Straw Hats are at like level 40 during the tutorial. Everything kind of has like a set level and set HP that's a little bit higher at this point in the game. But yeah, it's going to kind of go through the mechanics and show you like special moves, basic attacks, switching out characters, things like that.
Yeah, the game uses this kind of like first section to just really teach you how to play the game and everything.
Yeah, and there is a speed up function for the battle animations, which we will utilize once we get it. But for the first few fights, it's not unlocked. So you're going to see the special attacks in their full unsped up animation. But yeah, it'll start to get a lot faster once we get past the tutorial.
Yeah, the first like 9 minutes or so are pretty copy and paste at this point with like how they go. Because of the tutorial nature of these fights.
Yeah, definitely.
Here in this fight, we actually learn about dramatic events, which will play a huge role into one of our first dungeons.
Oh, yeah. Dramatic events are basically random events that spawn that are like battle conditions. So in this one, it's liberate Usopp's area before he's knocked out. Normally, these types of battles will give you bonus experience points. And in the early game, we really want to get a lot of those past the tutorial so that we can start in Alabasta with a lot higher of a level and a lot better stats. But this one is scripted. Basically, Usopp's paralyzed from the start. We just want to take out all those penguins in front of him before he gets knocked out. And we're going to be using Jet Whip for an AoE attack here just to knock them all out. And that will satisfy the battle clear condition, and it'll give you the EXP bonus.
Yeah, Glitch, you want to tell them about range with attacks and why I was doing things like Jet Whip and Diablo Jambe Hache?
Yeah, so there's different quadrants of the battlefield, basically. So your party members will be in different spots on the battlefield. Certain attacks can attack into other quadrants. So let's say Luffy's in front of 3 different enemies, but Sanji's way off to the side. He can use an AoE attack that can attack into Luffy's quadrant. So we're going to be using a lot of that throughout the run just to clear out enemies and make sure that we can still do damage to bosses even though we're not directly in front of them to where we're at risk of taking damage. But yeah, that certain attacks like Jet Whip, you can attack in different areas outside of being directly in front of the enemy. So it's a little bit of a safety thing a lot of the time.
Yeah, and we have to do it too because if an enemy is in the same quadrant as you, you can't move to another quadrant. So you can't use certain attacks that are only for your quadrant if some enemy's in front of you. And in that case where we didn't want Usopp to get knocked out, we needed to use range stuff to take the enemies out.
Exactly.
And you'll see kind of more of that in this fight.
Yeah, another thing, if you use like a regular attack or a special that doesn't travel to another quadrant without moving, it will move your character to that quadrant. So let's say you just do a basic attack, over in Sanji's area, you're now going to be paired up with Sanji in his quadrant, and you're at risk of taking damage from any enemies in front of him. So we kind of have to manage where we're at on the battlefield to make sure that we can do attacks safely and effectively.
Looks like we got the RNG of this fight where the wrong Issa goes first. So the enemy turn order is a little randomized. You can get a version of this fight where none of the Issas will actually get a turn, but because that blue Issa in front of Robin had the first turn, we did not get the version where we skip them getting in an action.
Yeah. And that is unfortunate, but it's not a huge loss. We got a lot to go, but it's definitely one of those weird things in the tutorial. There's a lot of like little things that can lose time or save time in the tutorial. Like for here, we're fighting Del Kong. You can paralyze him with Nami's Thunderbolt tempo, and it'll save a lot of time just from him not attacking a bunch. But it's basically RNG. There's like a percentage chance for it to roll. But
Yeah,
we're
that's not
forced to learn how
guaranteed.
to heal here. So yeah, we heal Nami to satisfy that condition. And then we just want to wipe out the screen here.
We're actually going to use Nami first to do her mass AoE move.
Yeah, Thunderbolt Tempo is a really good move. We use it a lot throughout the early game just because of the fact that it's great at clearing enemies. It does decent amount of damage and it attacks the whole screen. So it's not just quadrant based like a lot of the ranged attacks.
Yeah, Nami ends up being a pretty big DPS for the first like 4 chapters.
Yeah, definitely.
Now we've taken all the Issa, now we just got to take out the Del Kong. So we're going to use our strongest move. So no paralysis, no burn. So we're not going to get some extra damage, which is fine. It's the beauty of RNG and runs like this.
Yeah, definitely. And it's okay to not get these things on Del Kong. It does lose a little bit of time. But overall, this is kind of how the fight goes on average. The percent chance to get a burn or a paralyze is a little bit low. It's not like terribly low. But you don't see it every single time, so it's okay to miss out on that.
Now, do we want to tell them why I swapped Nami out for Zoro because of the triangle system?
Yeah, so the triangle system in this game is kind of like in a lot of games like Fire Emblem, for example, where you have like 3 different types. Each type kind of counters one another, and it goes in like a triangular clockwise type of motion. So if I'm not mistaken, power beats speed, speed beats technique, and technique beats power.
Correct.
So we moved Zoro in front because Del Kong is power type, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, the Del Kong is a power type, and Zoro and Robin are both technique types. So they would output more damage than Nami would.
Exactly, yeah. So, and Nami would take more damage from Del Kong because Del Kong is power type and that counter speed. So we had to get her out of the way somewhere safe. We put the 2 characters in the front that actually resist power damage and do more damage to power. So we're going to see a lot of that type of gameplay throughout the run where we're using type advantage to win in certain fights and to tank a lot of hits and things like that.
Yeah, it's because it really makes the difference. Even though characters like Luffy and Zoro are very strong, they do take a really big hit in their damage output if they aren't fighting the right typing.
Yeah, and yeah, they're extremely strong characters, but just as he said, like, if Luffy is fighting a technique type, his damage will basically be halved. So it's like, it's really difficult to get a fast kill on an enemy if you don't have type advantage.
So now we have the speed up function that we were talking about.
Yeah, so battles from this point on are going to be a lot faster and a lot more smooth. Basically, you just press the trigger and it speeds up your battle speed by 2 times. So now animations are going to go a lot faster. It allows for us to kind of speed things up for the rest of the game.
Oh no, we're being attacked by a giant fiery thing.
Yeah, so in this game, this island basically has multiple colossi. So these things are like kind of like the defenders of the island, and we have to take them out because they're attacking us. So we start with the fire colossus here. Um, at this point in the game, the Straw Hats have basically lost their memories to a degree. So they've forgotten their techniques, their abilities and things like that. So that's why we kind of stopped doing as much damage. We went from level 40 back to level 1, and we've lost all of our specials. So from this point on, we're going to be gathering our specials back slowly as the run progresses.
We've been Metroid, as I like to call it.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Lured into a false sense of security. But yeah, now the real game begins. We're level 1, we're weaker. This is where the plot really comes into play, because now we have to go through the island and do various things to not only get our powers and memories back so we can continue on our journey, but of course, fix our ship, find Brook's body, because he's just a floating astral head right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brook kind of got the short end of the stick here. He's lost his body along with the ship, so that's part of the main goals here. We're trying to get our boy back. So, yeah, we basically go over a lot of the main arcs of One Piece in this game. Alabasta, we go over
Water 7,
like Water 7, Dressrosa,
and Marineford.
And Marineford, yeah. So basically, as we go through those segments of the game, we'll gain back the abilities that they had around that time in the series, as well as the characters that are relevant around those times in the series, like Brook and things like that.
Yeah, because even like right now we don't have Frankie, for instance, because Frankie is busy trying to fix the ship, which is, like Glitch was pointing out, it's kind of the game's way of like not giving us Frankie as we go to venture into Alabasta, because Frankie wasn't in Alabasta with us. So the game kind of forces him not to be with you for that like kind of story continuity piece.
Yeah, personally, I kind of wish they would have brought the newer Straw Hats to the older arcs, because it would have been really interesting to see how they interacted with characters like Crocodile and things like that, and just the events that were happening in the early parts of One Piece. But it's still cool the way it plays out with getting them around the time where they're supposed to be in the series.
Yeah. So knowing what ability Brook gets, I would have loved having that for the whole run.
Oh yeah, dude. Brook is so good at this game. It's crazy.
Yeah, Brook is the only Straw Hat that gets an attack buff ability outside of Luffy's Gear Second. Because the game does kind of, to an extent, play each Straw Hat into their personality from the show as much as they can. I mean, Chopper is the only one with healing abilities. For instance, and Nami can steal, money from enemies or berries from enemies. There'll be plenty of our own little world actions as we'll learn about them. But we are headed to the Lakeshore Cave. This is essentially the first dungeon, kind of a starter dungeon. So Audio here. So at this point in the game, we've met Audio, we've met Lim. They're two residents of the island. Lim is the one who actually took our powers. The game never explains it if it's a devil fruit or what it is, but basically, she came up to us. She doesn't like pirates. She basically touched all of our shoulders and chests and whatever, and it basically pulled these cubes out, which housed all of our powers and memories and things, and so that's why we lost them. And then she's on this island with Audio, this other gentleman who crash landed here some time ago, and he recommended we come here to test ourselves, essentially. And so that's why we've come here in the cave. We see a little glowing cube there in a distance, which is essentially our powers in cube form. And by absorbing these cubes throughout the story is how we're going to gain these powers and memories back.
Yeah, so Lim is one of the main characters of this game. She's a unique character to the game. And she kind of is the one that steals our memories and puts them in these cubes. And these cubes are scattered all throughout the game. Just as we were saying, the way the cubes work individually, like the cube that we're going to pick up here, you can add them to each special attack to kind of give them a boost once you've added 3.
Right. First little fight here. We're going to move some characters around a little bit to optimize the damage output because of the type disadvantage. This is actually a really good breakdown because I've got both power types in front of the bats. Bats are speed types, so they're going to do the most damage to the bats. Hey, we got a knockback. That's what you want to see. Those are not guaranteed, but they help a lot, and especially this fight.
Yeah, the knockbacks will basically act almost like a critical, where it knocks the enemies into another group of enemies, and it does a set of damage for that itself. So it's pretty good. It's not guaranteed, as we said, but it's great when it happens.
Yeah, because you basically do the same damage across the whole area to the enemy. So if you do 43 damage to one enemy, you'll do 43 damage to the rest of the enemies. All right. This should almost wrap things up. Just going to have Zoro finish off, because this fight we can only basic attack. So to maximize our battle here, we need to take advantage of type advantaging as much as possible, since there's no special abilities that we can do.
Yeah. After this, we start to get our first round of specials. So things will be a little bit more manageable, a little bit faster once we get those. But yeah, that was the first battle where we really didn't have much, but starting here, we get all of our stuff back for the first part of the game.
Yeah, we got some basic abilities. This is where the game also teaches a few more things. Teaches us about color of observation hockey, which I don't really use. It's not needed as much in the speedrun. What cube fragments do, as Glitch was talking about. We can kind of equip them into some abilities, which you'll see me do actually here in just a moment for Luffy, because the game's going to give us 3 right away. And I'm actually going to put them in Gatling to make that stronger. Because I take this fight here because this fight gives bonus experience. And it's guaranteed to give me level 3, which makes the next fight go a bit quicker. But there's also a chance to get one of those dramatic events that we talked about. And if I got a dramatic event, I would actually be level 5 after this fight. So I didn't get the dramatic event, not the end of the world, that's fine. But by being level 3, it actually allows Zoro, who has a type disadvantage to these bats, be able to pretty much one-shot them. There is a chance he could still low roll and not kill them. But at level 3, just like that, he killed them. But at level 2, he cannot kill them in one shot.
Yeah. And we're definitely making use of the type advantage here, just to make sure that we can get as much damage as we can. That was a good knockback for not having advantage.
Hey,
and we got a double.
We got a double, yo.
That marathon luck, buddy. Let's get it.
Hey, I'll take it. Which is great because Robin cannot actually kill anyone, cannot kill a bat because of type disadvantage. So so we just basic with her instead of wasting frames on animations. But hey, we got the double knockback. Worked out anyway.
Yeah, that was great. And there we just picked up an attack badge. It's one of the equipment items in this game. The way equips work is you kind of get like a little grid for each character. And each item will fill like a certain amount of space in the grid. So you see how he equipped that badge there? That badge will fill the whole grid just since it's a starter item. But as we go later on, you can kind of customize the grid with smaller items and fit a lot of different things in there to get stat boosts.
We'll have plenty to say about accessories and stat boosting in Chapter 2, or Chapter 3 more than anything.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so here we have the kind of boss of this cave. These squirrels are back for revenge. So what we actually do is we have Usopp burn with Exploding Star, because the burn seems to be guaranteed in every run. He's never not burned him. And then I have, because they're power types, we have Robin and Zoro do their AoE attacks on the group of squirrels here to basically cut them down the size as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that was a nice stun there, just to get an extra little status effect. That's another one that we haven't seen yet. You can stun enemies to where they're kind of out of commission and they won't do another turn.
Yeah, the fainting is super helpful. And then to make sure, because this is a guaranteed dramatic, to make sure Luffy gets the kill, we do make sure that somebody else does a basic attack first to weaken the squirrel even further, because double Gatling gun will not kill at level 3. Somebody has to do a basic like Robin or Zoro. I do Robin because she is slightly weaker than Zoro, so it does remove the risk of Zoro getting a crit, because I've had a fair share of dramatics lost over random critical attacks that end up killing the enemy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
And that is it's the first dungeon. That fight I actually have 2 strats for if I'm level 3 or level 5. The level 5 strat is a lot faster, but it's not guaranteed because of the low chance of dramatic.
Yeah.
Those are purely random. As far as I know, we have not found any manipulable way other than dragging out a battle, which in a speedrun is just not, especially where the time is now. It's not going to be optimized.
Yeah, that's definitely counterproductive. But yeah, you can get lucky and at the start of the fight get an immediate dramatic encounter, and that's really what we're hoping for through the Thunder Runes that we're about to be going to here.
Yeah.
Because we want to be as high of a level as possible when we get to Alabasta, because there are a couple fights in the earlier part that are just really tanky enemies that can take a very long time if you're not high level with good stats.
Plus, for reasons we don't fully know, in terms of the game development, the Thunderhead runes, like, the enemies give you pretty good experience, but then when we get to Alabasta, it's like a switch turns on, and the amount of XP you get per fight is like 200 or 300. You get a very tiny amount of experience.
Yeah, it's almost like it's opposite. It's
Yeah.
almost like we should get the smaller EXP in Thunder Ruins, but we get it in Alabasta instead. So we really want to prioritize getting as much EXP early as we can, since we don't really get it as much in Alabasta.
Yeah, which is why we're going to actually take advantage of what the game's teaching us here about camping. So camping is a feature in the game where not only can you kind of interact with the various Straw Hat crew members, and you can do things like create trick balls with Usopp, cook food with Sanji. Eventually, we'll unlock the ability to fuse accessory items with Robin, but it allows you to have a party, which the Straw Hats love doing, and it gives you a 30% XP bonus for the next 10 fights, and a 50% chance to critical boost.
Yeah, and that stacks with other critical bonuses as well. So later on, we'll utilize that. Yeah, it's great.
But yeah, so what we end up doing is, or at least with the way I kind of do the route, is I'm going to take 9 encounters inside Thunderhead Runes and make the boss the 10th encounter to really utilize that XP boost as much as possible, in hopes of, realistically, we'd love to be around level 13, 14 entering Alabasta. That would be the preferred level, but it all depends on if we get dramatics, because if you don't get any dramatic events, you will end at about 11 to 12, maybe 13, depending on the enemies you fought.
Yeah.
And
that's what we're hoping for.
1 or 2 levels does make a big difference. I've come to find in this game, it does make a pretty big difference.
Yeah, it really does. Later on in the game, levels kind of drop off as a means for getting stats, because the way you get stats is kind of like a flat bonus versus like a percentage bonus or something. So that flat bonus means a lot early on, but later on it's a little bit less important. We rely on items. But yeah, early on we definitely want to get as many levels as we can.
Yeah, I mean, the hardest part of the speedrun arguably is the first 2 chapters, funny enough.
Yeah.
Because it really sets the tone for the rest of the run.
It does, yeah.
But here we are in Thunderhead Runes. Throughout the runes here, I am going to be picking up various items. Some are going to have more immediate needs. Some are going to be, funny enough, building up to Chapter 8, actually, for a very specific recipe that we want to cook. Hey, look at that marathon!
Nice.
Hey, marathon! Look, we already have a dramatic event.
That's great.
That is amazing. We're already starting off on a high note here. Now I'm going to swap Luffy over to the bats, because he will one-shot them with Gatling gun, which is what we need to kill for the dramatic. And Zoro can take out these squirrels. So that's probably going to get us like level 7.
Probably about right, yeah. And yeah, it's great to get that right away. We still do need a couple more to make sure that we're like absolutely safe on speed, but as you can see, we got 5,000 EXP there. That's a lot for early game. So we want to get as many of those as possible.
And for anyone watching, for context, my PB is about 5.5 hours. That is with 2 dramatic events in this dungeon. So by having one already, it puts us at least on a good pace to be, where we need to be time-wise.
Yeah. Okay, no dramatic this time, but that's okay. We still got plenty of fights to go.
Yeah, plenty of fights to go still, so I'm not too worried. But I mean, even with one dramatic event, it's still gonna help make the chapter go smoother than it could. No DLC has been added. Comes out May 25th.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I've heard that they have a lot of new boss fights that were not present in the base game. A lot of characters that we actually didn't see at all in the base game. So I'm really excited for the DLC.
Same, yeah. I'm excited to play it and also do some more routing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey!
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Yo, let's take it. Finally, some good marathon luck here.
Yeah, we're 2 for 3 so far. That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hey, look at that. I spent all this time creating backup strats for the marathon. I probably don't even need them now.
Hey, that'd be awesome, man. We might be able to see nice recce in this run. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. We're picking up that cube specifically for the Robin cube more than the Luffy cube, because we need 6 cubes on Robin by the end of chapter 7, I think. I'm trying to remember which chapter it was. No,
yeah,
6 chapters. The end of chapter 6.
Yeah, so that we can get the maximum crafting unlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, so each Straw Hat kind of has their own field ability, kind of. So, for example, Zoro can slash boxes. Luffy can do his rocket, like grappling. He can also smash boxes and things. Robin's special ability is crafting. So we're going to utilize crafting throughout the run to kind of stack boosts on top of items to save space in our little grid for equipment, and also to add special effects like critical and things like that to our characters. So we want to get as many Robin cubes as we can so we can unlock those later.
Yeah, and with the way the current route is set up, I get exactly 6 by the necessary point. There's probably more I could get, but it would be a little bit of a time loss to offshoot for it. But the way there are thankfully 6 very much in the way that you can pick up. Hey!
Oh, this is clean so far, man.
Yo, a third one. My most ever is sorry, I can't move Zoro because of the all right, so luckily he's high enough level that I think Zoro should be able to one-shot the bats, or at least get him pretty close.
Yeah.
But Luffy has to actually kill a bat. I'm glad I paid attention. I almost messed up that dramatic, because you have to pay attention to the phrasing. So it did say Luffy needs to kill a bat, and I almost did not kill a bat with Luffy. I almost threw away that dramatic by accident.
Thankfully, we got it, though. But yeah, there's special conditions to some of them. A lot of it will be you defeat a certain enemy before something happens, or with a certain character. So yeah, that one was just with Luffy. So thankfully, we got it at the last minute there.
But that's 3 dramatics. My most is actually 4.
Yeah.
Might be
actually really good.
It is. Yeah, I was mentioning the last time I did this in a marathon.
We matched the best.
Oh, we matched the best. What is this run?
This is awesome. So yeah, if we get any more from here, it's just a bonus, basically.
Pretty much.
We will be extra beefy. So let's hope we get more, because it'll make things a lot smoother in Alabasta. But this is great. This is a great start to the run.
Yeah, it's a very, very good start to the run, because we're already level. Yeah, we're 15.
Yeah, we're extremely high. A lot of the time we only get out of here at 12, 13. 15 is awesome. That's great.
Yeah, 15 is going to make all the Alabasta fights so much cleaner and nicer.
Yeah, for sure.
Hell, we still got 3 more fights we can that we do. And somebody might be thinking, well, if you're at a high enough level, why not skip the rest of these fights? Unfortunately, the money routing is so tight, I can't cut any fights out.
Yeah. In DLC, which is the category I run, usually if we get this many dramatics, we'll tap an enemy, and if it's not a dramatic, we'll run away. So like at level 15, we would have enough money since we start with like 100K in DLC category. But in this one, yeah, you really have to worry about your money so that you can get the things you need. So we do still have to take the encounters.
Yeah, I was doing the math in my head, and I was like, well, if I get the fights, why don't I just skip them? And I was like, oh wait, no, because every time I do that shop in Alabasta, I literally only have like 5,000 or 6,000 left. Sometimes only 2,000 left. So I'm like, I don't think I could skip any fight.
Yeah, definitely not.
So it's all just bonus levels at that point. But picking up fragments, picking up items, because like I said, we're periodically collecting. I've routed very specific ingredient pickups because we're going to either fuse something with Usopp or Sanji at some point to make use, because items, especially food items are very powerful once we start to really get to abuse and utilize them.
Yeah, for sure.
One thing I think we didn't talk about, it's kind of like TP and like how it works with the game. So to do special abilities, it does cost TP or MP for those of you who are more familiar with like that terminology in role-playing games. Basically, it can be replenished either through the use of items or through the use of basic attacks. So there are times where we might just do a basic attack versus actually doing a special ability for a couple reasons. One, it's because we need the TP, or we want to make sure we're conserving TP because of maybe an upcoming fight. But also animation. These animations are, even with speed up, are still pretty lengthy at times.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Not doing them all the time, if we can just basically slap the enemy with our weapon to kill them, we'll save a few, sometimes several seconds alone.
Yeah, it's sometimes a lot faster to just kill with basic attacks. But some characters like Usopp have really fast specials. So in some cases, it's not as important. But yeah, getting the TP is a very important thing from basic attacking. Just to make sure that we can manage our usage of special attacks and so that we can maximize our damage output.
Yeah, and then for like that fight, those Kabutos are actually they're technique types. So with Nami and Usopp being the only two speed types we have right now, they'll actually do, again, that type advantage is very much key in reducing turn order.
Yeah.
But it is time to go showdown with the Colossi.
Let's get it.
And honestly, with what level we're at, we're probably gonna murk this fool.
Oh yeah, he's getting stomped. There's no question.
I will need to be a little cautious though, because I do need to steal at least 2 times with Nami for the money. So I do have to mitigate it a little bit and be careful.
Yeah, stealing from the Colossi gives you a lot of money, especially like the later ones. But for this part here, in no DLC, like we said before, it's really important to get as much money as we can early on, and this is a good source of it. So we don't want to kill the Colossus like ultra fast because we need to get those 2 steal turns off. But we're going to lower him, and there's also a special condition to defeat him with Luffy. So that's what we're seeing here. So we're going to get this steal off here just to make sure we get some money, and hopefully we can also get the bonus EXP from this as well.
That is going to be the plan.
And yeah, Audio here, he's always a support for the Colossus fights. He doesn't really do a whole lot. Usually he just kind of spams like this defense shield that wastes a lot of time. But thankfully he just threw a little healing item, which is really fast here. So that's not bad.
It's not bad. No, yeah, we don't want Grande. No Grande.
Yeah, Grande bad.
Grande bad. And that's the fight.
We got the bonus as well. So that is Thunder Ruins. So we got a really good Thunder Ruins here. Level 16 and 15 for most of our characters going into Alabasta is amazing. So things are going to go a lot more smoothly than they normally would.
And, I actually gold splitted that by like 3 seconds.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah, I will say, looking at Nami's steal, though, she did get the lower end of the money roll because she got like 6.7k on each steal. So yeah. I don't think it's gonna ultimately hurt us that much. The good news, though, is I think because of how much higher level we are, I want to say, and I might have to pay attention to this, because there is an objective. So we haven't unlocked objectives yet, but in this game, there's a bunch of like in-game objectives where it's like complete this many things or cook this many dishes. We only complete one objective. When you do 1,000 damage in one attack, thankfully it is cumulative. So if there's multiple enemies and like Nami does like a mass AoE move, if the math of all of that equals, or if any character does an AoE move and the math of that equals 1,000, it does count it. We may be able to get that accessory item earlier than we normally would because of our higher levels.
Yeah. And that would be very good to have. So
be very good to have for the Sandora Dragon, yes, because that's an attack 114 plus item. Right now, the highest attack item we're going to have until after a boss battle called the Sandora Dragons is 100. It's 87. It's what we currently have equipped it.
Yep. Also, Woadyb, real quick, if you have the time at any point, could you boost the audio of the game just a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
I can.
Yeah, whenever you have the time, it's cool. Like if you get like a little cutscene or something.
Well, luckily, a lot of running is just holding straight.
True.
I mean, heck, I can always turn on auto run.
Oh yeah, that's right. There is a function for auto run in this game.
And then you just hold the analog stick.
Yeah.
All right, I did raise the audio up a little bit. Hopefully, it's better.
That's better.
Cool. All right, so we've collected the cubes from the Colossus. The problem is the cubes from the Colossus are a little too big to just straight up absorb like the previous one. So instead, we now have to venture into the world of Memoria. Which means it's time to revisit some One Piece lore here, for you One Piece fans.
Indeed. So Memoria is kind of like the hub world of this game. Outside of the main island, this is where you go to each of the different chapters of the game. So like Alabasta, Water 7, Marineford, all that will be accessed through Memoria, since we're going back to our memories of these arcs in the series. So Alabasta's first. We're going to unlock some more slots for our special attacks here. But yeah, we're going to start in one of the earliest arcs in One Piece.
Yeah, and we not only unlocked some accessory slots to equip more things, we've also gotten more abilities, and we've unlocked some previous abilities have unlocked abilities to have fragments or cubes put into them to boost their attack.
Yes.
So we're back in Alabasta. So Alabasta is a very interesting chapter in how they made this game, because it's the longest chapter out of the 9 chapters. Because for context, the speedrun, like I said, 5.5 hours is my PB. Alabasta takes up the first like 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's really long for some reason, but I mean, it's kind of to get you acquainted with how Memoria works, how like going back into your memories and all that stuff goes. It kind of makes sense for it to be like this at the beginning. But yeah, as we go on, each arc is more concise, more condensed. But yeah, there's a lot to do in this part of the game.
Yeah, because it's also there's still a lot of like game mechanics and like side stuff or things that we haven't learned about yet. Like we haven't learned about side questing or memory links and Yoisa travels or the fast travel system. So there's still like elements to the game they haven't taught us yet or fully taught us yet that they introduce throughout this chapter as like part of the story framework.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Alabasta, like in terms of the map, is just really, really big. Like it's a huge, vast desert. So since the movement speed isn't incredibly fast in this game, there's going to be a lot of trekking across the desert, which takes a lot of time. Can extend how long that we're really here. So that's another thing. But overall, it's not too bad for being the start of the game.
Nah.
Especially now that we're this level, so things are going to be a lot faster.
Yes, no, this is already gonna, our chapter 2 thankfully will go very smooth in comparison. Yeah. We get to see the Going Merry again, for those who know.
Shout outs to the homie.
Shout out to the OG.
For sure. Yeah. So basically, normally they would sail to rain dinners in the way that the story works, but there's certain little things that are changed about your memories in this Memoria world. So since they aren't sailing, they're going to have to cross the desert instead. So things are not exactly one-to-one to how they are in the anime, since memories, over time they can kind of get distorted, that you can kind of forget little details. So that's kind of the way it works with these worlds, is things are a little bit different than how we remember them from the series.
But one cool thing they do, though, for those who either don't know the lore or want a reminder of the lore, is going back to those objectives we talked about. As you complete story objectives or story points in these chapters of memories, if you complete the objective in the menu for them, it actually has a video that plays that basically recaps a part of the story from the manga / anime's iteration of it.
Yeah. So here, that guy was kind of passed out. He's exhausted. He's rotting.
Good old Collapse Joe.
Yep. And we'll see him a couple times, but this is really the only time we have to interact with him. But he basically needs something to eat pretty bad. We are not familiar with, or we're not aware of that yet. We think he's just like passed out from some kind of illness. Yeah, so we're looking for medicine for him. But it turns out he's just hungry. So
yep, him and his family.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of different like siblings and things like him who are just scattered around the map, just like, dude, let me have an apple, bro. I'm dying.
Yeah, and what happens is you give them an apple. You give them like a lower quality apple, and then they give you a higher quality apple in exchange for it.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, we kind of have to backtrack back and forth to the dock here. This is going to introduce us to Sanji's field mechanic. Well, no, this one isn't. It's a little bit later.
Yet. A little bit later.
Now we're going to fight the Brokeworks Millions. That's what this part is. So for the Millions, it's like a little mini boss, kind of. This guy is actually pretty tanky. He has a lot of HP.
No sense.
It really doesn't. He's just like a regular generic minion, but for some reason, he's really bulky. But he is weak to speed types, if I'm not mistaken.
He is, and we're actually going to aim to stun lock him.
Yeah, with Usopp, right?
Yep, with Usopp's Rubber Band of Doom.
Yes, the iconic move here. So this move has a really high chance to feint an enemy, just like that. And when you feint an enemy, their turn is skipped. So we're basically going to utilize that feint to just kind of maximize our damage, get as much damage and attacks out as we can. And Nami and Usopp do the most in terms of like type advantage here, because they're speed type and he is technique. So Luffy will do a little less. He'll probably match Nami's. Zoro, since he's also technique, will still do solid damage. But yeah, Usopp and Nami are really good in this part. Bam, easy peasy. That was really fast since we're really high level.
Yeah. I debated if I wanted to steal with Nami. I was like, it's like 1.8k or something. I'll be fine.
Yeah, you should be okay, I think.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I mean, worst case scenario, I can't buy one item, not the end of the world. Only slightly changes a few things, but it's not gonna drastically like hurt because it's only for a couple fights.
Yeah. But yeah, seeing as we just took out the Millions, basically that guy was hogging all the medicine. Basically all the merchandise for the merchants here. So we took him out. We're going to head back to the merchant here and just try to get some medicine and take it to this dude who's passed out over here.
Yeah, luckily this is probably the most back and forth of this chapter in this like one specific area that we end up doing. There's a little bit of back and forth, but it's not. I think this is like our like technically second trip, but it's gonna be third because we're gonna come back this way to go through that gate there. Because we're trying to get the gate key essentially. Because we can't continue on because the gate is blocked. Because Collapsed Joe, I believe he has the key actually.
Yeah. So yeah, it's really just to kind of familiarize you with how quests work in this game. They don't really want to send you out into this gigantic open desert for your first quest, so they kind of keep it confined to this little area. But yeah, once we get this quest finished, we can have access to the rest of Alabasta. We're gonna start doing some things like cooking, getting specific items from specific enemies for recipes, things like that.
Yeah, because now our plan is because we got to travel the desert on foot. We need basically food and water.
Yep. Can't go into the desert with no supplies. That is not a good time.
No. Plus, we all know Luffy. He's always hungry. He's very demanding of food.
All right, so they're gonna let us through now. So now, is this where you do your shopping as well?
You know, I go back and forth on this because of this game's weird mechanic where you can't talk to people when there's conversations happening. I have not timed if it's faster for me to just sit here and wait and then do the rest, or if it's to come back here later. So I'm just gonna sit here and wait. Basically, when people are talking at the bottom like that, you can't open the menu and you can't talk to like shops and stuff. So I have to basically sit there and wait for them to finish their conversation. And so we're going to buy 10 corn stalks and 6 generic perfumes. The corn stalks are, and this really depends on how your run's going. I may not need them as much because we're a higher level, but just for safety, because going back to what I said earlier about like healing items, they're expensive and money's really tight. So it's easier for me to take all of those bat wings, depending on how many I've earned, and create a bronze bat soup using those corn stalks. And then for generic perfumes, I actually buy 6 of them because earlier I collected 6 unlucky herbs, and those 2 items will allow me to make exhaust balls. As of right now, and I'm still playing around with the route, this is the only time we use Usopp's trick balls. And again, it's because of we're limited on accessory items, and so we can't attack stat as much as we would like. And so to help us with some of the bosses in this area, we use the exhaust balls to lower their guts by 25%, and specifically guts because in this game you have 2 stats. You have defense stat, you have gut stat. Defense stat is how much damage an enemy takes from your basic attacks, and gut stat is how much damage they take from your special attacks. And since we utilize special attacks way more on bosses than we do basic attacks, the guts are going to be a lot more effective than something like the defense stat going down.
Yeah, definitely. It's like basically defense and special defense.
Pretty much, yeah.
But yeah, lowering guts at this point in the game, because of the fact that we don't really have like a ton of attack, is really helpful. Especially on certain bosses later, like Bon Clay and things like that.
Bon Clay, Smoker, the Sandor dragons.
Exactly. They have a ton of HP and defense. So using the guts balls is definitely helpful. But yeah, we just use Sanji's field ability here. Basically, he can find ingredients on the ground and turn those ingredients into food at a campfire or at a bar. So at this point, we're trying to make a scorpion leg soup for the chef in that building. Basically, he's saying, like, I'll give you guys free food if you give me, like, a nice dish. So it's kind of a way to teach us how to cook in the game. So we're heading over to these scorpions here just to collect the scorpion legs so that we can actually make the food item and get the supplies we need to travel.
Pretty much, yeah. It's all story focused content and everything. So like, it's not really an optional thing we can just skip.
Yeah.
Because the game will like have walls if you try to just skip past the content.
Yeah, it'll block
no, you can't do that.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a bonus thing as well, but it's not like a dramatic encounter. If Zoro and Sanji are in the same quadrant, sometimes they'll bicker and like fight each other, and it'll increase their TP. So,
yeah, it's a nice little TP boost.
Yeah, it's just a little bonus type of thing that helps out a little bit sometimes.
Thankfully, because of our higher level here, these enemies go down a lot quicker, and we don't want Sanji. Usopp's going to help us because these are technique type scorpions. And did we get the leg? We got a leg. Perfect.
Nice.
There's a chance not to. I found out the hard way one run.
Yeah, definitely. I have had that happen to me many times. I'm not sure if...
Hey.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we got another dramatic encounter. In this area, dramatic encounters aren't like as good as Thunder Ruins just because the base EXP is really low here, but it's still good.
It can, I will say in my experience, it can be really good if you get the elusive double dramatic in one fight. Like we just did.
Oh my lord, this is amazing.
This is going to be a lot of experience.
Yeah, double dramatics is great because it like multiplies on top of each other. So basically, yeah, we're going to get like quadruple EXP here, which is incredible.
Gotta make sure we just have to make sure we kill him though before he gets his next turn.
Yeah.
Which is why we're going to, oh, never mind. Usopp actually still hasn't had his turn. All right, perfect. We got it.
Okay, sweet. Good stuff. Yeah, this is great luck with the bonus encounters.
This is wild.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's interesting that you take this fight. I never thought to take this fight before, but 15,000 EXP is insane.
So the reason why I take this fight is because of the 3 things I just pick up there, and because because of the levels you get there. So that's 7,000 gil, some extra corn stock, and then if I need the apple for any emergency healing.
Okay.
But yeah, that 7,000 gil is pretty big.
Yeah, for sure. For no DLC.
For how tight I've made the money route at that first major shop, because like I need about 185,000, and I've had times where I literally only have 181, and I've done nothing different.
Yeah, for sure. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that was just amazing to say the least. Getting 15k and getting up to level 18, 19.
I mean,
that is so good.
I mean, we are going to annihilate the Sandora dragons. Like, it's going to be it's going to be ugly.
They don't stand a chance, bro.
Like, I mean, I mean, no, again, I need the money. I'm sitting here like, oh, maybe I'll skip the other 3 fights I take, and I was like, nope, need the money. Got to remember, I need the money, so I have to take the fights regardless.
Yeah, it would be nice to skip them, but we can't really risk being broke later. So
yeah, I mean, luckily, money's only tight for the first shop.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fact that we're almost 20, we haven't even made it like halfway through this chapter, like it's going to go a long way with like, because all that builds up too over time. So like, if we're high level now, then we can continue getting higher level and throughout the run. And it just helps our stats. Because I will say, I have found that, and I haven't done the math or really looked hard enough at like what the best level to be is, but I have found that the higher my level is, the more likely I am to like one shot or really like, yeah, to pretty much one shot some of the end game bosses.
Yeah.
Mixed in with, of course, like my fusing luck.
Yeah, definitely. We got a little quick appearance from our boy Ace here. But yeah, what we did there, we accessed the bar. Bars kind of function as like half of a campfire. It basically is. You can, take a break there and you can craft, make food, and things like that. So we made the food that we needed to make for the chef so we can get our stuff to go. And we also crafted the exhaust balls for Usopp in the same go. So now we're pretty much set up to go to the next part of this area.
Yep. Yeah, we made some bronze bat soups. They're actually really strong healing items for early game because they heal about 1,000 HP, which for most of the Straw Hats right now, it's pretty close to max HP for them. But it also gives a boost in the form of defense and guts as well. I think it's 10%, which I mean still can go a long way and help mitigate some of the damage.
Yeah, for sure.
And then thankfully, because of story reasons, there are a bunch of like forced camping moments, which do give us the party bonus. So like part of the reason why I didn't have a party at the dinner there was because here at this cutscene, it's going to trigger essentially a camping scene. And so we'll get no need to have a bonus just to get another bonus.
Yeah. So getting the EXP bonus and everything from these is very important throughout Alabasta. Also, the critical chance is very helpful as well.
Yes. Utagita!
Be vibing out here.
We vibing. So we're continuing to cross through the desert. This cutscene coming up here tells you like, oh, you need a Navi bird to like get through this next area and everything. And luckily the game doesn't like force you to actually do this. And it's also where the game teaches you about like actual side questing. So we don't go back to Nanohana because we don't need the bird. Now the bird quest is a backup strat for a really bad early game. Definitely don't need that this run. We've had a very good early game. And so instead we're just going to cut through the ravine here, since the path is the same, and as speedrunners we know the path, we won't get sent back to the beginning. So we fight these 3 fights here for more experience and money. Looks like we're getting another dramatic. Because
we are killing it.
We are killing it. The plants do have a pretty high chance of dramatic, I will say that, in my experience.
Yeah, they do.
We'll get a bonus there. And there's, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but there was always a chance we could get another dramatic from them, especially if Zoro doesn't kill them. But I think he's going to kill them. He's like level 18. Like he's doing a lot of damage. In fact, I probably completed that 1,000. Hey, another one.
My word, man.
What is this? I don't think I'm.
This is insane.
Honestly, if this PBs, I don't think I can ever beat this run.
Seriously, that's crazy.
I don't think I'll ever beat this run.
Nice, 10K. Oh my gosh, dude, that's amazing. Okay, I was gonna say, can we get 3 for 3?
Well, we might, because I accidentally did a basic attack when I was going for. That was me spamming the X button too fast.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately, I can't get.
Yeah, Zora's blocked off.
Zora's
we can't
blocked
really move
off.
him.
But you know, I've got so much. Let's just nuke the field.
Let's do it. Not bad. All right.
So we take those fights. Now I am going to grab that accessory that I mentioned because we did over 1,000 damage. We are going to go ahead, and this is like an impromptu like route change because of the RNG luck. We're actually going to just equip it on Usopp because he's going to be our main DPS.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the Lost Woods of this game. Like the path is set, but if you go into the wrong pathway, it takes you right back to the start. So, as Woadyb said, we're speedrunners. We know where we're going here. So we're just gonna head out of this little mine shaft and head into the desert.
Unfortunately, I'm being told that the audio sounds like it's still not.
Oh yeah, you can boost it a little bit more if you'd like to.
Can people hear the audio? I'm just out of curiosity, or is it purely no audio?
Oh, we can hear it. It's just a little quiet.
All right, I've maxed it out as much as I can on the bar there.
Okay, you could also probably turn yourself down just a tad bit.
Okay,
and that'll probably do it.
All right, let's get into the Sandora fight, which will. Says I'm being told no game audio whatsoever.
What?
According to the stream.
Okay, interesting. I'm hearing it on my side. Let me see.
Trying to think if there's a. Oh, you know what? I think I know how to fix it. I think I know. Okay. I think I maybe. I'll be able to fix it in a little bit.
Okay.
But first, we got the Sandora Dragon fight here. Basically, what we do is we do 2 exhaust balls on each Sandora Dragon to lower their defense. And then we have basically Usopp and Zoro focus on Sandora Dragon A. We do Tiger Trap with Zoro. We do Hammer with Usopp. Now, him fainting is actually really bad, so I need to bring Chopper in to heal that status effect. Luckily, Luffy does like no damage, unfortunately, so we don't really need him until the very end to kill this dragon. Kill the bee dragon, but before that, he can just kind of stay out. And then so Usopp Hammer does a huge amount of damage. Looks like we've just about killed. This should kill this dragon. And then now we're going to move on to the last dragon. We'll go ahead and bring Luffy back in. And we'll have Luffy try and help out with some DPS. The exhaust ball will probably be wearing off soon, which is fine. Our DPS is still really high. Oop, almost did the wrong one. I think I accidentally muted the output in OBS or in the audio properties, so that might be why there's no audio.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was hearing it on my side, but that's probably because of Discord. So to me, there was like no problem. But
All
it
right,
makes
here's
sense.
hoping Luffy's bleeding though, so I actually have to take a time hit to take the bleed off of him because he's gonna do reduced damage when bleeding, and so he probably won't get the kill if I don't heal him first. So this should end out the dragon. Once I get to a nice little straightaway, I can look at the audio.
Okay.
Watch it be like extremely loud. If this actually fixes it, watch it be like extremely loud now. All right, I guess chat, let me know if you can hear it now. I did something that I think should have fixed it.
Oh, audio. That should save some time.
We have game audio.
All right.
Let me
Thank
know
you
if
for
it's too
being
loud.
patient with us, gamers. But we gaming.
I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong button and muted it by accident.
Hey, it's all good, man. Our commentary has been busted, so it doesn't matter.
But yeah, so let me know if it's too loud now because I've maxed it back out. Alright, so we do Thunderbolt Tempo to just kind of weaken the playing field. We want Luffy to be in front of these two enemies because they are both speed types. Gatling will kill them. And then we're going to have Usopp do a rubber band on the technique type. Hope the targeting didn't mess up. You can turn it on by half. Alright, next straightaway. Which we'll be running like in a straight line here in a little bit.
This man's the goat of multitasking.
That's kind of fine. I kind of figured you were going to say that. That's fine. You're going to be too loud now. Okay, I've turned the audio down some. Now let me know if it's too low. Alright, I mean, most of the audio gets really loud in the game. Alright, bringing it back now, y'all. Okay, so we've gone through what is normally the hardest part of the run is getting through that Sandor fight. We've been blessed with the RNG gods of dramatic events. And so we have ended like around level 19 to 20. I'm about 48 seconds ahead of PB for context. So we're definitely threading the line right now, but I think we're going to really start building it up because we're much higher level than I normally would be. But normally I finish chapter 2 around level 22, 23 for context, and we're still not even halfway through this chapter. But here we meet the Yoisa for our first set of things. So we are going to sell these, and actually don't have enough money, funny enough. Yeah, the Nami Steel Luck was not on our side, but thankfully, because of that objective, we are okay now. So we're going to do a quick shop here, so I am going to take that off Usopp real quick. Sorry, quick equipping here, and then give that, and then that. So Zoro we give the highest attack item to right now because we've got a boss coming up here in a little bit that is going to utilize power typing, so we want our power typer to be able to do the most damage, or our technique typer to do the most damage here. And then we'll have Nami nuke the field because these are all technique types.
Yep.
And then Usopp will nuke the group of scorpions. Take them out. And then we'll just have Luffy basic attack, because he'll want TP, and Zoro will want TP, because we're going to be getting into a sort of boss battle here in a little bit.
Yep. So
Right.
we have
Where are we at
some of the
story-wise?
gamers. Yeah, we've defeated these guys who are bandits. They stole some stuff from us. They basically stole all our food and water that we just got. So we had to kind of beat it out of them. We are getting it back now. They're over here in this area. That was like kind of like some of the minions that are with these guys. But we're going to actually get to the main culprits of who took our stuff here. And they're going to have... I think this is where we fight one of the gators, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is where we fight one of the first of the gator fights. They kind of have like this big gator dude who they just use to take onto us to try to keep us away from them. But we're just gonna demolish it since we're such a high level at this point. We're gonna take this thing out and then we're gonna get our food and water back so we can actually continue moving forward.
Everyone keeps trying to stop us. So for this fight, the first thing I'm going to do is potentially move some people around to maximize quadrants. So Zora's going to go in front of the Banana Gator because of the type advantage. So we got to make sure we swap those two. And then Luffy wants to be with the bottom group because that's where a bunch of speed types are. So from here, we'll have Nami nuke the field just to get a bit of damage, possible paralysis with some chance here, maybe take out an enemy or two. So we got the Gator paralyzed, which is great. Luffy's going to Gatling these two speed types, so that way they're taken out of commission. And then, let's see, we'll get the enemy attack, and then we're going to have Usopp when it's his turn, but first we'll Tiger Trap. He's going to spam that on the Gator. Hey, we got Bleed too, so that's going to cause some additional damage. We're going to Exploding Star this group here, which will take out sometimes the speed type, sometimes not. Kind of depends. And from there, we're just gonna basically get the Gator down as fast as we can. Luffy and Zoro will do most of the damage. We're gonna actually have Nami and Usopp just basic attack because the typing doesn't work in their favor to really warrant wasting time on animations. Plus, Usopp's gonna need TP for the next kind of sequence here, and so low TP does kind of hurt him if he doesn't have any for the next couple fights.
This Gator can cause fainting on you, I'm pretty sure, with that body slam.
Yes.
So we don't want to get that. We luckily haven't gotten anything like that lately. We're just kind of doing a ton of damage right now just due to our high level and stats.
Oh yeah,
and also oh yeah, that was super fast. The equipment that we had, we basically got a bunch of attack rings and stuff, so that's going to boost our damage a lot for the rest of this area.
Yeah, this is the first time we get to a shop that sells us attack boosting items. That's why the lead up to the Sandora fight, so like the first hour can be pretty rough if you don't get the Thunderhead runes, because like I will say, like my Thunderhead runes is not normal. I've never seen that.
Yeah, that was actually insane.
This is a wild run that I have yet to reproduce, so it can be a lot. It can be a lot riskier. Traditionally.
Yeah. And here we're gonna get introduced to memory fragments. Do you not do any of the other memory fragments? You only do this one, right?
Only this one, because
the rest are out of the way.
They're out of the way, and the problem is this most memory fragments are two-parters. Now, if the memory fragment, there is a memory fragment early on in Alabasta, because we do come back to. Oh, it sounds like I equipped Sanji?
I didn't see.
I mean, if so, then I'll just have to do a slightly slower form of menuing to fix it. I'll double check.
Yeah.
I thought I equipped Chopper, but maybe I did Sanji by accident. Because I forget Sanji is Usopp Sanji Chopper, not Usopp Chopper.
Yeah.
And I got him. Okay. I must have fixed it at the last moment. Might have just been a delay in message.
Yep. So basically what a memory fragment is it's like an encapsulated memory within a memory. So there's like little objectives within these. They're kind of like side quests in a way. Yeah. To where once you complete them, you unlock a group attack. And it's like an attack that you can use from any individual character. So Usopp can use it, Zoro can use it, and Chopper can use it individually. But it's a group attack where all three of them attack together, and it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the best part about it is it actually ignores typing, too.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about type advantage, nerfing your attacks or anything like that, and it does a lot of good raw damage, so...
Yeah, and then there are some that they do state in the message, like in the like flavor text, if you read it, it does say like does high damage to Logia Devil Fruit, does high damage to zone type. So it does sound like there may be implication that they would be useful. The problem, like we were starting to explain, was that because they're side quests, they're kind of out of the way, and most of them are two-parters. They're not like a single quest. And so in Alabasta, there is one that we could get that is a Usopp, Luffy, Zoro. That would be super helpful because Luffy, Usopp, Luffy and Zoro are the two main DPSs for most of the game. And it does say that technique does work really well in Logia Devil Fruit users. The problem is like you need 6 things to do it, and like the time it would take to do it, and the bond moves because you can only have 10 at a time. Ultimately, it's not going to save enough time to like warrant what it would take to get.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, just this one is required, so luckily we do get a really nice group attack for free, basically. It kind of makes us go through this just to familiarize us with the concept of memory fragments.
Yeah.
But yeah, once we're done with this here, we'll have a pretty powerful attack to use for a lot of bosses later.
Yeah, we actually do utilize it for a bunch of fights here in Chapter 2.
Yeah.
I just realized Usopp only has like 5 TP.
Yeah, he's pretty low.
Well, luckily the game does autofill your TP, thankfully.
Yeah.
If it's too low, it does fill to a base level in each fight, but even that might be a little low for this fight to get through it quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use this Excite Apple, which I normally have no use for, just to make sure he gets a little bit more TP.
Yeah, that's a good play. And we also unlock something called a bond move as well. The bond attacks, they pretty much function similarly to the group attack, right? Where it ignores type, and it's just kind of like a flat damage attack, basically.
No,
so
I don't think that one ignores typing, I will say.
Oh, the regular bond one?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, it's still a really strong attack compared to the basic attack, and it's also pretty fast, so it's decent.
I'll say I'm playing with fire here by letting Zoro almost die. Because if a character dies, you can't do their bond move.
Yeah, they all have to be alive to do this combo attack here. And you see 1300 damage is a ton. That's very, very good.
Luckily, I only do it one time in this fight. Because between threading the line there, I call it the 1 HP warrior, which I'm sure we'll see at some point.
Seriously, that was good though. We clutched it out.
Because Zoro's a G, duh.
He is, dude. The goat.
The goat indeed. Yeah, so we've completed the frayed memory there, so we've got access to it. We're going to grab this Bobo bird breast to craft the dish later. We're going to take Chopper's gear off because we're not going to use him for a bit, and basically put stuff back on Nami and Luffy. Or not Luffy, because the gear I have access to. This does happen sometimes, unfortunately, but, you know, we do what we can. We'll just make Nami bounce. It happens. That just shows you how money routing can really throw a few menus off.
Yeah. So now we're heading up to the mountains here, basically, climbing up some cliffs and things like that. We're trying to make our way to rain dinners, basically. So we just have to go through this entire desert area, go through a couple camps and things like that before we actually get there.
Wait, that's why they meant not Sanji. That explains why the menu didn't work. I was like, something doesn't seem right about this menu. There we go. Okay.
There we go. Okay, so now we're properly set up. Yeah, I was thinking, I'm like, I don't know if this is a new route change.
no, that explains the not Sanji comment now. Okay, I thought it was. So yeah, nope. I'm glad we. Happens when you try to menu too fast.
Yeah. Oh, that was a nice shortcut there.
Yeah, I have been playing around with finding as many of those shortcuts as I can, and that one was nice to find.
Oh yeah. All right,
yeah,
so
the
now
more
we're
we
at the
can
Sand
grapple,
Ruin.
the better.
Definitely, yeah. Skips a lot of movement that we do on the ground since our ground movement speed is really slow. But here's another required campfire. So we're going to kind of refresh our crit bonus, our EXP bonus, all that stuff.
I am going to cook real quick, though. We are going to make this herb-grilled bobo bird, because we're going to utilize that on the crocodile battle at the end, just to give us a 15% attack boost, and plus a little bit of defense to tank some of his hits.
Yeah, Crocodile's a menace. He does quite a bit of damage, so tanking is important on his battle there.
Here we have a forced fight because there are these bones. We step on them, they make noise, and these birds attack us.
Yeah, and that goes for all the bones that we're going to have to kind of be walking our way around here. Anytime you would step on the bones, you would have to fight one of these birds. So this one's required. We're just going to take him out really fast. He's not really much of a threat. But we're going to avoid the rest of the bones on our way down so we don't have to take any more fights. And you'll see a lot of us switching in characters. A lot of that is basically due to type advantage and things like that. So whenever you see Woadyb go into the character swap menu, a lot of the time it's for that reason. Okay, so we're just kind of walk our way around these bones here. And there is an optional mini-boss here, the Leviathan. He's sleeping next to a couple chests. They do have some items in them, but they're not really items we need, especially not for how long the fight would take. So we're just gonna kind of skip him as well.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually stepped on the bones one time, so I was forced into the fight in a run, and so I did fight it. And I opened the chest, and I'm like, yeah, it's like there's like an apple, I think like a guts item, and I forgot something else, but yeah,
I think it's an attack ring as well, like just one attack ring or something.
Yes, I want to say that sounds right.
Yeah, and it's just like, well, I mean, we just bought a ton of them, so whatever.
Yes, we are almost to what Sharky calls the Florida Man segment. That's because we're gonna fight 2 gators.
Florida Man.
We got 2.
Yeah, these gators are pretty beefy, so
don't worry, we're extra beefy today.
We are beefier, so we got this no problem. This fight can take a lot of time if you get unlucky in the beginning of the game and you don't get all those bonus EXP encounters that we got this time. But thankfully, since we did get them, it'll be a breeze compared to normal.
Yeah. So we come, just like in the story, we come here, there's a big old desert we can't really cross, so we're like, hey, you know what, there's a cave over here. Why don't we just go through the cave instead?
Yep. So, this is like one of the big areas I was talking about here. This one in the previous area we just came from, honestly, before Sandy Ruins. Just huge stretches of desert that we kind of have to traverse. But we're going to get to like an oasis camp here, and then head into the caves to basically fight the gators and get what we need here.
Yeah, but before that, the game's gonna throw us a curveball here and do its own version of trying to teach us about how fast traveling works by making us lose our food or our wallet. I think it's our wallet. We lose our wallet. So now we gotta run back in the direction we just came from to get it back.
Yeah, Nami is not happy about this, as you could probably guess. But we're going back here to fight the Yoisas who take our wallet. They're basically just kind of the little monkey creatures that you saw earlier in the game. They kind of ran off with it. So we're going to this little, like, tiny gazebo looking thing over here, and we're going to fight a couple of those guys. Do you pick up the money here with Nami as well?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
No, because the money is only tight up to that Yoisa shop. After that, I've never run into money problems.
Okay, gotcha.
I've actually routed out a few Nami money points I used to get.
Awesome, yeah. It helps to not have to switch and pick up stuff, so
exactly.
Alright, so we gotta fight these little creatures. Just gonna wipe them out pretty much as quick as we can. They're not really strong or anything like that.
Nah, they're about as strong as the early game stuff.
Yeah, so they just kind of get clapped. It's a lot of the length of this arc, I will admit, is a lot of backtracking.
Yeah.
Like we crossed the whole desert and it's like, oh wait, you gotta go all the way back to the start of it. So this is kind of one of those moments where made us go back. Now we're gonna have to go back to the oasis after this. but it will give us the fast travel option after this, correct?
Yes. Thankfully, the game will warp us back to the Oasis after this fight, so we don't have to actually run to the Oasis after this fight. But yeah, we do unlock fast traveling, but the game, admittedly, is still a little weird about how it utilizes fast traveling. Because what I've been convinced is that the game really wants you to hear a lot of the dialogue between characters, especially the dialogue that appears at the bottom of the screen, like in the full bar, not the corner stuff like you see right now, but like the full bar, like character dialogues. And so it blocks out fast traveling at a lot of parts that you would think, hey, why don't I just fast travel? Because I have to backtrack, and I know there's a fast travel point over here. So there are a lot of times where we are forced to just run around the island when it's like fast traveling could just get us to where we need to be quicker.
Yeah, it's pretty good when we can actually use it.
There's actually a few points where I have to spam the start button. And if I spam it fast enough, I can open the menu and fast travel without having to wait for dialogue to finish.
Yeah, and that's really good. Like, I know in Water 7 you can do that as well. Like, there's a point where you got to go to the docks, and you can just fast travel immediately there.
Yeah.
Before the text pops up and things.
I think for that one I found actually, if you don't move a single inch, the text won't pop up.
Ah, I see. Yeah, that's actually really good fun.
But most of them, the text will just pop up automatically if you're not spamming like the start button, essentially. Here we are in the desert cave as we try to make our way to rain dinners. So we're gonna basically skip all these fights, because at this point, like, the extra fights aren't needed as much as they were kind of, because all the fights we were taking honestly is just setting up for really the Sandora dragon fight, and then the gator fight, and then this fight, because we're slowly getting more and more attack items from some of the boss battles. After this, you know, the fights are still pretty easy. We'll get more items, but the extra encounters are really just to help with levels leading up to really this point. But found, because I did used to fight a couple fights along the way here, I found I didn't actually need those fights. I'm gonna touch the save point because because I'm a higher level, I haven't leveled up as much for free healing. So just to be kind of safe, because I think Usopp or Zoro, one of them is still threading the line on low HP right now. So
yeah, that's definitely a good idea. All right, so this is Banana Gator. So
for this one, this is just an unripe gator, so this one we're just gonna basically take down as quickly as we can. Since it's the same type as Luffy, we'll just use Luffy's strongest attacks. It's type disadvantage to Zoro, so of course Zoro's gonna get in there with Tiger Trap. I actually like to Smoke Star with Usopp to try and get a hallucination, because this will cause the gator to possibly miss its attacks to mitigate some of the damage. Because honestly, Usopp does like no damage in this fight. Same for Nami. So why not utilize a status ailment and get them to possibly miss like that? That way we don't have to worry about healing as much. And then from here, Usopp just builds PP, because he's going to be the DPS in the next fight.
Yep, and this is going by very quickly. Nice crit.
And we'll have Zoro go ahead and finish it off as a typing. He'll basically nuke that enemy like it's nothing. If we don't get a reward screen, we basically get attacked by a bigger, larger gator almost immediately.
Yeah. We got the bushy banana gator this time. So yeah, the typing changes on this one to technique. So Luffy is not as strong. So we're gonna swap in Chopper so that he can also do more bond attacks, and you're just gonna pretty much blast him with a bunch of bond attacks, right?
I am gonna throw 3 bond attacks at him to help with DPS between Zoro and Chopper. Chopper is also there to help with bleed damage if needed. But yeah, I have Zoro and Chopper both do bond attacks if Chopper doesn't heal, that is. We'll do it 3 times because that's the most we can do. But it does around 900 plus damage when doing it, so it does help just get through this fight a lot quicker. And then of course Usopp's hammer is going to do a good amount of damage as well.
Yep. So yeah, since Chopper doesn't really have that type advantage, having him do the bond attack is a good way to let him do some extra damage. So we got use of that. So now we're basically just going to take him out with Zoro and Usopp, mostly, yeah.
Also, I'm realizing now, I think I did one part of the mini mess up was Usopp's actually not using the strongest available moves, or strongest gear, because I never re-geared him properly. So that's why he's not hitting as hard as he can, but it's fine. We didn't get the dramatic there, unfortunately, because of Usopp hitting really hard, but honestly, we didn't need the dramatic, to be honest, with the fact that we're already like a level 20 or so. But normally that fight it tends to be done at like level 16 or 17 in most cases.
Yeah.
But now Luffy has caused the cave-in, so we gotta go back to the Oasis.
Yep. So heading back now. Just going through the cave. There's a little shortcut to get us back to the start, so we don't have to go all the way around.
Yeah, which is nice.
Yeah, definitely so. And then from the Oasis, we're gonna head over to Crab Homie, correct?
Yep, we can get the rain dinners.
Yeah, so we're basically making our way to Crocodile slowly but surely. We're going to meet up with the big desert crab that carries you across the desert. There's kind of like quicksand river behind him here, so he's gonna be able to just run through that and take us to rain dinners instead of the Straw Hat sailing there. So there's also Mini Crab here, who will come in clutch a little bit later.
A little mover. And then here's something I haven't sat down and timed this to find out what's actually faster, but I just started just running through here, but I could technically fast travel to the front of the Oasis where the Oasis travel is and avoid this running part. But of course you have a loading screen, and every time you fast travel, you have to watch the Oasis wave by to you, essentially, before you can start moving. So I don't know which one is actually faster because I'm too lazy to time it, but
yeah, it's funny, like we really do have to say goodbye to him every single time. So yeah, I don't blame you for not going that route at this point, but it could be faster. Maybe we'll see it in the future.
It might be by a few seconds, potentially. We do utilize fast traveling for quicker movement in the next dungeon in Chapter 3, though, you'll see.
So we're heading over to this crab sign here, basically. So in this area, you can travel to certain locations on the crab by selecting it on the sign. We aren't concerned about anywhere but rain dinners. Otherwise, the crab will basically take you to... He'll like walk you through the desert, and you'll have to watch the entire animation of him taking you wherever you have to go. But with rain dinners so far away, it's kind of like a fast travel almost.
Yes, which is good, because if I accidentally pick the wrong thing, then that is an awkward level of time loss. Because it is really slow.
Yeah.
We've made it the rain dinners.
Alright, so
Casino.
this is the casino, indeed.
I'm going to switch to Nami here, because there are 2 Nami money pickups that we grab along the way.
Yep, and they're pretty much on the way, like right there. And they're pretty substantial amounts for this part in the game.
Yeah.
So they're definitely worth grabbing.
I didn't get the Nami hair glitch. So there's this like weird thing that happens. I don't know what triggers it, but that cutscene will load in and Nami's hair will be like stuck on her, and so it's like literally lifted up, sitting on her shoulders, like the whole time you run through here for some reason. I never understood what causes it, but it happens every now and then.
Yeah, I've never seen that on PC. I wonder if it's a console thing.
Maybe it's the way her hair was bouncing, like, when the cutscene started, like... Alright, so we're gonna do a short little menu here to basically take the gear off of Nami, and actually put Sanji with some gear, because Sanji's gonna have to help us out here with a dramatic battle requirement in one of these fights.
Yep, so we're here to rescue Vivi. Vivi is kind of getting terrorized by the goons in here. Same with Karoo. We do get a little guest appearance from our favorite Duckman. So we're just going to kind of wipe out these service guys from rain dinners here, no problem.
Yeah, one is speed type, one is power type. Most of the time, unless you've just had really bad luck, even without today's luck, like even just one dramatic event, or even 2 in Thunderheads is enough. You can usually one-shot them with Bullet, and Tiger Trap.
Yep. So here we have some more Baroque Works goons, basically. These two pandas, they're pretty beefy, but you know, we have type advantage. We have really powerful attacks, high level at this point as well, so this shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, the two pandas are power type, and the group in the middle is speed. So Gatling will take out that guy, and also do a little chip to the power types in the back.
And then 3,000 Worlds will bring them pretty much near dead to where once we bring in Sanji here, we can have him do his Vo shot at Panda A. I think I did Panda A, I hope. Sometimes the targeting messes with my eyes. Yep,
yeah.
The Vo shot will one-shot them, and then Chopper should be able to finish this Panda off with Arm Point. Oh, 1 HP Warrior.
Oh, wow, dude.
You know, I get that a lot in my runs. I say it a lot, 1 HP Warrior. Happens with bosses. It's the worst when it happens with bosses.
Yeah. Especially when you're trying to get, like, the win condition.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, finish with Luffy, 1 HP. Oh, man.
Oh, my God. I know, those are painful.
Oh, yeah. That would happen to me with Smoker all the time.
It's also rough when you forget about the status ailment, and then like they die from the bleed damage.
Yeah, from burn or something. Yeah.
Like, oh, I was just trying to chip damage them. I didn't mean to make them bleed. One of my viewers likes to refer to the Baroque pandas as pandas hired by Bret Hart. For anybody who knows who Bret Hart is, really, I'm dating myself a little bit with that reference, but.
Right, so
we're almost to the capital, y'all. We're almost to Alubarna, where Crocodile is.
We're making it there. So we're gonna be going through the desert of Alubarna. We're with Vivi now. She's not really like an ally or a playable character, but she's gonna be like kind of commenting on things as we go. We're seeing the effects of the war between like the Civil War in Alabasta, basically, between the people who respect the king and the people who respect Crocodile. So we're just kind of seeing the effects of that right now. We're going through the rebel camps and things like that to get to the capital.
We're gonna do a little bit of stuff here in the camp. So one of the things we're gonna do is we are gonna do, this is an optional camp, so this isn't like forced through story progression. We are gonna camp here because there are, unless I get caught by an enemy, I want to say exactly 9 fights left for the rest of this chapter, and then there's gonna be one optional fight we take, just on the context of hoping for a dramatic event for some massive experience.
Yeah, and once again, campfires give you the bonuses for 10 fights. So that's like, it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and I did find out that apparently, and the reason I said if I get caught is, apparently if you get caught and you flee that fight, let's say you don't even finish the fight, you actually lose, you still lose the bonus.
Yeah, it counts towards it.
So we pick up that 130,000 Nami money, because again, it's like right there, why not? And then we open this chest for a really powerful attack item from Chaka's necklace. I also run around the side of that area, because if you cut straight through, which you would think is shorter, it forces Nami into a slow walk for some reason. When you cut through the like little table area there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because yeah, if you're like kind of navigating through little props and things like that, sometimes you'll slow walk. It's like as if you're inside of a building or something. It's weird.
Okay. So we don't need our boy here to do. Sanji's out of the loop now, and then need to take them out of the party. Yeah, we don't need because we still got a lot of technique type enemies to deal with for a couple fights here. So Nami and Usopp really put in a lot of work in chapter 2 because they made chapter 2 full of technique enemies.
Yep, there is a ton at this point.
So right here, depending on how your run has been going and your levels, if you find that you're having trouble, your levels are still kind of lacking a little bit, these plants that we're passing, we're going to ignore them this time because of our RNG luck, but these plants do give you about 2,000 experience. Again, it's really weird. When you get here, they boosted the experience of the enemies like dramatically. So you get about 2,000 experience with no dramatic on those fights. And then, of course, they're plants. Plants have a high chance of dramatic for reasons I don't fully know yet, but they just do. So you can kind of gain back some of the missing levels if need be by this point.
Yep. And here we're going through the Marine checkpoint. The Marines are kind of gatekeeping us from getting into the capital.
It's because they're not really Marines.
True.
They're rope workers.
Exactly. So we're going to take out these frauds. And then once we take them out, we're actually going to have to fight some familiar faces here. So.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We have to go down first and then fight some more creatures.
Yeah, because somehow Vivi gets kidnapped in this process.
Yeah. Yeah, so then we fight more Baroque Works frauds. And then we come back for the familiars. So. Yeah, you can tell it's been a while since I've done a run.
That's fine.
Yeah. Nice EXP. We got about almost 6k there, so that's pretty good. Being level 21 here is solid.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, considering I finished this chapter most runs at 22, 23. Yeah, we still have like 8 more fights.
Yeah, really good to be this level at this point here.
There's also a chance of dramatic in that fight, and if any of those enemies go dramatic, they do give a lot of experience, and it's the same thing with this next fight. So even though we're not taking random fights, some of these like pseudo boss battle type fights that we're dealing with do give dramatic chances. Here I'm going to do kind of an impromptu route change I thought of yesterday to help with something later. So I'm actually going to buy 5 more of these. That's 6. 5 more of these to hopefully make chapter 3 a little bit faster.
Yep. All right.
We're going to hug the left wall here because of line of sight, so the enemy won't aggro us. We'll have the shortest path. Yeah, there's a lot of points where if you kind of hug the proper wall, the enemy won't notice you at all, and so you don't have to worry about dodging them, and it tends to be the shorter route you'll take. But here we're at the Baroque Works hideout where Vivi was basically dragged to, so we need to save her.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Baroque Work guys in this fight here, so...
Alright, so for this... So first we're going to move some people around to make the most optimized version of this. Basically, we need... Yeah, that should be right. Okay. Yeah, so we want this order to make the most out of this fight. The type advantage, because Luffy's going to be in front of 2 speed types. Usopp's going to be in front of a few technique types. Zora's going to be in front of a power type. And a few technique types, but again, a power type, which she'll be strongest against. And then the Exploding Star will help with these 2 technique types and a speed type. Most likely, the ones who are the same type will be the ones who live, and all the weakened ones will go down. So, as you see with this fight, there's only 3 enemies left, which is a big group of them. And so we can really just melee through to build some more TP for the rest of these fights. Because the melee attack should take out each enemy at this point with where their levels are.
Yep, that was really clean, very fast. 10k EXP is also really good there.
Alright, now we got Vivi, so now we can go to Alubarna.
A lot of back and forthing here, but we're almost to the end of this chapter, so doing pretty good.
So coming up here is going to be something that we take as like a chance for experience, because if we get it, if we get the dramatic event on this kind of like one random fight we're gonna like interact with, it's like 200,000, 230,000 experiences. So it's like some mass amount of experience that should gain us like probably 2 or 3 levels.
Is it the Gator?
It's the Gator, yeah. I actually got it in my PB. My PB does actually have it. It's the only time I've seen it in a run.
Nice. Yeah, I had a run where I got the dramatic. It was like, defeat the Gator before they knock out Nami, and Nami got one-shotted. I was like, no!
Yeah, it's kind of why I actually do it going this way, because the critical attack is huge. Because if I Tiger Trap with the critical hit, it will put him pretty weak into where I should be able to do it. We didn't get the dramatic, so we actually flee from the fight. Because the experience you get from it's now worth the TP you'll spend. So no dramatic this time. The game finally leveled out our RNG luck from the early game.
Yeah, you can't have it all.
Can't have it all, nope. We gotta fight one more group of randos.
Yep. So...
for this fight, we're gonna actually... Nami is just gonna tempo, for the most part. And then we're really just going to basic attack for the rest of it. We're going to want because they're all really close to dead, as you can see there. And we're going to want TP for the next fight. So we don't really want to use up all of our TP on this fight. It's going to make the next fight, unfortunately, really slow.
Yeah, the next fight is a boss fight, so we need as much TP as we can get so that we can pump out those specials. Especially with like Nami, for example, because there's also going to be some like minions in the fight that we also want to knock out with like tempo and stuff.
Yeah, we got a couple levels up there from Nami, I think Usopp and Luffy, so free heals all around. But it's time to fight Smoker. So first thing, we do got to move some characters around based on their placement to maximize DPS output. So we are going to want to put, so not the best with how it automated it, but we're going to make it work. We want Usopp in front of Tashigi because of type disadvantage, but Nami being in front of Smoker isn't the best outcome, so I'm gonna have to put Luffy up there just so Nami doesn't take a hit and possibly die from Smoker, because that will happen.
Yeah.
So once we got everybody set up properly, we're gonna have Nami just nuke the field, and then from there everyone's gonna do their thing. So we're gonna Usopp hammer Tashigi, which will do really good damage because of our levels. This is also the first time we may get hit with the elusive ineffective, if you want to mention what that is in boss fights.
Yeah, so bosses have basically a percentage chance to dodge your attack, like, completely. So sometimes, yeah, 15% chance. So sometimes you'll go for, like, a special attack, like, Tiger Trap or something like that with Zoro, and it'll just say attack ineffective, and it'll do 0 damage. So when that happens, obviously it's not great, because we lose out on damage, the fight takes longer. So we're gonna hope that we don't get very many of those, if any at all. So,
well, luckily I have been told, and this is true. You can only do it 3 times in a fight. So once they do it 3 times, they'll never do it again.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's great.
Yeah. So obviously it sucks because it slows the fight. You lose the TP out of it. But thankfully, it is only 3 times per fight.
Okay, good, yeah. Yeah, it would really be bad if you just got stuck in an infinite dodge session, so...
Yes. We are going to use one of our exhaust balls on Smoker, so we can get a little bit more DPS out of the fight.
Yeah, Smoker's pretty tanky.
Yeah, and then as you defeat Tashigi and the minions, he does go up in attack power. So obviously the less time we spend in that increased state, the better for us.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it like works the other way around too. I think if you defeat Smoker first, Tashigi and everyone loses stats, but like they are much weaker than Smoker, so they're always going to go down first.
Yeah, the likelihood of Smoker going down first is really low.
Yeah,
and then we're going to heal finally because Zoro's getting down on HP there. We'll take a turn to heal to be safe. Yeah, just gotta get through Smoker's turn, and then to avoid him dodging because he's so close to death, we're gonna do a bond move because I did find out that bond moves cannot be dodged. So I will utilize that a fair amount of time actually throughout the run on bosses to prevent that from happening.
Yep. It is very, very effective.
Yes, very effective. That was I made that discovery when I was coming up with a better fight against Aokiji in Chapter 4, because that fight traditionally for me was a nightmare if he dodged attacks. And I had versions of that fight where he dodged like 3 attacks in a row. I had like 3 dodge attacks in a row, and I was just like, what is happening?
Yeah, and he's very powerful, and he can freeze, so like being frozen is probably one of the worst status conditions because you can't do anything. So it's good to know that you've ironed out that kink there.
Yeah, the fight is basically free now.
For sure.
It's a little risky if he does Ice Age though, but like I don't know what the percent chance they do their mass AoE move is anyway, so it usually works out.
So I see you got Koza's sunglasses. What type of item is that?
Attack.
Oh, I didn't even know about that item. Nice.
Yeah, it's actually the strongest attack item until we get Mr. One's Hiyori that we can have at this point.
Very good. So yeah, those named items, like the items that are named after characters and things like that, those are really strong.
Yes.
Much stronger than your average, like, purchasable attack item. So it's great to grab those.
Yeah, that one's just like right on the way. It's not even out of the way at all.
Very good.
And this fight goes down pretty easy, just because of AoE moves after Nami practically nukes the heck out of the field. I do want to be a little mindful about my TP though, because of the next fight, so I did choose to not kind of like one-shot him, and I'm going to have Zoro finish this one off. Because Zoro and Luffy are going to be kind of the main DPSs for the next fight. I mean, Usopp and Nami will be there. Nami will kind of help. Usopp will also kind of help. It's just there's not really any technique enemies in the next fight that's all power and speed. Yeah, very, very smooth chapter 2 so far.
Yeah, pretty great.
Take a free heal just to be mindful where everyone's at. Mostly because I'm also bad at paying attention to where everybody's at, so I find the few seconds to just touch the save point to be a little bit safer.
Yeah, not the worst idea at all, so. I'm gonna take a little shortcut with Choppy here.
Yeah,
And
little man can go through tiny areas. I don't think we mentioned that, but that's his kind of pathing action.
yeah. So yeah, anything that's like a crawl space or a little gap like that, Chopper's small enough to kind of squeeze through. So we use that shortcut instead of going around, and we'll be in the center of the palace basically here.
But before that, we've got to have a little bit of a rematch of a bunch of enemies that we've already kind of beaten up at this point.
Yeah, these guys are pretty strong, but we are also very strong. They just have a lot of HP and guts, so we're just going to kind of make use of our type advantage, do what we can to get them out of the fight as quickly as possible. The least enemies, the better, because when you have a ton of enemies like this, if they just kind of, the more they attack, the more you lose time, basically. So you get rid of enemies quickly, you're saving a lot of time on attack animations and stuff.
Yeah, and that's why it's important, and that's why there's a lot of like, you'll see I have to take like the beginning of a fight to like set up my units in like specific areas just to make sure that they're actually doing the most damage that they can. So I don't think this is gonna kill, but it's, you know, a start to weakening him faster.
Yeah.
And then Usopp will just deal with this guy.
Yep.
And then we'll have Zoro continue to just deal with the panda. These enemies do have a chance to do like power-up moves, which will cause a dramatic. But you know, we're not too worried about that. Because honestly, we're at the perfect level for the rest of this chapter anyway, so we don't need the dramatics. While they, you know, would be helpful, they're not a necessity anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, and as I was saying earlier, for the folks who might have just shown up.
Hey, never mind, we got a power-up.
Hey, nice.
Oh,
And
this
it
is
was
going
on-
to give so much experience.
Oh, yeah.
When these guys power up, it gives you a lot of experience. Because it's based on their base experience multiplied by like 200 or something. That's some huge number.
Yeah, it's going to be great to get that either way. Yeah, after this chapter, leveling up starts to fall off, but we definitely will take any levels we can get for Crocodile and Bon Clay and such, so it's good to have bonus encounters even still, especially if they're kind of easy to get like that. You don't have to go out of your way to get it.
Correct.
Nice crit. Alright, build some
Here's
TP with that basic.
Alright, so 7,000. So that one didn't have as much, but some of the enemies give a lot more.
Yeah. 7,000 still okay for Alabasta standards.
It is, yeah. So we're going to say goodbye to Zoro and Usopp for the rest of this chapter, because we really need power types. Because Bon Clay is a speed type, and Crocodile is a speed type. So we finally got speed type bosses. Every boss up to this point has not been a speed type, which is why Luffy hasn't been able to really knock them out of commission like he normally would. But Bon Clay is a speed type, and so is Crocodile. And so Usopp and Zoro are practically not going to be useful in getting through these fights as fast as possible.
Yep.
But everyone's favorite Banchan is coming up.
The goat. Yeah.
I have a love-hate relationship with this fight because
Oh yeah.
if your chapter 2 up to this point has been less than stellar, you will feel it in this fight.
Oh yeah.
You will feel
is
it in this
painful.
fight so bad.
Yeah, and it, like, if you're just a low level, Bon Clay just does a lot of damage, and so does the little, like, extra characters in the fight. And it just sucks because even if, like, you're at type disadvantage, or, you know, he has type advantage or whatnot, like, you just take a lot, and at a low level, you would have to heal a ton, and healing a ton loses a lot of time, so...
Yeah, I mean, thankfully with a higher level, like, Nami is really going to help you the field here. But yeah, it's just, it's rough stuff.
Yeah.
So we're going to have Sanji, you know, try to take out some of these enemies, so they don't get as many turns, and plus it helps him build up a little bit of TP. Luffy will Gatling Gun, because the technique ones are weak enough that he'll kill them, so that way those two go down. I'm actually going to have Chopper use this turn to heal up, because Luffy's HP is a bit on the low side. And Bon Clay also gets like 2 turns per turn, so that also doesn't help with the speed of this fight and just managing your DPS.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, thankfully we're pretty tanky right now, even though Bon Clay, well, he's at a disadvantage against Luffy. But yeah, the double attacks still kind of start to add up. Like, he'll be taking like 500 plus per turn, so it gets rough.
Alright. It's probably time I deal with our enemy here.
Yep. Yeah, Chopper also has low HP, just naturally. So, he's kind of at risk of getting knocked out, especially if he gets double targeted. So, we want to keep him up the best that we can.
Exhaust Ball. Yeah, the Nami not having enough TP to do a second Thunder made it so we kind of lost a few turns on attacking, and we had to deal with the other enemies instead.
Yeah.
Also, Sanji seems to have a higher chance of crit against Bon Clay, because I've had some high crits come out on Bon Clay.
Yeah.
He crit with bow shot earlier. I've had it happen multiple times before.
Might just be that campfire bonus going ham.
Yeah.
Alright, so the Guts Ball will lower Bon Clay's guts, and it'll make it to where our specials are doing more damage. That was a great crit. Once again, crits ignore any stat bonuses and also just double your damage pretty much, so that was perfect. That crit cut out a lot of extra attacks, and we got the bonus with Sanji, so that's a lot of EXP.
For context of why that battle is so finicky, I actually lost 30 seconds in that fight, according to my splits.
Yeah. Yeah, it can go so many ways that are just not fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to figure out like the best way to handle it. I'm wondering if some of it is like should do more basic attacks in like
EP build up
in like the guard fight, like the 2 fights before, so that way there's more TP, so there's less need of like having to deal with like those like TP like basic tech recharge turns. But
yeah,
a lot of trial and error.
Yeah, it's weird because it feels like, you know, if you do that in the previous fight, it kind of like it's like you're using those charge turns anyway, but at the same time it's like which fight is charging TP faster in. It's just kind of hard, like TP management in general.
Yeah, unfortunately, because the items to buy for that stuff, they're kind of expensive, and we don't want to get like too wild with the like spending money. But there might be leeway room for me to actually buy TP items.
Yeah.
At least at this point, because we do tend to have a fair amount of money still.
Yeah. A lot of the TP items are also just kind of small regeneration, a bit like 40 TP or something like that, or like, something a little small. So Thunderbolt tempo is really expensive. For example, with Nami, it costs a lot of TP, so you might only get like 2 casts per fight or something like that.
Yeah, because it's this one is 75. But the one she gains in chapter 4 is 150.
Yeah, it's quite expensive. But it is very powerful, so it kind of balances out.
Alright, we've made it to the mausoleum. We're finally on our way to deal with Crocodile.
Yeah. Making pretty good time. It's up 2 hours still. So we're gonna grapple pretty much across the way here. Once we press this button.
Yeah, I gotta activate a couple little platforms here.
Yep. We gotta activate both buttons to connect us to the staircase in the middle. So nice little shortcut there with the grapple. And we'll press the other button to make our way down. Is this where we fight the Jugon?
Nah, that's when we come back here in chapter 3.
Okay, gotcha. So then we're just going straight to the next little puzzle area.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep, it's gonna pretty much be running around this area because we have to activate these. We're coming to this room, this like big room where we have to activate these like floor tiles to make a bridge form so we can actually get to the other side where the key is, so we can, because Crocodile is behind a door that's locked, so we've had to come down here to find the key into the room where him and the road poneglyph is.
Yep.
Like it was, like somewhat was in the original story, though they didn't go looking for a key.
Yeah.
Gameplay mechanics.
Another one of those little variations to match with the gameplay, yeah. Alright, so here is the big puzzle room for the mausoleum. It's not like a complex puzzle or anything. We just kind of have to find each of the plates to step on so that we can connect the pathway to get to the key. So it's also, this is where Mr. One's Haori is, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so we're also going to pick up a pretty strong attack item here as well, just to help with the incoming boss fight.
Yeah, we're going to make kind of like a little loop around the room here, triggering all the switches. So the first switch is here, and then the next switch is actually going to be below us, so we're going to head down below, and then come back up, and then go across the platform to the other side where the other two are.
Yep.
Once there's no invisible wall there, we can actually jump through the stairs, land at the bottom. Oh god!
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
I've never seen that before. Okay.
Did it crash?
It did. The game crashed. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
Wow. Well, there's a first for everything, I guess.
Wow, I wonder, that's gonna, if this still PBs, that's gonna be the weirdest PB ever.
Seriously. Thankfully, this game has an autosave feature, so we're not really in danger or anything.
We're not really in danger, no. We are A-okay, folks. If anything, I've got to hit those 2 switches again.
Yeah, so thank the devs for including that. But also, why is it crashing? Come on, guys.
I've been running, I've put 200 hours into this game, and I have been running it on since, like, I've been playing it since it came out practically, and I've never seen that.
I didn't either, yeah, and I mean, I play PC, but I haven't had any weird crashes like that either. That's strange. It was a gamer encounter too, so it's like, hey.
No touch the bat. We don't touch the bats. The bats are cursed.
Yes. That's so funny.
It's so funny. All right, we've got plenty of time to spare if we're trying to PB. I'm not actually trying to PB, but it would be funny if I could. Mostly because I don't know if I'll ever get this level of RNG luck again.
Oh yeah. Hey, it would be awesome to see a PB though. I'm rooting for you. Even with the funny crash.
Even with the funny crash, yeah. working our way through. This will be the last switch we activate here. Then from here, we just pretty much go back around the way we came. Because it's luckily is one giant kind of like loop, so we don't have to like run in a different direction. And honestly, we want to go this way anyway, because as I've been picking up cubes and stuff, we do want that Usopp cube, because I get exactly 3 Usopp cubes, because that will help us with a fight later where Usopp has to fight alone on a tight distance.
Yeah, that is a funny fight indeed.
Thankfully, that fight is both easy and dangerous depending on your luck with status ailments.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get a lot of feints back to back and it can be completely free, or you can get fainted yourself or stunned yourself and everything is scary.
Little time save I found the other day. Could actually grapple straight down by just turning right there. I was like, oh hey, I don't have to run down this way anymore.
Yeah, those grapple shortcuts really do shave off little bits of time that adds up, so it's great to have those.
Okay, so here we're gonna basically take all the gear from Nami, because she had the strongest gear to help with all the AoE fights. Take that off of her, put it on Luffy so he can really put it to Crocodile when we get here. We're gonna grab our key, and then we're gonna leave this mausoleum and never return until chapter 9.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We have to revisit Alabasta. It feels like a lot because we got to come back next chapter a little bit, and then also towards the end.
And it sounds like the DLC is gonna have us come back here too.
Yeah, probably so.
Okay, so we've got the key, so now we've got to head all the way back to the excuse me, beginning of the mausoleum and get our showdown with Crocodile going.
Oh yeah.
Luckily the enemy's back is turned, so I don't have to worry about dodging him. Wait till the top point highlights so we can grapple straight to it. Don't have to grapple to the lower one first. Then climb in and get to the other one. It was mentioned that dodging enemies is giving like Final Fantasy 13 flashback. Maybe I'll be an expert at dodging enemies if I ever run Final Fantasy 13. And then I am going to touch the safe spirit just to be safe. Because I cannot remember how the Bon Clay fight ended with everybody. So rather just kind of play it by ear and take a few seconds to do that. Alright. Fight some Crocodile. Right, we dying on Crocodile soup.
The man himself, so... This fight can be pretty dangerous. Crocodile does a lot of damage. He has a lot of HP, a lot of guts. He can make you bleed, which lowers your attack and also kind of makes you bleed out HP. So he's very strong. He also has some like really strong AoE attacks and even just like really high crit chance like regular attacks. So.
Yeah, luckily he tends to use his first turn. There's that dodge. He tends to use his first turn or two to oh, that's 2 dodges.
Alright.
We've got one more coming.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm making sure Sanji gets there before he gets enclosed by a tornado.
Yeah. We definitely didn't want that to happen because then he would be stuck in front of the tornado until he took it out. But that's a great crit.
Yeah, luckily the bow shot is a range move, so even if he was stuck by a tornado, he could have.
He has something to do. Yeah.
Alright, Luffy's TP is a bit on the low side. Yeah, sometimes Crocodile will throw like two tornadoes out on his first 2 turns, which is helpful, but not always. Nami's gonna actually heal because of all the damage we've kind of taken at this point.
Yeah, you kind of need someone on the sidelines out there to heal, because everyone on the front line in front of Crocodile is susceptible to those AoE attacks, things like that. So Nami can't really do much here. She's a speed type, so having her heal is a good move.
Yeah, it's just going to be a neutral type. But, I mean, she can still put out some decent damage if we have her attack.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the 1 HP warrior.
Oh, he's back.
I should have went for a different... Okay. So Nami finished off the fight. But that's not it for Crocodile.
We get some good heals.
Yep, we got heals, thankfully, but we got round 2. You want to explain what the game does here with this mechanic?
Yeah, so basically for the main bosses, they get kind of powered up by like the Memoria Cube energy, basically. So they're just a lot beefier and just do a lot more damage overall, crit more, things like that. So yeah, we're fighting a powered up version of Crocodile at this point. Very good crit there.
Yeah, so this is a fight we're actually going to use the bond move to avoid any dodges that we were talking about, since he can't dodge bond moves. This way we don't have to deal with the chance of an attack ineffective that might hit us. And just to avoid Luffy getting hit with bleed, we're going to have him attack first before Crocodile's turn. There's a chance that this is going to make me bleed.
Yep.
Go lower, just like it did.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but we're still doing pretty decent damage.
Use Chopper to go ahead and heal up. And we're actually going to have Nami do a bronze bat suit. Heal everybody up. Crocodile's going to take his turn. That's fine. As long as it's not Luffy, I'm okay with the outcome.
Yep. Luffy is our main damage here.
Yes. Just got to get to the next turn. And just to avoid something happening to Luffy, we're going to Mirage Tempo him for safety. So he'll dodge the next attack in case Crocodile hits him. Oh, look out, Chopper. This is probably going to give us I was going to say, it's going to give us the tutorial on a character dying.
Yeah, it's a little bit slow, but it's okay.
Yeah. And the fight's
Alright,
over.
very good.
And thankfully, even funny enough with the game crashing, that basically took about a minute, that ate up about a minute. So luckily, we didn't take too much of a hit. But Chopper, no! Chopper
Rip to the little buddy. Alright.
I was just gonna say, yeah, to what Glitch was saying, games mechanic, for story reasons, you defeat the boss, and then a glitch in the system happens, and they power up like crazy.
Yep. It happens pretty much all of like the major bosses in the game. So peace is restored in Alabasta. Now we're just gonna be doing a little bit of extra stuff before we get back to the boat. You're gonna do some shopping here?
Yeah, I'm going to. What I've done is I've made it so I buy these items instead of picking them up around the beach. So they kind of talk about some of the stuff I've been collecting and why I've been collecting it. So there, I bought 6 sandy shells. Earlier in the first 2 chapters, I picked up 6 ogre onions, and then in chapter 8 and 4, I'm gonna pick up 6 spicy urchins, and I'm going to buy 6 shrimp in chapter 8. And the reason is because those items are going to allow me to make a food item called a dressed shrimp paella. And it is a very powerful food item because it not only guarantees your next hit will be critical, but I think it's a 30% attack boost. I'm forgetting the number. It's like 25 or 30% attack boost. And
Yeah,
we utilize that for like basically the last like 5 boss battles, because the final battle we use it twice.
Yep. And so here we're basically just kind of regrouping with our crew. Everybody's in different places. We just got to go fetch everybody and round them up. And then once we've gotten everyone together, we can start to head back to the island. Another thing is, pretty much after every major chapter, there is another temple that we go through to fight another Colossus for the most part.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing that as well at some point.
Oh, I lied. The last ogre onions are picked up here.
Ah, gotcha.
I used to pick up more. I used to pick up 10 ogre onions. But I routed out one of the dishes that used used 4 of them, so now I only pick up like 6 like at all.
Gotcha. Yeah, ogre onions are a good ingredient. They make a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. Yep,
So
just
now-
collecting the crew, so just gotta get Sanji, and then we're gonna head back to the capital here.
Yep, Sanji is kind of like hidden. He's like chatting it up with some ladies in the corner, and it's kind of hard to see him if you don't know where he is already and you're taking a certain angle.
Yeah, if you come from the other side, I think you can like accidentally miss him potentially,
Yeah.
because of the fact that he's like pushed in the corner.
Yeah, when I first played this, I was like, where is this man? I was running around for like 20 minutes.
But it is now time to return. Get on with our bad self.
Yep. So I'm pretty sure we're going back to like the central square area first, and then we're gonna have like a feast in the castle or the palace. So once we have the feast, we gotta have the feast after we've defeated the big evil. So just a One Piece tradition.
Exactly. You know, I kind of wish that the game had a rendition of Bink's sake in here, but we don't go to Thriller Bark, so I guess I can understand why it's not in here. But I thought that'd be kind of cool. Out of nowhere,
Dude, yeah.
you just heard the song.
Exactly. Bink sake slaps so hard. All right, so everything is all good. So now we should be heading back.
Yeah, that shop I did earlier. I realized that I have enough money that I can just buy the 6 sandy shells. You can technically get them for free here in a little bit. So in a moment, we're going to go back to Nanohana. We're going to head to our ship. And when we head to the ship, there are a bunch of like glowy pickup spots on the ground. They are all sandy shells. The problem is like the story point is like literally to your left. It's a very short distance. The pickup points, while Luffy is made of rubber and can reach far, he's not able to just reach automatically every single point. And so you do use up a little bit of time going from each point to collect 6 of those items. Whereas you could just, go to a shop, click L1, click X to say buy, L1, and then scroll over to the right for 6 and buy.
Yeah. A lot quicker to just menu everything versus having to manually pick up.
Yeah, you'll see in a moment here when we turn the corner, the glowy items on the ground will be sandy shells. So normally you would pick them up, but like I said, you kind of have to go out of your way to get 6 of them, whereas here I just turn the corner and bam, we're moving on, versus having to like run back this way.
Yep. And just a little backstory, just for what's going on in the story as well. Lim is the one who controls the Memoria cubes. Basically, she lets you go in and lets you, explore your memories and get everything back. She also is the one who took your memories. But she's not a fan of pirates. She doesn't like pirates pretty much at all. That's kind of why she did it to begin with. But as she kind of adventures with you and starts to realize, these guys aren't so bad. Like, they're not the kind of pirates that I think they are. She kind of starts to warm up to you guys and becomes really, good character as it goes on.
Now we've unlocked more abilities.
Yes, feels good, man. So
Feels
having
good.
that extra row is a nice little benefit.
Especially because the accessories are like Tetris pieces.
Yeah, you got to fit them all in there, and they all have their own unique sizes and whatnot. So the more space you have, the better.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, because it's way slower to manually equip stuff, we do rely on the recommended, which does work well enough that it always utilizes how it should. But yeah, thank God, because like, manually equipping items is just
It is
very
super
so slow.
especially the more items you have in your inventory. Like a lot of the time, you have to buy a ton of stuff because you have so many party members.
Yeah.
Scrolling through everything is extremely slow, but here we'll kind of see Robin's fusion mechanic. So we can fuse items onto each other. Awesome. So you have a chance of getting...
Hey.
Oh, amazing. Very good. So, yeah, you have a chance of just getting done, which is just, you know, normal base stat added to the item. Success is, what is it, 15%?
No, it's like 100 and it's like 150. I want to say. Oh wait,
oh, okay.
I forgot. Yeah, it's like 150%, and then it's like 200%.
Yeah. So basically, depending on the success of your craft, you can get bonuses that add to your stats. So we got a success and a triumph. That's pretty good for having fuse for the early game. So that gives us like a nice little extra boost for our damage here. It is a big point of RNG in the run because obviously if you get like maximum triumphs on everything, you're going to be doing way more damage than someone who may not have. So it is one of the RNG things in the game, but even with normal just done success, you can still get through the game just fine. But the better the stats, the faster you go.
Hey, my plan worked.
Nice, very good.
I bought extra attack items so that way Robin could get. So what will normally happen there with my routing up to this point is I'll use up so many of those because when you do the fusing, you do lose the item because it takes that this generic attack 114 item and absorbs it into that like named accessory with the slots.
Yeah.
And, or just accessory with a slot because you can if the other ones have slots you can still do it. But what will normally happen there up until just like in the impromptu routing change idea is Robin, there would be no more attack items for the fourth party member. And so of course Robin, who actually has some use in these the next couple of fights we have to do, won't deal as much damage as I would want to maybe make them go quicker. So buying a couple extra attack items when I passed the Oasis shop back in chapter 2 now allowed Robin, as you saw there, to actually have 3 items put on her.
Yeah, and that'll give a decent little damage boost for her because, like, characters without items really don't do great damage at all. So having anything is better than nothing.
Yeah. Here we get to finally use fast travel.
Yeah, so we're in Dust Ruins now, but we have to get across this quicksand to get to the other side and actually begin the ruins section. So we're actually going to have to go back to Alabasta to meet up with a little mover, just a little crab guy, so that we can ride him to get across the quicksand. It's kind of like we did to get to Rain Dinners.
Yeah, because Luffy was like, I have an idea. Let's go talk to Lim. And like, he's like, why don't we bring the crab back with us?
Yeah. And yeah, Lim can basically, you know, put things into cubes and bring them outside to the real world. So nice. He got the mash to skip the text. So normally you would have to wait for everyone to stop talking to do the fast travel, but he mashed fast enough to where we skipped all that dialogue and went straight to the Oasis. So that's good.
Yeah, normally Chopper and like Robin and a few others will like talk. So you just kind of awkwardly are just either standing there or running around Nanohana waiting for them to shut up because you're not going to run faster than they'll talk. So you'll need to warp here regardless. But yeah, Luffy is like, hey, let's get the big crab. But we find out that Lim here in a little bit can't actually take an item of this massive size out of the Memoria in a cube like we wanted to. So then we're like, oh, what about the smaller one? Then we're gonna have to go back to the mausoleum next. Yep.
She has a limit to how much she can utilize her power, and this boy is just a little too big, so.
A teeny bit large.
Yeah, so now we go get the little lad. We're gonna go to the mausoleum here, and he's gonna be on the bottom floor that we didn't actually get to visit prior. So there's going to be like a little fight with some dugongs and some extra enemies and whatnot, and then we'll be able to take him back with us.
Yeah, the good old dugongs want to test their strength, so we've got a couple solo battles here. The first one is going to be with Luffy. This fight is pretty basic and easy. Luffy takes him out with like very little effort because they're just the same type. There's a fruit fly in my face.
Oh no! It's trying to make you throw.
Apparently. We basically just have Luffy eject pistols twice, takes out the dugong. Very easy fight for him. Now the next fight can be dangerous, unfortunately, because Usopp is going to be thrown into a solo fight, and it is a type disadvantage. And the dugongs have the ability to feint you as well. But luckily, we can feint them. So the fight does heavily rely on Usopp's rubber band of doom, knocking this guy out of commission and just kind of stun locking him until we can take him out.
Yeah, so this is a battle of stun proc chance. So hopefully we get the upper hand here. We want to get the feint before he gets one. And nice, we got that. So we're basically just going to be spamming rubber band just to make sure we keep the damage and the feints up. But Usopp's really strong here, so we should be able to take him out. Hopefully this one feints as well.
It did not.
We got unlucky, but he just did a basic attack, so we're good. Yeah, he can decide, I might want to stun you back, buddy. I might need to get some revenge. And if that happens, it gets really scary because Usopp will take a lot of damage. But that was great. No problems there.
Yeah, and then you do want to be mindful of your TP, because technically if you do get a... the smarter strat would be is if you do get a stun that lasts more than a turn to basic attack, because one, the animation's faster, you'll lose some damage, of course, but if you run out of TP and then you suddenly can't do a rubber band of doom before you kill him, then it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, it gets sketchy. So here is the Dugong homies. They're all grouped up, wanting to test their strength even more. So we're going to fight a group of them, and we're just going to try to type advantage, AoE type of attacks and whatnot to wipe them out as quick as we can.
Thankfully the bleed damage will help. We're going to actually take Nami out because her Thunder move doesn't work well on ground types for Pokemon fans out there.
Yeah, Robin with the extra attack and the double feint actually does really good here.
Then I'm actually... sorry, a big brain fart.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to like make those on-the-fly decisions based on HP and stuff. Yeah. One thing about this game is especially when you're in like mob fights like this, you sometimes have to just kind of make decisions on the fly, and if you don't want to lose time, you got to think fast. So sometimes you can lag behind, like, should I do this? Is this the right move? But you got to stick to your guns a lot of the time.
Yeah. It does get to a point where too much hesitation will hurt in some ways. All right, can we get can I get the dialogue skip here too?
Get that mash on.
Not a good masher.
Let's see. Hey, yes we are. All right, so nice. We got the early fast travel. Once again, we don't have to wait for the text to disappear, and we can just head straight back. So, very good job getting both of those.
Yeah, if you end up getting the dialogue on that one, you open up the chest that's in front of you. It's a defense item, so it doesn't play much into like the scope of it, but it can help if you like want to give a character a little bit more beefiness. Like maybe they're a support character in a battle, like Brook, for instance, who isn't like when we get to the chapter 8 where Brook is involved. We don't really use him for damage. We use him to attack buff, and we don't necessarily want him to die potentially.
Yeah. For sure. So now we are back on the island, so now we can actually go through the Dust Ruins and fight the Colossus at the end. So each ruin is kind of set up with like its own set of like puzzles, platforming, things like that. So we're just gonna go through, solve the puzzles in the area, and we'll explain those as we see them. And we'll get to the Colossus at the end.
Yeah, the Dust Ruins is probably the is the one with the biggest puzzle.
Yeah, for sure.
Compared, because there's not the Fire Colossus actually doesn't have a ruin, so there's only 3 ruins that we visit for Colossus battles, because the Fire Colossus is actually like island security, so he's just roaming around on the island, keeping an eye on things.
Yep. So yeah, the boys and girls just hop on the back of the little mover. Everybody's crowded and crammed on top, but we made it to the other end and we can actually start the ruins here. So the Dust Ruins have this interesting mechanic where you can basically flip the rooms inside of the ruins. And based on the rooms being flipped, there's like different levels on the roof and on the ground. So we have to utilize those to get through.
And I activate the fast travel point there because I am going to fast travel back to the beginning instead of having to run back through some of the rooms that we go through because the time it takes to run across the rooms takes a lot more time. Plus, when we flip the rooms upside down and you have to flip the room back, you have to skip a cutscene. When you fast travel, it actually forces the rooms to flip back to normal anyway.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, so you don't have to actually trigger it and then watch a cutscene and then skip the cutscene.
That's awesome.
And it just cuts down on some of the back and forth, especially like well, one I didn't realize this was a thing, so this was funny when I checked if you had done something similar. I was like watching your run and I saw you enter a room and then get a cutscene and then leave the room. And originally I'd been getting in the room, running to the end of it, triggering another cutscene because I thought you had to watch that cutscene.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the one where you spot the shiny thing on the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing is really deceptive. Like,
yes,
for a long time when we were doing the first route of the game, we didn't really know what caused us to be able to progress at that part. But yeah, it's just the very first cutscene where you spot, hey, there's something shiny up there. But for a while, we also thought we had to run all the way around and trigger the last one as well. So yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, so it was like because I thought about it too. I was like, I wonder if I could just watch the first cutscene, and then I saw you were doing that. I was like, God damn, why didn't I just do that?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, now we know. So we're gonna be saving time there. But yeah, this room is like the ground floor basically. If once the room gets flipped, it's gonna be like a totally different room. But we just basically turned the little mirrors to reflect light and open that door. And we press that button to activate the trigger here.
Yeah, but we're not gonna flip the room yet because what we were just talking about, we're gonna need to trigger this cutscene first because we're trying to maximize our time and reduce the amount of like room flipping that we do.
Yeah. So there's a little cutscene that plays right when you get to the bottom of the stairs here. You notice that there is an item on the roof. That item is one of the slabs that you need to actually get down into the lower level of the mausoleum. You need to get 2 slabs from each side of the ruins here. So that's one of them. You have to spot it first before it's grabbable. So now that we've seen that, we can get it later. And then we're going to start to flip the rooms and visit the opposite end of each room.
Yeah, and the reason why we're going to do that is back to the kind of the fast travel thing I was talking about. So we want to come to the room we were just in first, because after we get the slab, the exit is pretty close. That running to it is perfectly fine and more ideal than warping. But the other room with the mirrors and the light puzzle, that room you have to run back the exact direction you went through to get to the end to trigger the switch. And so that one we want to warp back in, and so we don't want to do that first because then we'll have to flip the room again, because we have to flip it back around and then go back to that room to actually get the slab in that other room.
Yeah, this dungeon is pretty tricky with the way you have to do things with the room flipping and the order that you access each room and things like that. So we've got it down to where it's pretty much optimal, the routes that we take, but yeah, casually it can get kind of confusing.
That encounter we have to take because that Kabuto is literally blocking the road. But thankfully we can just flee from it.
Yeah, and he disappears. We can get past him, no problem. Yeah, I've tried everything. I've tried, like, you know, switching characters to, like, smaller characters, getting around the corners. Nah, nothing works. That dude is blocking the way. But yeah, that's the shiny thing that they saw on the roof there. So since they got that cutscene, we were able to grab that item. Otherwise, it would not have been grabbable, and you would have had to go back all over again. So thankfully, we got that. We're going to take a shortcut to get back to the main room here.
So I question that cutscene because that cutscene is also where Audio reveals to us he has a devil fruit called the grab fruit. And I'm just thinking, couldn't you have just grabbed it?
Yeah, like, why didn't you just send your hand up there and just pick it off the roof, man? Like, you're making us do too much work here. It's like, nah, bro, you gotta have fun playing video games. Come on. Okay, so now we are in the flipped mirror room. So we basically have to set up the mirrors to reflect to another door to unlock it here so that we can get to the next area. It's only a few mirrors that we have to actually touch, I believe. I don't think we have to like do all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just 2 mirrors we have to touch. The reason we have to flip the room is because one of those mirrors is stuck under sand. So by flipping the room, it allows us to open up the sand. I do deviate over here to get this attack boost item for the boss, for the Wind Colossus, just to help with our DPS output, and plus give us a little bit of defense.
It's not very out of the way, so it's good.
No, it's not, yeah. I mean, it can be easily routed if you, if you want to take the slight extra risk. Because, I mean, it's 15% attack boost and then, 15% defense boost. But here's where we do the fast travel back instead of literally running through that entire area, because it's not like a straight shot. It's like a lot of, run around this platform. Because the game has a lot of invisible walls, so, while there might be, a railing, you think to yourself, hey, I can just jump over that railing, because this makes the most sense. The game's like, no, you can't jump over that railing. It's like, oh, it's just a tiny little ledge.
It's like, the game won't let you do it the right way.
Exactly. So
it's weird because
quicker.
Yeah, it's weird because I think when we were looking into it, there are some one-sided invisible walls too, where it's like, well, you can't jump up to this platform from this side, but you can jump off of it, type of thing.
Yeah.
So they try their best to keep you on track and make you play it the way that they designed it. So, unfortunately, a lot of places don't really have skips in that way.
Yeah, I've looked for as much optimization with ledges and things as I can find, but we're coming up to sort of a mid boss in a way of this dungeon, or one of 2 mid bosses if you want to count the next fight as a boss fight too. We get a rematch with a Sandora dragon, but this one is made of fire. Referred to as a volcano dragon. So for this fight, we actually have Usopp. That's why we gave him the strongest gear at this point, because Usopp Hammer is going to do a huge amount of damage. We've got a powered up volcano dragon, which I don't think I've ever seen before.
I haven't either, actually.
And I'm actually going to do something slightly different here, and it's going to be a little risky. I'm going to have Robin actually slap the dugongs, well, not where I wanted them, so that backfired a little bit, but we'll make it work. And then we're going to just focus on the dragon because of the fact that he's trying to power up and wreck our face.
Yeah, good crit though.
Yes. We've got a lot more powerful moves, so as you can see, we're really hitting the boss pretty hard.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's possible to defeat this guy within the next turn. He's got so much health. But it might be. We'll see.
We're fine.
Okay, there we go.
Usopp will kill him.
Yeah, I forget how turns really work in this game sometimes. It's like everyone has to go before the turn's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. I do need to build up some TP to make the next fight a little bit safer, so we are going to have our Zoro and Luffy do that. Same thing with Robin.
Nice, we're getting Tempesta. That's good. He usually does Tempesta in these group mob fights, so
yeah, he'll spam it.
Yeah, it's like an AoE free attack from Audio, so it's pretty good. Extra damage.
Yeah, admittedly, the strat of the fight would go a little different. I would actually have so that was slower than I would normally do because of the dramatic event.
Yeah.
I would normally have only Usopp attack the dragon and let the others focus on the dugongs to get them out of the way quicker, so there's less turns you have to sit through. Because of the dramatic, I decided to do an impromptu change and see what that yield experience-wise.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't super high. Sometimes the dramatic multipliers are just weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, still EXP is EXP, but it is starting to fall off a little bit since we're getting to be a higher level. We're not really gaining like huge bonuses to stats as much as we used to.
No.
They're pretty small boosts, and they aren't really as effective as items are at this point. So we won't really care as much for dramatic encounters as we go on.
No, I mean, we still, like, for like bosses, like, it's still worth, if you can, obviously don't lose the time. If you can get the dramatic, it will help with the extra levels, because those usually give a lot of experience still.
Yes.
But yeah, something like that I probably could have just ignored. I think I was, because it is a powered up attack, I was a little worried that like Usopp dies, and like Usopp dying would definitely potentially hurt that fight a little bit more. So, but it is worth knowing now. So next time I might just risk it.
Yeah.
Let fate take the wheel.
Yeah, and the old route basically, as like I would say after about Water 7 or so, we just pretty much ignored every like bonus EXP unless it was like really late game where you get a ton of EXP.
Yeah.
But yeah, we would just ignore it because of the fact that like we'd only get like plus 40 attack or something small versus attack crowns or something that'll give you like plus 300. So
yeah. All right. Very interesting organization, but I'm gonna actually use this to my advantage. With Luffy and Zoro on the same spot.
Yep, so we have the Sandy Delcons, basically just like the first enemy we fought in the game, but desert version. So we got a good stun or a good feint on one of them there with Robin, so it's gonna spend less time attacking. Also, I'm pretty sure you can get confused by these guys.
Yeah.
And it is not fun because you will attack your own teammates and you're very strong. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I hate it so much. Yeah, the confusion, getting confused is very painful when it does happen.
So yeah, knocking them out and reducing the chance of that happening is nice. Audio obviously gives us a little extra damage and AoE there. He's not super strong, but like, you know, it helps. It can help finish off some things, but we got a confusion, unfortunately, on Luffy.
No, we got a feint, which is
it's a feint.
better than the confusion.
Gotcha, yeah, I didn't see it all the way. But yeah, that is a lot better, because at least, you know, we're not attacking our teammates. There we go, yeah. Chopper confused is like, it sucks, but he's not going to destroy us.
Right. Hey, Dugong's powering up.
Alright, so...
we'll have to go help Robin.
We got Rashomon, very strong.
Tempesta. We'll have Luffy take care of Chopper's group without killing the Dugong.
Give us that bonus EXP anyways, not bad. So that's when it's pretty decent.
We got another one.
Alright, well this could be nice. We could get like a really big chunk because of the quad bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. So, we'll see what happens.
This should kill the Delgong. Delcong.
Gotcha, good stuff.
So it's about on par for pace. It's a little bit over 4 minutes into the split, which is about
14k, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. We're like almost level 30.
Yeah. Levels are going good so far.
Yeah. Now it's time to do a couple more mirror puzzles and then deal with the Wooden Colossus.
Okay, so yeah, we just kind of grapple onto the buttons here because it's faster than walking up and pressing them. This button in the back here, I've messed up pressing it so many times where that happens. it'll like rocket behind you, like it's still locking onto the one behind you. So actually, you didn't get it.
Yeah,
so.
you just gotta walk a little bit in front of the button, and then it shouldn't do it.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would mess me up all the time.
Yeah, that one's rough.
All right, so we got the Wind Colossus here.
Yeah, and we're gonna see how RNG's faring today, because if he does Crushing Chaos King, It might be a little ugly.
Let's hope for the best.
Yes, let's hope for the best. But we do start the fight by actually taking Robin out for Nami, just from a support role perspective. Try and help with a lot of the bleed risk that happens. So she actually uses that herb grilled Bobo bird. The start gives us a little bit of a defense in guts. Let's see what the Colossus does. Okay, we didn't get these Crushing King Chaos. Of course, Luffy is bleeding. Yeah, that one's not a terrible start. So gonna have to heal Luffy first, so he can get max DPS. We're gonna Jet Bazooka, because Jet Bazooka will also cause Gear 2 to happen. And with Gear 2, we are able to get a boost to attack, which is super helpful.
Yeah, and it does stack with the attack bonus that we got from the Bobo Breast, so pretty good.
Yeah, you can basically stack up. You can stack up to equivalent of 1,000 or 100%.
Yeah. And there's a really slow defense boost that we do not need, but we can't really avoid it. Audio just does what he does.
That was really good RNG there, getting that as the first move, or as the move. We want to see bladed truths, especially if they're on audio.
Yeah, we don't want to have to heal or get harassed by the Colossus if we can help it.
Yeah. Alright, Luffy's gonna actually do increased damage. We're gonna actually have Nami Mirage Luffy. That's what to help avoid him getting caught with bleed and also taking damage.
Ooh, nice.
And we're gonna take a risk here. I'm gonna actually do a little damage with Chopper, and then fight should be over once Luffy gets his turn back. Because Luffy has Mirage up, that Colossus is not going to hurt Luffy, and one more bazooka will kill the Colossus. So the fight should be over once Luffy gets his turn. And we got Storm Helix Blade, which is fine. Now we don't have to waste time healing. Apparently, we somehow manipulated the turnover enough to let him go twice, but that's fine.
Nice.
And he's now down.
With the bonus. Very good. Alright. So that is the Wind Colossus and Dust Ruins completed.
Time to get back into our memories.
Oh, yeah. So now we just kind of head back to Audio's house, we regroup, and then we head to Water 7.
Yeah, this is another one of those moments where we do have to run out of the dungeon, even though we should be able to fast travel. Do you want to mention, from a story perspective, one of the cutscenes I skipped there, we saw we didn't see the person, but they were talking about like the second Colossus has been defeated.
Yeah, so if I remember right, basically we saw Robin look at a tablet. Those tablets kind of explain like the ancient lore of the island and whatnot, and the purpose of the Colossus in defending the island and everything. So basically, once you defeat all of the Colossus, the island has like this aura that protects it, and that aura will be basically destroyed, and the island will be vulnerable to attack and damage and things like that. So since the second Colossus has been defeated, it's weakened, and now once we defeat 2 more, the island will open up and things will get a little bit sus. But that's what I remember from it. I'm not sure if I'm missing something. But
yeah, I mean, no, that's what I remember, because admittedly I haven't watched the cutscenes of the man, but that's what I remember.
Me neither.
That's what I remember too. You know, Life of a Speedrunner. We watched the cutscenes the first time we play, and then it's just kind of out of our brain the next.
Yep. We got to save that room for strats and stuff. So
exactly, menus.
Exactly. So now we are back in Memoria. We're gonna head straight to Water 7 with Lim. Water 7 in this game looks awesome. Like, the first time I saw it, I was just like blown away by how cool it looked. So I was like, man, this is really full scale. Like, Water 7's like the first time I've seen that in a One Piece game look that good. So it's a really cool location.
Yeah, it was really nice to run around the city.
Yeah, I'm not sure if do you do any crafting or anything once you get here, or do you do it a little bit later?
Later, because I wait until after I'm able to buy the attack items.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
So we won't be able to do it until after. So Robin's with us right now, but we can't get to a Yoisa to buy. So here we can buy 154 items from a Yoisa, but we can't actually get to the Yoisa until a bit later when some stuff happens. You'll see her after a little bit. And the problem is Robin is not in our party then, so we don't really have the ability to like go craft at that time. So I save it until Robin comes back to our party, and then I do the crafting.
Yeah, and this is another one of those kind of parallels to the actual story of Water 7. During Water 7, in the anime and the manga, Robin leaves the crew for a little bit because she has her stuff going on with CP9 and all those characters and whatnot. So in the game as well, even though we're only reliving memories, she kind of disappears for a little bit also, until the later half of this arc. So,
well, luckily this time it's not by choice. That's because she gets frozen by Aokiji.
Yeah.
So
True
yeah, they end up doing differently is because Usopp. So we don't really have Usopp for any of this chapter. So that's the thing. So luckily there's not enough technique fights where we would want both Usopp and Nami, thankfully. Usopp is pretty much never used in the story of this chapter.
Yeah.
Because he's like gone the whole time. So he wanted to stay on the Mary because if you've seen the anime, you know with the Mary and what happens. So he wants to stay with the ship. He wants to spend some time with it. So he's not with us. And what ends up happening is, the ship gets taken by the Frankie family. Usopp's on the ship. CP9 basically misunderstands Usopp's connection with Cuddy Flem or Frankie. And so they end up kidnapping him and Frankie instead of kidnapping Frankie and Robin.
Yep. That is a good explanation there. So, yeah, that kind of parallels why Usopp's gone here as well. So, yeah, a couple party members will be missing for a little bit, but we do end up getting them back. But yeah, Usopp mostly not used for the majority of this at all.
Yeah. So we detoured a little bit there to pick up our third Robin cube because we are going to need that cube for after this chapter. Not even directly after this chapter. We're gonna need it for after the next chapter, before we get into chapter 6, because then we're gonna have the upgraded form of fusing, where we'll be able to fuse up to 2 additional slots. So if an item has, because we were talking about fusing earlier, basically if an item has up to 4 items, will have up to 4 slots. One of which is usually its inherent stat, and then the other 3 are empty slots. And we need to upgrade Robin's fuse ability through cubes to be able to unlock more slots. And so that was the 3rd cube I needed so we can unlock level 1. And then there'll be, thankfully, in the next dungeon, there's literally a cube that will give us 3 Robin cubes. So that just kind of takes care of that. But here we are, Dock 1. We detour a little bit to activate that fast travel point because of something that was said earlier by Glitch. Basically, after we're done at the end of this chapter and the whole, hey, we're going to have a party, because it's traditional like One Piece, we have a party, and then we leave the island. We can actually fast travel straight to the dock by triggering that point now versus being forced to run along to get there later.
Yeah, it would be a really long run if we didn't have the ability to do that.
Oh my god, that would be so painful. But here we were trying to find Lucci because we know Lucci's bad. Unlike in the anime where, we didn't know, Lucci was pretending to be a carpenter and Kaku and everybody were hiding within Galley Law. And so we're trying to find Lucci. We can't find him. We go see Grandma. She basically is having trouble at the restaurant because they're crazy busy and she needs her daughters. So we're kind of roped into this, finding her 2 daughters, random offshoot quest that they have us doing here.
Yeah, and it's funny because the daughters are, kind of daydreaming off in different areas. One of them, wants to be a shipwright. She's like, I just really like ships, and I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be a shipwright. It's this one up here. And we just basically tell her, nah, well, we can say either thing, but the funny thing is to just be like, nah, you need to go work at the restaurant. Like, you don't worry about your dreams. This is One Piece, but your dream is to work at the restaurant. We need to get past this game. So, yeah, she really wants to be a shipwright. We just go with the first option, which is just keep doing what you like to do. So she's like, okay, cool, I'll go help Granny, and I'll get back to my passion. And then the other lady, I think she has like a romantic interest or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. I'm matching the dialogue, so I can't remember.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. She's like, do I tell them that I like them? And you're like, yeah, man, go for it. And she's like, okay. And then she goes back to work as well, so...
And we did detour a little bit to open that chest because it has Polly's goggles, which is an attack boosting item. Very high attack boosting item that probably one of the highest ones we have at this point, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. It is the I'm in love with somebody, you should be direct with them.
Yeah,
speed
exactly. Read. So yeah, we spoke to both of the daughters, and now we just go back to Granny, let her know, like, hey, we got them coming back to the shop, and then we can head out from here.
Yeah, we're gonna do, at some point, whenever I feel like it, I'm gonna do a menu here before we get to the next boss, because we're gonna have to fight Aokiji. Aokiji is a technique type. At this point, Nami is our only person who has speed typing, because we don't have Usopp. And so to make the fight pretty much be only one turn, we need to give Nami all of the strongest gear we possess that is currently on Luffy. So the menu is very quick. It's basically just swap their gears around. And then that will allow us to ensure that Nami will do like a little, in most cases, a little bit over 2,000. So actually, funny enough, did the math on this. You have to do 3,895 damage on Aokiji to end the fight, and that's because all the Admiral fights, with the exception of 2 of them, you don't actually win the fight. You just have to get them to half HP. There's a few fights like that in this game where the game doesn't treat it as like you're expected to win, and so once you get them to about half HP, the game is usually like, okay, the fight's over.
Yeah, a lot of them are just threshold based. But yeah, we'll see more of that after this chapter. But yeah, we will run into Aokiji pretty soon here. And it can be a dangerous fight if Ice Age freezes, or if any of his attacks freezes for that matter. But Woady's got it set up to where it's pretty much good to go at this point, so I don't think we'll have to worry.
Yeah, I mean, this fight, up until I did some labbing, it was a huge pain. Because what would happen is, because Aokiji could do Ice Age, he could do moves that just really hit hard. Because the problem is, Nami will do a lot of damage. Nami can take a hit to save her life, and so
that is true.
Without utilizing the menu we do there, so she can do max damage, it made it riskier. And then because of the dodging, it also made it riskier. But thankfully, because we know bond moves cannot be dodged, all we have to do is a bond move from Luffy, Zoro, and Nami, and the fight will end. And so we just have to hope his first attack is not the worst one he could do.
Yeah.
But we'll always open with Nami doing the first attack, just in case he does Ice Age, because then we're at least, the most DPS is out of the way. So we just do the bond move. This probably do 2.7 or something. Of course, he does Ice Age.
Of course.
This game is trying to be funny. Let's see, that's why, because Nami can't take a hit. And then Zoro will probably end this fight. And that should be the end of the fight. Nope,
okay.
Because
1 HP more.
It pretty much, it was like 100 or 200 off.
Yeah.
She did 2.7, he did 1 point. So that was like 3.7, and it's 3.895. So yeah, so it was like 200 damage off.
Yep, and this is where Robin leaves the party. She was frozen solid. Zoro and
Luffy
Sanji are going to be... Oh yeah, that's right, Luffy as well. Zoro and Sanji are basically rushing back to the ship to thaw out their homies. We have to walk back manually pretty much. We can't fast travel at this point. So, Zoro, surprisingly enough, actually knows where he's going for once in this scene. He's heading back, and Sanji's like, "No, man, this isn't the way." He's like, "I'm pretty sure it is." He's like, "Oh, wait, you're right." So the one time when it really matters, Zoro knows where he's going.
I always love when people pop into my chat when I'm speedrunning this, and they'll say like, "Man, I wish if you controlled Zoro, your mini map went away."
Yeah, that'd be funny, but it would also hurt a lot.
Luckily, I run the same path every time. I'd be good. I'm fine. I don't need the mini map.
So here we take the Yagura back to the dock area of Water 7. And then we head back to the ship here.
Clockwork. I saw that comment in chat. Yeah.
Alright, so we're almost there. And once we get here, isn't there a mob fight once you get to the ship? Yeah.
So we get here and we find that the Going Merry is gone, and that's because the Frankie family has stolen the ship.
Yep. And then we gotta have our first run-in with them.
Yeah, luckily the fight's pretty straightforward and pretty easy. Even though, like, Nami is basically on 1 HP because of the previous fight, it's fine. Because she's just going to use Thunderbolt Tempo to nuke the field for the most part, which will take out, depending on the level, possibly 2 of them. And then we will have... let's see, so... most likely Zoro is going to do his AoE move to deal with these guys, because it will kill them. And then Sanji and... because I only have these 4, so even though Sanji has no gear or Chopper has any gear on him, this is just kind of what we are using.
Heals come on, dude.
I know, right? The heal's fine, you know, because...
yeah, it's better than getting attacked, I guess.
Exactly, and just so Nami can get a little bit more TP, plus she has the highest attack right now, technically. We have her attack. We get out of that fight. We are going to touch a save point at some point, obviously to heal Nami back up.
Yep.
Mostly because we're at such a higher level than normal right now that the chance of us leveling from one of the random fights that we have to do with the low XP they give, it's not as high because the threshold goes up each time.
Yeah. Alright, so now we are heading back and we're going to go to like the hot spring area because we need to get to some warm water to thaw out the homies. So we gotta go back into town, and then there's like a bathhouse type of area at the upper left of Water 7, and we're gonna be wanting to get in there to make sure we can thaw them out.
Yeah, when I was first going through and like kind of figuring out like what's the most optimized route, I was like, well, do I go to the left or do I go to the top? Because realistically, they look like they're the same distance. But with the discovery that there is a crate here with some spicy urchin in it, one of only 2 crates, it makes more sense to go this way. Because we had no other point other than a detour would pass by this crate. Because the only other way we'd get this crate is if we come back this way like we do after all this segment. And then we run to the left, obviously, you know, losing a little bit of time having a detour when we literally just pass it right here. Because
yeah, that's right.
For some reason, there are only 6 spicy urchins in the entire game, as far as I'm aware. I'm not aware of any other place other than a chest in Chapter 8 and that crate right there of Zoro. Will you
that's
find
wild.
that? Yeah, I agree, it's wild, because that item's powerful. Guaranteed crit and 30% attack boost.
Yeah, that is really good. Usually in the old DLC route, what we did was we would buy like desert tomatoes, aqua cabbage, stuff to create the aqua cabbage soup to give us the plus 25 crit. But yeah, that item that you're going to be making that has the attack bonus on top of the crit sounds a lot better. And just like, you know, you won't have to throw as many items to get the boost that you need.
Yeah, because I mean, at least with the way this route goes, like, I mean, Luffy ends up being the main DPS, and so him getting a guaranteed crit in most cases will take care of most of the enemy to where you don't need as strong of an attack from Zoro or anyone else to really finish the fight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Luffy starts to just one-shot everything at some point.
Especially if you get really lucky if you're using RNG.
Oh yeah, for sure. So here we are at the bathhouse. We're not allowed in for some reason, but we are able to still get Luffy thawed out. we worked something out with them there. But now we gotta head to Frankie's hideout because we need to get Mary back, and we also need to get Usopp. So, heading back on over.
Funny, and
Do
some
you
of
grab
the...
the friendship throw here?
Again?
So, do you grab the friendship throw here?
No. What is that?
It's an attack boost item that's in the bathhouse. Like, it's right around the corner in the bathhouse. And we already take this, like, pathway over here, so it's not super out of the way. But it gives, like, a pretty good attack boost.
Oh, no, I actually didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, we grabbed that there in the other route for DLC. It might be worth grabbing here as well, because it is, like, a pretty strong, like, named item.
No, I mean, yeah. If it's on my path and the deviation isn't large and it's higher than what else I have, I mean, yeah. I'll have to look into it. I did not know that was
for sure.
That was part of it. That was there. We are going to do a quick menu here to kind of move some stuff around because we do need to take off some gear, kind of respec everybody so they're much stronger.
Nice quick menus there.
Now, one nice thing about the Attack 154 is it only takes up like a 2x1 block, so you can equip a lot more of them on somebody like Chopper who doesn't have as many spaces versus like just 4 114 items. And while I didn't touch the save sphere yet, which is fine, I keep calling it save sphere. This is not Final Fantasy X.
Close enough.
Yeah, it's close enough. The fight will be fine, even if Nami goes down. It's not the end of the world. Because she just kind of does the initial attack to kind of nuke everybody, and then everyone else kind of cleans up the rest of the fight.
Yeah. And that little bonus for Nami isn't, like, the heal bonus is not very important. It doesn't really, like, give you EXP most of the time. It'll just, like, give you, like, a TP boost or something. Like, just some minor boost for the fight, so it's not a big deal either.
Yeah, it gives you a defense and guts boost, essentially.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Especially for little fights like these, where it's just, like, a bunch of, like, goon enemies, it doesn't really matter to have something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we clapped the Frankie family. Now we're going to be heading down into the sewers to get to his hideout. And the sewers are kind of like a puzzle area, somewhat. Like, it's just like a lot of grappling, and it's kind of like a maze in the way that it's built. So we're going to take the Yagura down into the sewer here, and we're just going to kind of grapple our way through to Frankie's hideout.
Yeah, thankfully for the like story intended path, it's pretty straightforward. If you're exploring casually and you're looking for chests and items and stuff, then yeah, it gets very confusing. Like with the water raising, the water lowering. It's basically the water temple from Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, basically.
Without the iron boots.
Yep. So. Yeah, we're just basically going to be dodging enemies in here as far as I know. There's not really any reason to fight in here. So, yeah, there will be enemies kind of blocking the path sometimes. Most of the time, they're pretty easy to get around. But we're just going to kind of take some shortcuts to get across, and then...
The hardest one is this one right here, because it's going to aggro, you have to jump over it. Nice. And depending on where it's facing and where it's at, I've had it like where the minute I land, I've had to be like spam X.
Yeah.
But I have had that fight happen, and I've gotten like a dramatic from it, and I got like a double dramatic from one. So I actually ended up fighting that fight, and it did kind of help, but it's still gonna be slower.
Yeah, for sure. Those, like, rat enemies are just annoying, like, extremely annoying, especially the ones at the end of the game. They can, like, actually end your run. So, I try to avoid those at all costs, even the weaker versions, just because there's usually a lot of them, and they do a lot of turns before you get to fight.
Yeah, and then, also, if you kill them, you have to having to listen to that, like, the sound of when they die.
The death sound. Yeah, it takes forever, dude.
But we are almost to Frankie. We're gonna have a little bit of a battle with Frankie, because you know we're not friends yet.
Yeah, and this is not the same Frankie as the one that's back on the island working on the ship. This is Memory Frankie, basically. So He's classic Frankie. He's got his original drip. So we have to fight him as a boss here. Scrapper Frankie is what they call him. Yeah. Him and his goons. We just gotta take them out here. So we're gonna use some Thunderbolts to deal us a little bit of AoE damage here.
Yeah, and possible chance of that. We're actually gonna bazooka Frankie because we can push him away. We are gonna hope that he lands not where Nami is. But it is what it is because he will one-shot Nami.
Yeah. Nami is very squishy. Glass
Nami
cannon.
is very squishy. Let's see. So... push things up a little bit. Because we want Zoro to actually fight Frankie because of the type team.
Yep, he is power type, so that technique attack will do a lot of damage.
I'm actually going to remember how to menu here, people. We take out Boy there. Chopper will deal with this. Oh, we got the knockback.
Oh, nice. 1 HP though.
1 HP though. Story of my life.
Yep.
Get a little bit of TP build. We'll say next fight might be a little dicey, so I'm gonna have to use, I think, the first turn to heal. Because if I don't level with Chopper or Nami in this fight. Okay, Nami did level up, but not Chopper.
That's good. Right, so
now we gotta fight Lucci.
Yep.
Right, so we actually want Zoro in front of... Actually, no, sorry, I did that wrong. We want not Luffy there. We want Luffy in front of the group. Zoro in front of where Nami is. And yeah, that looks about as good as it's going to get for this fight. Then we'll go ahead and do Thunderbolt Tempo again. Hopes for some paralysis.
Yeah, these guys are pretty tanky. Thunderbolt Tempo starts to get a little bit weaker around here because of the fact that these guys just have a lot of guts, a lot of HP. But yeah, we want to try to prioritize taking them out because they can waste a lot of turns and actually deal pretty decent damage against us. So I'm gonna try to wipe them out.
Yeah, they're mostly power types, which is why Zoro kind of comes in handy more for it than anything.
Yeah, and Zoro is pretty beefed up, so like it's not that bad to deal with him.
Yeah. So we've taken a few out at this point. We'll have Nami go ahead and just basic attack, really. She doesn't have TP to do anything else. Guess I could add her heal to be safe. Go ahead and get rid of that other speed type. The overlapping names throws me off so much sometimes. I always feel like I'm going to hit the wrong person.
I know, right?
We're going to actually have Zoro go after Lucci now because of the type advantage.
Yeah, Lucci can be a little dangerous as well, but we got heals for days.
Yeah. Yeah, the last fight in this fight went a little bit slower than we would have liked, but it's not the end of the world.
Yep.
All perfectly manageable.
Yeah, the gear second boost giving us that nice extra damage, and then Zoro cleaning up as well. Everything is going pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, it would make more sense to have Zoro TPs, and we'll just have him bomb move.
Yeah, bomb move's still pretty strong, so not a problem.
Actually have Luffy do this so Zoro can finish off the other guy because of type advantage.
Yep. Definitely a good play. There we go. Good EXP and get some good levels.
Yeah, some of that is of course affected by the using we did earlier because we only got 2 kind of boosted stats, so like our items aren't as strong as they. So even though we have the levels, the items don't hit it, don't have as much extra on them, so we don't hit as hard, but you know we still do a lot of damage. That's why there was still some time loss in that fight. Plus with Nami dying and some of the TP stuff there as well.
Yeah, lots of factors play into whether or not you save time in a fight. It's a lot to manage all at once while also trying to like stay alive and make sure things aren't going terribly. But yeah, now we got to head back to basically like the top of Water 7 to Iceberg's house. We got to meet up with him because Frankie and Usopp have been kidnapped, just as we were saying earlier. CP9 kind of took hold of them and locked them up. So now we got to go get them back. Iceberg knows how to get into Annie's lobby. So we're going to meet up with him so that we can get there.
Because we already know about Rocket Man.
Exactly. The iconic sea train.
Iconic sea. Gotta get through the Aqua Laguna.
Yep. So, yeah, we just gotta basically head back. There's a little shortcut here with this elevator. You couldn't really take this on your way down, but you can take it back up. Kind of convenient there for us, so we don't have to go through all those grappling areas again.
Yeah, the Frankie family allows us to use the elevator, essentially, which is what's handy there.
Yep.
So we're going to switch to Nami because there's 2 Nami money points of 200,000 berries that we're going to pick up, which will basically refill the money we just spent buying 28 of those attack boost items that we just got.
Yeah, lots of rich folks in Water 7 to just be dropping 200k on the ground like it's nothing.
I know, right? Nah, Soga King is back on Sniper Island, unfortunately, Art.
Unfortunately.
So we actually do detour to do the fusing stuff now because if we talk to Iceberg, it's going to warp us back to the sewers, and then we have to run all the way back this way. So we come here first to do our next round of fusing.
Right.
So basically, we're going to combine the first 2 items we have here with the 154s, and then we're actually going to combine the 154s with themselves because they all have 1 open slot. So we're just going to basically take, I can't do the math, what is it, 13 of them? Yeah, I bought 14. 12. We're going to take 12. No, yeah, 12 of them. Ignore me and my math ability. Not gonna have a whole lot of luck with the boost, though, I will say.
Yeah, we got 2 successes, but we need more than that if we want to get some good damage. I mean, we'll be okay if we don't get them, but it speeds it up with successes and triumphs by quite a bit.
Yeah, it just adds a lot more base flat attack, so it just goes along with. Hey, there we go.
There we go. Okay. Hey, okay, we're catching up now.
Hey, 3 in a row.
Hey, the triple.
We willed it into existence.
Yep. That's pretty decent.
Yeah. Now that I'm going, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. And then we have a party, of course, to get that attack boost and XP boost.
Critical, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Now we can continue with the story.
Yes. Oi! Aisuno-san! Aisuno-san, NES ロビーに
Alright, so Iso-san will take us back to Frankie's hideout, and through there we're gonna find the sea train. We're gonna blast our way into Annie's lobby, and that'll be the second half of this arc. So it's gonna be a lot of boss fights, a lot of dangerous escaping, but it's pretty cool. I really like the way they handled Annie's lobby in this game.
Yeah.
とりあえず地下2階まで行ってくれ。
あ、わかった。
Yeah, because honestly, Annie's Lobby, Water 7, probably my favorite arc in all of One Piece.
Same.
Just holds a special place in my heart. That was like the moment I became like a super One Piece stan, is when I finished that arc. So definitely like how they handled it here.
I was actually pretty bought in by the end of Arlong.
Well, yeah, well, definitely me too. That's how I made it that far, but I don't know, man. Something about Annie's Lobby just hit different.
Oh, I agree. It's my favorite arc too. I always talk about how it's my favorite arc in the whole show.
Yep, same. Peak pre-time skip for sure.
Yeah, man, they all got stronger. The fights were really good. Like that's when like Gear 2 and Gear 3 became a thing.
Yep.
なのが嫌がるし、さすがに管理しなさすぎだ
Any
ろ。
Skypeans in chat?
この先だ。この先の指列車は少し準備に時間を
Hey,
かかる。
Skype is pretty good. I love Vanel, and I'm excited to see what's going on with him in the DLC here as well.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm pretty excited. Pretty excited to see him in the DLC as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
for
Mihawk, Corona, Whitebeard, like the DLC gonna go hard.
exactly, yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, this game is getting a new DLC, and all the characters we just mentioned are heard to be new bosses. So definitely check that out.
I rewatched the trailer. I might be wrong on Whitebeard being a boss. I don't know. It seemed like he was attacking, but he might have been attacking like in a cutscene. But at least the other three are definitely bosses.
Either way, he's there, so that's cool.
Yeah. Be excited to see if anyone else pops in. I'd like to believe they didn't reveal everybody.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, especially if you have the deluxe edition, you basically get that for free. Like it was part of your package, so it's a good time to revisit the game.
Yeah, I can't wait. 2 weeks, man. It's gonna be exciting. And then back. I mean, who knows? With the way this run's going, this might be where my time in no DLC ends, and it's time to move to DLC.
For sure.
So we did have a crash.
Yeah, we did, unfortunately, but we're still doing pretty good, honestly, even considering.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to mention this as well, for those who don't know, speaking of the deluxe edition, we are raffling out a copy of One Piece Odyssey Deluxe Edition for anyone who donates $5 or more. So if you want to be entered to win a copy of Odyssey Deluxe, you can shoot us a donation. It goes to a good cause for Draw Change for charity. And yeah, you have a chance at winning, so if you're interested, go for it. But now we're in Annie's lobby, so do you do shopping here as well for food and stuff?
Oh, hell yeah. Free food items?
Oh yeah, dude. This is like one of the only places you can really buy like fully cooked food items. And there is a lot of items that are just absurdly broken, like really good attack and defense boosts, critical boosts, things like that. So he's going to go ahead and buy some of those, and you also bought the attack item.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're also buying that from the shop, and we're going to set up everybody for the upcoming fights here.
All right. So yeah, so here we do have to fight this encounter because this good old flamethrower thingamabob is basically in our way, and so we can't get to the end of this area until this enemy has been essentially defeated. So we start with Nami doing Thunderbolt Tempo. For the most part, it basically nukes the entire field, and then from there, Luffy will just finish off this guy with the basic attack, and then we'll have Zoro do his strongest move. Only because we're not really worried about TP because of probably my most proudest strat on the Kaku battle, which we'll talk about later. Probably the boss strat I'm the most proud of.
Oh yeah. Also, just a further bit of info for the raffle. It is for the PS4 version, and it is also, you have to have an American PSN account. So that's North, Central, or South America. So just as a little disclaimer there. Alright, so now we're heading basically around the staircase here. We want to avoid any of the flamethrower fights the best we can. This one you can skip. If you kind of like hug the wall, you don't have to fight this guy, and it saves a decent amount of time because these mob fights are actually pretty big. So skipping that guy and going around here.
Yeah, and that in the shop to what I bought there. So I buy 9 thunder soups, 9 aqua cabbage rolls, and 9 elephant tuna sautés. Now I've been considering not buying as many elephant tuna sautés because I realize I don't use anywhere near as many as 9 to maybe still buy it. But
yeah,
basically elephant tuna sautés will give you an attack boost and a defense gut boost. And then aqua cabbage roll will give you everybody 300 TP, but also increase your crit chance by 20%. Which does stack with the boost from the party. And then the Thunder Soups are 300 TP for a single character, which come in handy because the late game abilities are very TP hungry, and how much they cost to really deal the damage we need to get through the fights as quickly as possible. Because Luffy starts needing upwards of 230, 120 to 230 TP just to pull off certain moves. So using a Thunder Soup to replenish that is quicker outside the fight in some ways, because sometimes we use our first turn to buff in a different way. So we do that outside of a fight to replenish it, and then so that way we're prepped going into the fight.
Yeah, TP definitely starts to get pretty, or TP attacks start to get pretty costly as we go on. So having any sort of TP regeneration, especially, before the fight to get yourself prepared is very nice.
Yeah, so just to conserve some TP, basically same routine, Thunder Tempo, nukes most of the field. And then we have to swap these two for type advantage.
I'm sure I look so cool in this game, dude.
Yeah. Oh, Robin.
Oh, buddy. Get a little TP.
Yeah. Perfectly fine.
Yep. Alright, so that, I think, is the last forced flamethrower fight.
Yes.
So, now we can just kind of get on with things. We're going to be heading down below. And we're going to want to get through the engine room. This time, we don't have Gear 3 to punch down the door. So we're going to find the keys to unlock it after this fight here.
Yeah, so we get into this fight here. They talk about keys, and so we learn about getting keys, and so that's basically what we're going to use. We have to go find the other 2 keys, because we'll get 1 key from here.
Yep.
And that fight there. Yeah, so what we have to do for the other 2 keys is we're actually going to turn around here, and we're going to actually take this dumbwaiter that Chopper can fit into, because it's going to take us directly to the kitchen area where one of the keys is said to be. So this cuts down, like, okay, not immediately to the kitchen area, but it takes us up a floor. We don't have to run all the way back up.
Yeah. It's still a lot faster.
Yeah, but the next dumbwaiter will take us to the kitchen area.
Alright.
Gonna run past some enemies.
Yeah, and the chef honestly doesn't want anything to do with us threatening him as pirates, so he's like, here, man, just take it, it's right here. He doesn't resist at all.
Nope.
So he's just going to tell us where the key is. Well, he's going to give us the key and then tell us where the next key is. So the next key is held by a little pup. There's a dog in the lower floors of this area that has it around his neck. So we get this key here, and then we got to go find the other key from the dog as well.
I don't know why you hit that key in, like, the stove there.
I know. It's such a weird place. You can take it, but you have to burn. Alright, so now we're heading over to the little puppy.
I love that enemy literally just stops, because there seems to be invisible walls for how far enemies will follow you. And
yeah, there is.
That wall there is that enemy's invisible point.
Yeah.
I don't even try to dodge them, I just keep running.
Alright, there we go. So now we have the keys. We have all 3. So we got the key from the fight below, and then the 2 from the dog and the chef. So we're good to go and start fighting Lucci, Kaku, the CP9 gamers.
Yeah, the fun part, so up next is going to be Kaku. I'm actually really proud of this Kaku strat, because unless one of 2 things happen, the fight should be over pretty much within 2 turns.
Oh, that's awesome. Excited to see this.
So it just kind of depends on what happens with the enemy turn order and who they attack. And if Kaku dodges our attack.
Alright, let's see.
And then before that, just save on some animation. I need to do this. Take Robin out of the party.
Yeah, it is faster to switch your characters lineup from the menu because you don't have to watch them jump in and jump out of the battle. So it's good to do that beforehand.
Alright, so we were talking about before how conserving TP in this previous fights doesn't matter. Because what we're going to actually do is the first turn, we're actually going to have Chopper use one of those Aqua Cabbage rolls to give everyone 300 TP and boosted chance of crit. We do want to make sure that, like, wherever... Nami being there is not the best, so I'm needing to move Nami away from where Kaku is, just in case Kaku hits her on his first turn, because that will really throw this strat out of whack. We do this first turn. Kaku's going to take his turn. So, going to hit Luffy. Fine. Nami is then going to nuke the entire field. This should kill everybody but three people in Kaku. And then Luffy is going to do Jet Pistol to not kill Kaku, because this should do a lot of damage to leave him within near death status. Zoro is going to Bond attack. Guarantee he lands the hit, killing Kaku for the bonus XP. And then turns over. Enemy's going to get their last 2 turns. Just going to kind of hope. So, unfortunately, I think the bad thing... Okay, so what we didn't want to have happen did happen. Nami did die. If Nami doesn't die, she does one more Thunderlance tempo, nukes the whole field, and these guys are all dead. But it's fine.
Still very good.
Yeah, it's still, you still finish the fight by just having Luffy and Zoro do some attacks, but yeah, that's a 2-turn battle pretty much every time. Like I said, the 2 riskiest factors in that fight are if Nami dies, because then you have to take potentially 2 to 3 extra attacks to kill the leftover enemies, like I just did there. Or Kaku dodges Luffy's Jet Pistol, and then you don't get the like kill after 2 hits. Because Jet Pistol, if I do Jet Bazooka, it will kill Kaku. I do Jet Pistol so I can get the bonus XP.
Yep, makes sense. And here with Usopp, we are escaping where we're locked up here with Frankie. Picking up an Aqua Cabbage roll just for the extra crit and TP stuff. But yeah, we just kind of make our way around here, and then we're going to climb up the ladder and kind of escape from the upper level.
Yeah, and thankfully Usopp does not have to fight anything, so this is where really got to put our dodging to its best use.
Yeah.
So this way we don't have to waste time on any sort of menuing for Usopp to have gear. If you do get caught, though, it is a pretty painfully slow fight, because Frankie's not going to do a ton of damage, even though he's helping you out, and Usopp won't do as much damage with no items on him.
Yeah.
But there's only really one risky dodge, and that's after you pick up the Aqua Cabbage roll, because the enemy directly in front of you. So you kind of run to the left to bait him to follow you, and then you kind of like, juke your way around him.
Also, another interesting thing about Aqua Cabbage that I'm pretty sure Nylan had found out was that the extra chance to crit that you get from the campfire actually stacks with like crit items.
Yeah.
So like, let's say you have like a crit crown 25%. I think it gives you a 5 times chance to crit when you sleep at a campfire. So if you have something like that, your crit is already 100%. Like, you're gonna crit every single time. So it's really nice to use Aqua Cabbage early on in this part, where we don't really have any access to crit crowns, because it gives us a really high chance to crit regardless. It stacks with the initial base 5%, or the I think it's like 10%, something like that, plus the cabbage 25.
Yeah, and then we get crit crowns in the next dungeon, which we'll put on some items, and then that will usually make either Zoro. It really depends on the RNG of the rest of the like stuff from the attack boost stats, and like what the highest attack goes to, because the fact that we use wreck attack. So what will usually happen though is Zoro or Luffy, one of the two of them will usually be guaranteed to crit every time they attack. Most of the time it ends up being Zoro because of the nature of all the items on Luffy will have higher attack because one of the slots is taken up by a crit chance item. But again, it just depends on if you got any triumphs, if you got any successes, how many you got, and things like that.
Exactly. So here, the water level is raising. Basically, the entire place is being flooded out. So obviously, we're Devil Fruit users. We got to get out of here. We don't want to be hammer weights in the water. And also, even for the non-Devil Fruit users, this isn't fun. So we got to get out of here as quickly as possible. So we're just kind of grappling our way out and making our way to the very top, the bridge out of Ennie's lobby to make our escape. But before we do that, we're going to have to run into Lucci, and this time his fruit power is activated. So we fought base form Lucci before, but now we're going to be fighting his full power form. So
and just like with Crocodile, it's going to be a 2-battle fight. The first fight will actually be like Aokiji, where it ends at 50% HP, and then the second fight will be where he's got that like lightning boosted Memory is having a glitch in its system power up to him. But thankfully, because of item abuse, honestly, we're not too worried about the danger of Lucci.
Yeah, he's most likely going to get wrecked. So yeah, once we get a little bit later into the game like this is like end of chapter 3, our builds start kind of fleshing out pretty well. Like our items start getting stronger, we get access to crits, things like that make these boss fights like a lot more of a stomp and less scary than maybe some of the early fights may have been in Alabasta, for example.
Activate a couple cranes here. I found it interesting that the game doesn't let you skip like the crane moving animation.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of weird.
Like you can't skip the crane moving animation, and then when you're not in a story where you can manipulate day and night cycle, you can't skip the animation of time changing either at campsites too. I've noticed.
Yeah, when you're at the regular island, yeah, the time will change from like day to night or whatever, and there's like this little animation where the sun will rise and the moon will come out, whichever time it is of day. Yeah, for some reason you can't skip it, but it depends. Like at certain points in the story, it just doesn't happen, I think.
Yeah.
So it's weird, but most of the time it will happen, and that's kind of why we try to avoid camping there if we can. But sometimes I think like before Marineford, we did in the DLC route, just because like, you know, Marineford's got so many fights non-stop where you don't really get a chance to like do anything. So we had to get set up before that.
Just do a quick menu because the first fight against Lucci, we do not have. Just still making sure my HP is fine. Forget for not paying attention. But so the first fight, even though it's a 50% win battle type thing, we don't have Luffy, and so you know, we're not gonna deal as much damage. And Zoro has a type disadvantage, so he's gonna take a hit from it. So we want Chopper because Monster Point Chopper is actually really effective for this fight. So it does cost a turn though, because we have to turn into Monster Point, and then it allows us to actually hit him. So Zoro has no use other than to buff the team for some attack boost, and then take this hit from Lucci, and then of course Chopper will Monster Point.
Monster Point gives you a 100% boost to all stats, but it can't go higher than that. So, you can't get like 125% if you throw an extra item or something. But he does instantly max out his stats, so it's still very good.
Good old Sanji there missed his. He got dodged by the move, but thankfully, Monster Point does so much damage that in some cases it would have knocked him out, but he did not because honestly, Sanji missed his move. So we'll just have him do it here.
There we go. So yeah, that's one of the HP threshold fights, the first part there. So now we have the beefed up, glitchy version of Lucci. So this is the real fight, and this is the final fight of the chapter. So, as we said before, pretty much all the time in the final fights, the last enemy will be boosted by this like glitch effect. But yeah, we got this in the bag with all of our buffs and setups.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Let's see. And then we're going to actually do our bond move spam, because it's going to ensure that we don't get dodged. I am going to heal up Nami, so I can get rid of that dramatic event, because you can't have dramatic events stack on each other.
Yeah, we want to make sure we get that boss EXP. Kind of unlucky on the feint there.
Yeah.
We can heal it away.
And this might kill. 1 HP warrior. 1 HP warrior. So just to avoid Nami getting the kill, I probably should have had Nami attack first, and then that would have done it. So, but you never know. Gotta try what you can.
Not too bad though. I mean, it was only a little detour from the normal turn order. Yeah, we got some good level ups. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of Water 7. Now we just have to escape the Buster Call. So the Buster Call, for anyone who doesn't know, is when a huge fleet of marine battleships come to just completely wipe an area off of the map. Like, their goal is to erase it from any map period. Blow it up, sink it, whatever they have to do. They bring out all of their gunpowder to just eliminate the island that you're going to be on. So, that's what we have going on here. We're just going to be running through it. Basically just getting over the bridge. It's kind of like a little cinematic escape scene. There's not really much that can happen here. You just kind of have to avoid those little pits in the ground, because you can get stuck on them. But you're not going to like get hit by a cannon or anything like that. You just kind of make your way out.
Yeah. And we out.
Yep. All right, so Water 7 complete. So now we're back on the Mary for the last time.
Again.
Yeah. We're giving the Mary the Viking funeral now. We have to say goodbye to Mary, just as we did once already. We're giving it a good burial. We gotta relive the sad moment.
The boat that made thousands of people's cry.
Yep. Alrighty, so now we'll be heading back, and at this point, Frankie should have fixed up the Sunny. So first we're gonna have our party, of course. So we gotta celebrate for defeating Lucci and finishing the chapter. So this is where we are able to fast travel. If we would have walked forward, they would have started talking, we would have had to wait, but since Woadyb immediately opened up the menu, we can just fast travel straight here, and it'll make us able to just go ahead and leave at this point.
I love the salutes in chat. To the going Mary.
Rest in peace, the goat. DBK said your pace is so good, he's jelly.
Where'd he say that?
He was messaging me. He said, "Man, this dude's pace is so good." It is, honestly, even with the game crash and everything, this is really good.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I mean, I'm only about 11 seconds ahead of my PB. Funny enough.
Nice. That's still good, man. You're still in great pace for your PB.
It's been some pretty wild up and down because like we were about a minute and a half ahead of Aokiji, but
Wow.
yeah, but because of some, and that's with the crash.
Yeah,
but because
that's
of the next couple splits had some kind of less than optimal outcomes with like how the fights went. They ended up eating up a little bit of time.
Yeah, but hey, not bad at all, especially for a marathon run, man.
Yeah.
Showing out for us over here.
Hey, gotta start the event off, pretty fire.
True. Okay, so now Ice Ruins. Ice Ruins are also one of those like puzzle heavy type of ruins. Lots of like switch pressing and kind of maze like layout. Do you buy crowns in here or do you buy crowns later?
I buy
or
crowns in here. I buy them in here.
Okay. Yeah, this is the first place that you're able to get crit crowns. And once again, your crit bonus from your crown equipment stacks with the crit bonus from the campfire. So basically, you get a 100% chance to crit once you buy those items. So he's going to be stacking up memory fragments on top of his attacks here just to give them an extra boost in damage. And he's going to be switching up some equipment on the party as well.
I stopped pushing up too soon.
Alright, nice menus though.
Yeah, basically in that menu, what I did is now at this point, we've unlocked some more memories, we've unlocked more slot upgrades, so we've taken our cubes, we've moved them to Jet Bazooka, Rashomon, Sunflower Star, and then Robin now has access to her Fuse level 2, so now she can do, take the items we've already been fusing, if they have another slot, we can now add more stuff to them, as well.
Yep, and it starts to pretty much make our attack bonuses much higher because now once we get a fresh new item that doesn't have any slots, we have 2 chances to fuse something onto it and get like a success or triumph or something like that. And also for the items that we already have fused, any of them that have had slots that are locked are now, an extra slot is unlocked. So we can also stack on top of things we have already fused once before to make those items even better.
Yeah, so before we get to the Ice Block Runes, though, we go find Lim, and she unfortunately loses her crystal ball, which is what gives us access to Memoria. So we end up having to do a little bit of a small detour, kind of running around the island looking for this crystal ball.
That's right, I forgot about this. The Doisa, right?
The Doisa.
Yep. King Issa.
There's the Fire Colossus doing his routine stuff.
Basically T-posing in the air, just chilling. But yeah, Lim, her stuff is missing, and we kind of have to go from point A to point B, asking all the little Asas, yo, where's this crystal ball? I know you guys have something to do with it. So it eventually will lead us to a boss that we have to fight before the ruins.
Yeah, which brings me to like another, like, why couldn't we just fast travel here?
I know, it would really speed up the pace a lot. That was like one of the only minor complaints I had when I first played the game casually, is that they did make us run from a lot of places back and forth a lot when we could have just fast traveled. But I feel like it's mostly so the dialogue can play out. That's
I do too.
Probably what it is.
Yeah, I think it's 100% for the dialogue to be played out, for like the story and just their bantering. Because even then, like with the fast traveling, like it's not like fast travel points are all like 100% like in front of places you're going. Because some of them you still have to like run to a place on. Like you don't always end up right in front of where you need to be.
Yeah,
most dungeons will have one fast travel point at the beginning of it, and that's it.
Yep. But yeah, it's definitely the way the dialogue's set up, because yeah, even like the fact that you can't open shops, you can't do anything before that dialogue finishes. It's kind of their way around like making this game full of cutscenes, I guess, because the alternative would be tons and tons of cutscenes with all that dialogue. So I mean, I think it still plays out okay.
Yeah.
俺が話を聞いて
Yeah, here we ask the first Yoisa if they know where the crystal ball is. They kind of lead us to the next Yoisa and Thunderhead, which we're gonna have to climb pretty much all the way back to where we did at the start of the game.
雷鳴の意向
Yeah,
It's like right in
Thankfully-
front of the entrance.
Yeah, I was gonna say, thankfully we don't have to actually like go into the Thunderhead ruins and like explore there in any way.
Yeah, that would not be
フ
fun.
ランキーお前もピン
And I'm actually gonna skip this first grapple point because doing it from here reduces the amount of grapples I have to do to get to the end.
Yep, you get to skip a whole grapple there.
Yeah, because if I went to the first point, I would have had to grapple one extra time just to get to the end. So that just cuts out some of the extra grappling.
こいつがリムちゃんの水晶を盗んだ
And this Yoisa is gonna lead us to another monkey.
On the beach.
And, yep. And this is the intro beach, like the very first area of the game. So heading back there, kind of just exploring the island again, kind of retracing our steps to where we've been before.
I've definitely had my fair share of Zoro moments in these sections because of like because like there's so much like backtracking across the same area that like autopiloting, like I've definitely had a run
Yeah.
where I turned right here and went back towards Audio's house instead of the beach.
Yeah, it's easy to do so. I've had that happen too. I've went left and just kept running past that little clearing he jumped over, and I was like, wait, where am I?
木の上に吊るしたりしてねえのか
Yeah, heading back to the intro area, and he's gonna be like right in front, like in the center in that little area with the trees and such. So
となると
not too bad.
やっぱり何か裏がありそうねあ船本当に直ってる
Yep, ship is now fixed, as Lem was
この
saying.
先だ
Frankie's been working hard, and he's got it all fixed up. So that's gonna be what we're traveling on from here on. Yeah, next monkey is going to lead us to the KK Garden, which is the area where we fought the first boss during the tutorial.
さっきの話
So
もひょっとして
in the same area we fought that boss, the Delcon, we're gonna find like the king of the Yoisas, basically the Doisa. He's like a giant golden version of them,
ここは本当
and it's a really easy fight, but it's basically all we need to do before we can go on to the next area,
大皿の庭だ
which is the ruins.
Yeah, it's possible that with the levels we're at, though, funny enough, and this is where I can say, like, from experience, like, the leveling really levels out at this point. So I'm like level 30, which is about where I usually finish the last chapter on anyway. Like, this is a pretty normal outcome, even with a weaker early game.
Yeah,
The early game levels really matter for chapter 2 the most to really minimize your time loss, so that way you're not fighting back your time as
俺の
much.
子分だ
exactly.
俺はあの後もあそこへ資材を取りに行ってたから
Nice dodge. No penguin fights
何度か
here.
会ってるうちに自然にな
Yeah, ideally we want to defeat the Doisa in like 2 hits, but the chances of that aren't. It really varies on our RNG with the fusing from before, but most of the time it'll take like a hit from Zoro, somebody else, and then like Luffy. And there's a chance for XP boost. I mean, we don't necessarily have to go for it, because obviously that's more frames to watch that animation. But
思うのも当
Yeah.
然だ
you know, one if you can get it, great. If you can't get it, you know, no harm in the
経
foul.
の子分にできたなおう
For sure. So
気のいい野郎さ
basically just making our way back to that little nesting area. This time though, once we actually finish the fight, a shortcut's gonna open up, so we don't have to like go across this entire pathway again, which is very convenient. But yeah, we're pretty much almost at the boss at this point. Just gonna avoid any encounters because none of them are really worth it. We're just here to get the crystal ball and go.
ねえルフィが私を助ける理由ってやっぱりなんでもないいたぞザルだ
Hug the left wall and dodge. Yeah, you hug the left wall and we'll usually dodge that one. All right,
There's good.
time for the Doisa fight.
They've even gotten Delcon. So yeah, here's the Doisa, big boy. So yeah, he's not really that strong.
Yeah. He's weak enough that Luffy should kill him here with his bazooka.
He's one of those bosses in an RPG where like you fight him once and then he just becomes a common enemy later.
Yeah. Never mind. He had just a tiny bit of HP left. That's fine. Almost.
There we go.
Yeah, so now we got the crystal ball back. We're going to head back to Audio's house, and then it's going to be time to finally venture into the final ruins.
Yep.
Then we'll have like the shortest chapter of the entire game.
Yep.
Pretty much. King of the Isas, which they're kind of like monkey ape type character creatures.
洞窟を抜けりゃサギ号がある砂浜だ。
Okie dokie. Yeah. Basically the Monkey King. Yeah. Unfortunately, we do have to manually walk our way back here again. Yeah, but the ruins here, we get to them by using Frankie's field ability, I'm pretty sure. Isn't this where we build our first little bridge? Yeah.
Yeah, if you play the game casually, and you're actually exploring areas, you would have probably come across like areas where they're like, you could build a bridge here. But because you don't get Frankie until this chapter, it ties into the whole replayability of the game and like revisiting previous areas.
Yeah, like post-game type stuff.
Yeah, especially with so there's a line of side quests that are basically trivia. They're basically trivia quests, and once you complete all of those side quests, you actually get a key that will open these locked chests. None of which we've really like tried to open or come across. But if you're a trophy hunter or go for achievements and stuff like that, you have to open all those locked chests anyway for the trophy or the achievement, and so you can't actually get that key until I can't remember if there's one in Dressrosa or if it's a Marine Fort is the last one.
I'm not sure either, because I didn't finish that side quest myself.
Okay.
But I think it is, I want to say it's Dressrosa. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's kind of like the gold key from Dragon Quest. It's like one of those keys that you would get kind of later towards the end of the game that unlock a bunch of chests and previous areas and stuff that have good gear and whatnot. So it's that sort of thing. But yeah, we don't really worry about any of those in the run, simply for the fact of us having to go out of our way to do a lot of trivia and finding the NPCs who are not really on the way to any of our destinations and stuff like that.
Yeah,
isn't the best thing.
Nah, I mean the first one, I mean we technically passed, like they're off to the side, but like there's you have to answer 3 questions. It's all mashable dialogue, like it's just not worth like.
And there's like 4 of them.
Yeah.
Like 4 quizzes you have to take, so
yeah,
it's a lot. But here's the Eastern Ruins. So this is like the Ice Temple. Pretty interesting temple here. There is a lot of like water level lowering and raising and freezing here as well. We actually don't have to do it that much. But in general, like, we're going to have to be getting a lot of different keys to open pathways to get through this area. So, typical dungeon puzzle type stuff.
Yeah, thankfully we don't have to do any water raising or lowering, which is nice.
Okay, good. You guys don't need it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we're going to get our 3 Robin Cubes, because we need 6 total. So that just gets us the last 3 we need.
Yep, that's the free upgrade to give us the last slot in our craftable items. So that's very good to get. It's right there on the way.
Yeah, it's a very, very tiny detour for something that would require, like, probably more searching around for, to, like, figure out where other Robin fragments are.
Yep. There's the crystal key, so that key will open doors with the white locks. So each door kind of has its own color locks, like you get a blue key, red key. The first key is really only for this door, for the most part. But yeah, once we get through the dungeon, we're going to find the rest of the keys and make our way through everything.
And this is where the game teaches us about the solid to liquid, or the freezing, unfreezing mechanic that we'll have to utilize a few times throughout.
なんだか急に寒くなったわね。
Alright, so now we stopped the flowing of the water, so we can kind of grapple our way up these little icicle stalactite thingies. So we're gonna grab those and make our way up to the top of the temple here.
それにしてもあの滝はどうなったの？
あの装置を動かした後に気温が急激に下がったから。
And for this one, we can actually just look straight up.
Nice little shortcut.
This way, or here, instead of running across the other side. And then I do open this chest. So I do collect a couple, like, Phoenix Down items that, because there's only 3 you'll come across in case of emergencies, if you were to really use them. But it kind of depends. I will say, in my experience with the run, most of the time when stuff really goes bad, it's either because I've neglected healing, or it's because one of the big bosses, like an Admiral specifically, will do they'll do their mass AoE move, and because we're pretty much glass cannons with this route, a lot of characters will end up dying with those moves, and so that can really make things go bad. Here I immediately turn to the left. I believe I skip a dialogue cutscene there. I'd have to look at my older runs, but I think if I walk into the center of the room, there's actually a cutscene that plays that I have to mash through. But by immediately going to the side, I avoid that. And we buy. Oh, look at that money! The money.
Oh, a little bit low.
A little bit low. I usually buy 14 there, but it's fine.
Unfortunate, but yeah, it shouldn't hurt that much.
No.
I wouldn't think. Yeah.
No, we're fine. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, the crit crowns are super important there. That's how we're gonna pretty much one-shot most things later on in the game. So, getting those as well, very nice.
I went ahead and just grabbed that chest just to get back a little bit of the money.
Yep, it's already right there. Might as well.
So we do need to go unfreeze the water so we can activate that that lever system.
Yeah, so this little thing with the snowflake symbol is state changing device. It freezes and unfreezes the water. So for the puzzles in this dungeon, you just have to alternate between that. So by unfreezing the water here, it's going to cause this little thing to become an elevator, basically. We're going to be able to use the left side to hop on as the right side is pushed down by the water. So we're going to be able to go up another floor.
And this will be important because this is where we're going to get the next key that we need. Yep. But first we got to deal with a chili. We got to deal with Articuno.
Yeah.
So it's a speed type, so we do bazooka. Should leave it fairly weakened. Oh, powering up, so that saves on some animation. And then we'll have, let's see. He's going to Exploding Star. Should kill it.
Yep.
The dramatic's not needed because it's pretty weak experience.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. That one was good. It's the next fight. I've actually never got the dramatic on that fight. The next one we have to do, that one has pretty weak experience.
Yeah, a lot of the fights in here, if not all of them, you know, it's ice-type enemies. Usopp's really good against them, even if, you know, the type advantage isn't there, because he has fire-based moves. Like, he has Exploding Star, Sunflower, Firebird. All those attacks are fire attributes, so he'll do like a nice little extra boost of damage because they have low fire resistance.
Yeah, in fact, the Usopp's actually going to be the MVP for the Colossus.
Yep, that's what we did too. That we use Sunflower Star, I think, because we can boost it with the
Cubes.
The cubes. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Very strong.
pretty much what I do too. If you get the critical hit off, it's like 10,000 or so damage.
Yeah, it's very good.
Just continuing on as we make our way through this dungeon as intended to get to the next key, so we can actually access the final room.
下に行けばいいんだよな。
ルフィ、油断すんなよ。何が潜んでるかわからねえ。
なんだここ。
Backup I could have did with that shop also is I could have there was actually a free attack 154 item in a chest behind the Yoisa. Obviously running to it would lose time, but there was technically a free one I could have picked up as well.
Yeah, this is like a backup or something, but
I don't think the one missing is not going to make or break what happens for the time being.
for sure.
Alright, so there we had to turn the water to liquid from solid. Fun fact, if you look at the mini map, you can actually see
もちろん寒いわ
if it's frozen or not. So if it's got that kind of darker, like oceany looking blue color you see there, that usually means that it's liquid, and then it'll change to a different shade of blue when it's solid on the mini map.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Dropping the knowledge.
It's funny, towards the end of this dungeon, one of the optimizations I made, and you may already know this. I just felt so stupid I hadn't realized this, but
なんかあるぞ
normally what would happen, and I forgot why I was triggering it. I would lower the water because for some reason was under the impression I had to lower the water, or
Yeah.
no, or I think I was making the water frozen, but I needed it running. And I thought the point to do that was in the room with the Colossus, and so
Yeah, so you'd lower.
so I had to run to the right, go all the way to the end, unfreeze the water, then run all the way back and fight the Colossus. When I could just turn right, when I could just go a different direction in a previous room and go right to a water change. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Because whenever we were doing the routing early on, Nyland found that out as well, because I was doing the same thing you were doing. And he's like, you know, you don't have to do it there, right? I'm like, oh, okay.
It's like, whoops.
Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make early on.
やるわよ行くわよサンダーチャージ
You know,
Fling Arm's pretty good at that.
it's funny, I just realized I actually normally do a menu before this fight, so Usopp has more attack power, and I totally forgot to do that, but it's fine.
Yeah, still getting some decent damage output. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, he's technique anyway, but that was strong.
I mean, Usopp still did pretty good damage for not having done the menu where so I take the gear off of Luffy and I put it on Usopp. Put it on Usopp, Woadyb. I swear, navigating the menu sometimes is so clunky for me.
Yeah, there's like a little tiny delay between like switching characters and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, that and like the, you know, L2, R2 swaps the characters, and the L1 is the menu, so sometimes I click the wrong L button and I go to the wrong menu, and I push start instead of circle and I leave the menu. It's just some goofy stuff like that.
Same here, because I also played on controller even though I was on PC, so I know the feeling.
Yeah, so we get a free critical rate crown right out of that chest. It's like literally in front of us, no time loss whatsoever. And then we're actually going to, we were talking about this part right here. Normally I was turning left, going into the room with the Colossus, and then you would have to turn right, go down this really long pathway to go into a room, and then change it from solid to liquid. When you could just turn right, like I did here, trigger it, and then once I enter the main room with the Colossus, I can just go straight to the Colossus.
Yep. Also, I think there's another critical crown in the very beginning of the dungeon that's not out of the way. It's like right when you enter the dungeon, you take a right, and it's right there.
Yeah, that was brought to my attention by one of my viewers, actually, Zyberwolf, who's been doing a few runs themselves. They mentioned that. I was like, oh, I had no idea this was a thing.
Yeah.
I just haven't had time to look into, like, because that would save some money. That could have saved help right there. So I might route that in to avoid spending the money on buying 2 of them. They are pretty expensive. But here we go. This battle, depending on, again, it's kind of the outcome what the enemy wants to do. It's going to have a few different outcomes, but we're going to start with an Aqua Cabbage roll. Luffy is kind of pointless in this fight because of the typing. Okay, that's good. No, that's fine. Luffy gets frozen. He basically has no use whatsoever in this fight. So we're going to swing arm, basically do everyone's strongest move. And then Usopp here is going to do this. And didn't quite get the crit. So unfortunately, yeah. Well, I mean, no, we got the crit, but we didn't do enough damage to finish him off. So we
still great to see Usopp do some massive damage.
Yeah. And then that's good. Get someone to attack.
Easy
peasy. For that fight, I almost never try to get the XP boost for.
Yeah, it's not super worth or anything.
Well, it's just too dangerous.
Yeah, that fight used to be extremely scary before Usopp stuff because that Colossus is just really strong and he has like really powerful AoE attacks. Before I knew about Usopp's fire damage just being extremely broken, I would just use Monster Chopper because Chopper has like really high ice resistance. And he would be like the only one who would survive those attacks. But it's great to use Usopp and just take all that HP bar away.
Yeah, really nuke the field.
For sure.
But it's time to do some more crafting.
Yep.
Now
This is for Marine Ford crafting. So we have all of the crafting slots open now, since Robin is maxed out on her crafting skill.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet?
No, you don't unlock that till after Marine Ford.
Ah, true. That's right, because there's some in Dressrosa. So now we have 3 total slots. So that's still pretty good. We're just going to go ahead and use some crit onto some things here. And then start using attack.
Nice.
Very good.
Nice.
Ooh, buddy. Let's go. Oh, this is fire.
No more fire.
Hey, it's good to get it on like the strongest attack items.
That is true. That is true. If we are going to get on anything, getting on the ones higher up on the list is always going to be better.
Yep. Still pretty good rates so far.
Okay.
Alright, good fusions. I would say that was W.
Yeah. Alright, so we just kind of got to reset most of the gear. So we do Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and then we actually want to make sure Sanji, Chopper, what's up? Because we are about to get into a boss rush mode.
Rush. Yes, sir.
Oh,
This chapter was probably my favorite, like story-wise, just because of how cool it was.
Oh, it was a very cool chapter, but
really
yeah, it's
fun.
basically like 8 battles in a row or something.
Yeah, you don't have much time to breathe.
And you have no time to do any menuing or anything in between the fights.
Yep, it's just fight after fight, nonstop.
Funny enough, I had a mishap in a marathon run where I actually forgot to do the menu. I still got through the chapter, but it wasn't pretty.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was
Yeah, if you
not
forget
pretty.
to menu or like you miss menu anything at all, this chapter can be very unforgiving.
Yeah, we unlock Robin's final fuse thing with the end of this chapter.
Gotcha.
サニー号を手に入れたルフィたちは航海
Okay, so this first fight is against a bunch of Marines. Let's be real, Nami's just going to nuke everybody.
Overpowered. GG's.
That's the first fight. And then the next
There's
fight is
also-
going to be against Smoker.
The return.
The return of Smoker. Now, you are forced to use certain teammates for most of these fights, so you can't really swap out who you want. Luffy's not in a few of the fights. So for this fight, it is the Robin, or it is, sorry, the Chopper and Nami show. So we actually start with Nami, again, nuking the field, takes out everybody but Smoker and one of the Marines. Then we're just going to have everyone else focus on Smoker.
生きがってやがる今のうちだ
Chopper is going to do Monster Point, help with the DPS.
強くなったんだモンスターポイント
That nice buff to the attack.
And then enemies will reappear. That's fine, because again, Nami's just going to say, see you later to everybody.
サンダーボルト
Bye.
This one does kill the other guy that we didn't kill before. Now it just leaves Smoker by himself.
手強いにトレインタフルール相手が強そうだからって
This might kill... Yeah, okay, it just depends on how much attack power he got. Alright, no dodges, which is nice. Alright, so that's that fight. So now we're going to have Sanji, Frankie, and Zoro deal with Kizaru. Now this is another 50% threshold fight. Of course, we're going to use the bond moves to avoid the chance of him dodging.
天の村雲おいお前
Yeah, this is actually the first time we get to use Frankie. So,
And that should be the fight.
Frankie's not bad, honestly, but yeah, we don't even really need him that much.
Yeah, we don't really use Frankie. At least in the route I have.
ここは
Yeah.
邪魔だでパワー勝負なら
We don't really use him either. We kind of just throw out some like radical beam if we have it, just cause.
Yeah. This should hopefully one-shot Tomok. Yep. Okay.
Oh wow.
And
What was
then
OP?
we're gonna have Frankie actually move the solo guy to the other area, the Kuda vent. And then we're going to hit everybody with Hashe.
ブルジャンブブルミエロ
And then next turn, Zoro's just gonna finish everyone off. Sanji just tanks a bunch of hits. And should finish them off.
三刀流三千世界
Alright, good Tomok battle. And now time for Luffy to join the fray to fight Kizaru and Aokiji. This one we have to win, but we are joined
Yeah.
by Jinbei and Crocodile.
何
They honestly carry a lot of the time.
そうじゃ
Yeah, we're gonna start with Luffy actually doing Jet Pistol on Kizaru because the type changed because he's in a different quadrant. And we got the one shot, baby!
Nice, let's go. Those triumphs, bro.
Those triumphs. Oh no, Luffy's been frozen. That's really bad.
Yeah, freeze here is scary because if Luffy gets soloed by Aokiji, he can die and you'd have to start over from the very beginning.
Luckily, just the beginning of this fight.
Yeah.
ささささび
Hopefully he thaws out, or at least you get a heal from one of your party members. Jinbei can heal you, I believe.
He will, yeah. The HP gets low enough. He'll probably heal me here.
がいのありそうだや
But yeah, unfortunately, it is taking away some of our time save by being frozen. And he's still not thawing out. Because if I can... No, that's not good. Oh man.
Oh my.
Oh my. Jinbei. Help.
Jinbei clutch.
Luffy, unfreeze.
Oh man.
Oh, I'm taking a chance.
YOLO. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, that is a very scary fight.
Yeah, the getting frozen was the roughest outcome one could have gotten in that fight. And so now everyone's kind of back together. Ace has joined us. Ace will always start the fight with his mass AoE move. It will weaken everybody enough to where Nami can just wreck the rest of them. So just one enemy will usually get a turn, and then I'll get my turn. So we'll just have Nami pop in with her Thunderbolt tempo, and that will end this battle out. And then it's time for the man himself, one of the worst people in One Piece, Akainu.
Oh yeah, pure evil.
Pure Egile. So we actually spend, Nami and Usopp will do buffing for the first part of this as we, kind of see what happens. So Great Eruption, not great, but it's fine in terms of an outcome of a starting move. It's better than his Meteor Volcano move. And then from here, we are going to bazooka for the Gear 2 boost. I'm going to roll the die with Zoro doing Rashomon. Nice, nice. Perfect. Doesn't really matter what Ace does. And we're going to do a bomb move to ensure he won't dodge these attacks. And then we just got to get through this. Perfect. Now that's what you want to see. That was the best RNG outcome. It should kill him. And now for the second fight. Now, luckily, the second fight with Akainu actually does not. You do not have to win this fight. It actually ends after 3 turns. We're not going to necessarily draw that out.
Yeah.
Because it can take a while to kill through 3 turns. So I'm still going to try and take him out of commission as much as possible. But
yeah, if you can actually defeat him, a lot of time it is faster than waiting because full turns can be quite long.
Especially depending on if people die or they don't die.
He does his ultimate super long animation.
Yeah. Good, good. Why would I use a fire move on him? Ignore me. Force of habit here. Alright, I am going to use, I'm forgetting my healing item here. I'm going to heal Luffy so he doesn't die on the next hit. Perfect, he went for Ace, that's what we want to see. Make us proud, Zoro.
Ah, so close.
I don't know what to use, because Usopp doesn't have the moves. They're all fire. Now we gotta... I'm hoping this will take him out. No, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of lost time.
Oh, man.
Fine. It's not the big move.
Oh, yeah, true. There we go. Ended him before the game did, so pretty solid.
Yeah. So, a little bit more damage from the others, or if Usopp had a little bit more attack power on him. Or, I don't know, if I didn't shoot him with a fire move that first.
Hey, it happens. You gotta think fast. Sometimes you just kind of go with muscle memory.
Yeah. It's happened a few times.
Marineford, yeah. Marineford is probably the shortest arc that we go through.
Yeah.
Just a quick boss rush all the way through to the end. Basically, it's a pretty moving moment in the game because, Luffy's got to relive a moment that was very hard for him. But he actually shows a moment of strength in, actually deciding, no, guys, we got to get out of here. This is for real dangerous. So he brings his homies out. Lem is able to get you guys out before Akainu slays you all. So now we're back, and we are going to be heading to Dressrosa here pretty soon.
Yeah, before we head to Dressrosa, though, we finally figured it's time to get Brooke's body back.
Yep. Gotta
To
get
do
our
that-
fellow skeleton man.
But to do that, we're going to need some cola.
Oh, yeah.
So Sanji has headed off to the Lakeshore Cave to collect some bubble mushrooms because those will be used in helping Frankie make some cola. So we're going to head back to the Lakeshore Cave.
ここ通るの何度目かな。
何言ってんだ。
Like Chopper reads my mind. How many times have we been through here?
For real, man.
Even the characters in the game feel the backtracking. The answer is we'll be back here 2 more times.
Yep. You thought it was over. Not yet.
Not yet.
チョッパーの研究熱心ね。
Yeah, we're on chapter 7. There are 9 chapters, so we're pretty much in the last 90 minutes, give or take, of the run.
もう洞窟の中に入ってるみてえだ。
I'm gonna be honest, this PB might be tight. I'm actually 19 seconds over PB.
Nice. Still not bad.
Our end game has had some trial testing moments with the Aokiji fight, losing because I actually have a big chunk of time save on that fight. Luffy getting frozen did really hurt most of the free time save that should have been there.
でもコーラなんか作ってどうすんだ。
It's unfortunate because it feels like it's a pretty decent chance to get frozen, and it's also unfortunate because of how long it was of a freeze. Like sometimes you're only frozen for like 2 turns and you're back, but it felt like 4 rotations of Luffy being frozen there.
Yeah, not to mention he did do Ice Age, and it did
Yeah.
almost kill us.
コーラがねえと。
At least we survived though. That would have been a lot worse.
That would have been a lot
あ
worse.
と3つだ。
Yeah, we're still in contention for PB here, I think. Plus 19 in a run that is this long is honestly still very good.
And I did have really good RNG in parts of in my PB as well, so. Whew, almost got that squirrel encounter.
Oh,
Yeah, that encounter is iffy because that squirrel roams around the map, and so there are times where you grapple over there and you land on top of the squirrel. And so you have no control over getting that fight.
just bad luck on his movement.
力を取り戻したよな。
だがまだ
Alright, so what we've got here is after this cutscene, it's another one of those moments where I'm going to be spamming the start and menu button to try and open it before Zoro
これで
starts
コーラ
talking.
を作れる。
Got it, okay.
Nice. Gotten all of them so far. Very good.
Yeah.
So back to audios.
We can get a barrel. Funny enough, this dialogue actually will still play because Zoro's going to start talking here. So this dialogue you're hearing right now normally happens after that cutscene if I didn't open the menu fast enough.
なんか言ったかヘボコッケ。
And so you can see in the time it took for them to finish that, I'm already walked over here and climbed the ladder practically. So that just shows you how much possible time loss you would get there.
Yeah, it works out great because it's already over by the time you need to talk to audio.
Yeah. And I am going to want to, on the way to the beach here in a little bit, I am going to want to touch the save sphere because the Akainu fight does not have experience, the second one, so there is no level up. So depending on how much damage you took, the attacks you took, I've had times where that fight ends and I've had several people knocked out cold from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna get Brooke's body back and take out the Fire Colossus. Get her a little rematch on here from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we also fight this walrus creature before the Colossus comes and crashes the party. But yeah, having Brooke is awesome because Brooke is like your buff character. Brooke has a lot of attacks, or not really attacks, but moves that like boost your attack points, things like that. So we're gonna be using him quite a lot to just give us extra damage boosts on top of our crit and things like that for the rest of the run.
Yeah, because he'll always have enough TP by the game's sheer like base TP value that if you're below a certain value, the character will automatically replenish their TP. So they'll always have enough TP regardless in every fight to use New World. And so we'll start a number of fights with him doing that first, and then it usually leads into like a Luffy or a Zoro attack in some way.
Yeah. New World is the 20% attack boost. So
Yeah.
very solid move.
This fight should be over pretty much in one hit, if I'm being honest with you. Red Hawk should basically one-shot this in just about every iteration of this run I've done.
Yep.
And it would have one-shot him at like 16,000. Like I even overshot him at like $2,000. Like that was.
Yeah, Red Hawk is awesome because it's still a very powerful move and it gives you the Hirsute bonus. So we use Red Hawk quite a lot.
Yeah. So for this fight, it ends after the first turn, so we just spam basic attack.
Yep. Not the real fight yet. Not until our boy's back.
Yeah.
So basically, why Brooke's body was lost this whole time, they thought it was like, sunk under the water somewhere. It was, and that walrus we defeated actually swallowed him up. So he just kind of hops out and he's like, yo, what's up, guys? So now he's on our team and he's going to be an MVP for the rest of the run, really.
Yeah, we start with healing just because Luffy took a lot of damage in that last battle. So it protects some of the risk involved. And so we're not going to use Red Hawk because it's fire properties, so it won't do as much damage. Then for this one, I don't know, I can never remember which move is the stronger one.
Such a sick animation.
Yeah. We had really good RNG there. So Zoro is going to just finish this with another lion song.
Easy.
Yeah. So luckily the Colossus, with the exception of maybe the Thunder one, and honestly, it doesn't matter if the Thunder one does this, we got lucky. None of the Colossus did their mass AoE moves.
Yeah, honestly.
Which was really good.
It's very dangerous sometimes when they use those attacks, if not just slow.
Yeah, they're long animations. It's very dangerous if the Wind Colossus does it, because it will generally kill Zoro, and so using the Bond move goes out of the window at that point, because Zoro will almost always be one-shot by the Wind Colossus's mega move.
Yeah.
Fire one, if I'm not at max HP, I actually had a run die maybe a week ago. Because of that, he nuked me in the first, pretty much had to reload the save file. To recover, and then ended up never recovering after that.
Dang.
But it is time to enter our final Memoria, Dressrosa. Now, we are going to enter Dressrosa. If you're familiar with the source material, you know that Dressrosa was a pretty beefy chapter. Like, there was a lot that went on in that arc. It does jump us specifically towards the end of it, where the birdcage has been activated.
Yep.
So we are only dealing with the final piece of it, where we're trapped in the city. We've got to go, basically take down Doflamingo so the birdcage doesn't close up and kind of wreck everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, Dressrosa, even though we're at the end of it, it is still probably the second longest maybe part of the game.
Yeah.
I feel like it's still decently long. Yeah, Dressrosa can't catch a break with that, but yeah, it's the last memory chapter, and then from that point forward, it's all original type content where it's about the island and the rest of what happens after the Colossus are gone. So we're starting here in the ruins of Dressrosa, so we unfortunately don't get to see the beauty of the area just yet, but yeah, we're gonna go over here, and are you grabbing the bolt?
Bolt and jump. So
okay,
grab the bolt. So yeah, we go to the right because we're going to need to collect pieces of junk and bolts to be able to make a couple bridges later on. And so there is there's 5 junk and then there's 2 steel bolts really close here because we're going to need 8, I think it's 9 pieces of junk and 6 steel bolts.
Yeah. Basically have to collect those items as you go to build bridges to actually be able to progress, because a lot of Dressrosa, as you can see, is destroyed. So pathways that progress to the end of the area are broken down. So Frankie will use his field ability to build bridges and let you get past those, but you have to have the items to do it.
Yeah, and luckily the game does give you access to the items all around Dressrosa, but it can be slow, it can take a while. I have found all guaranteed spots so that there is basically no side path deviation to actually pick up the items, because originally, up until I finally sat down and looked into it, there were 3 steel bolts that you would pick up that were in chests, and the problem was going to those chests were sort of out of the way on the pathing, and so you would eat up time by literally just going to those different places. Like you would have to, okay, I'm running past where I need to go because I have to go open this chest because I need this item, then I have to go to the other side of this area because it has the other item, and I have to go this other way. So it ate up a lot of time, but I did thankfully find 3 steel bolts that were actually on the way the whole time, or at least nearby on the way, that could be substituted in. Like the one being that steel crate that I just broke with Zora at the beginning, like literally right in front of me, there was always a steel bolt that I never picked up. All I had to do was swap the Zora for it. Here we're going to buy our 6 dress shrimp. We are almost ready to craft this food item. We just need to get the last 4 spicy urchins, which we'll get halfway through this chapter.
Yeah, and these food items have been a long time coming. We've been collecting things to make them for the whole game pretty much. But once we get them, it's going to be a great buff. So it's worth it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, hell, the first 3 ogre onions we picked up were actually at the very beginning on our way to the Delkong fight.
Yeah. So literally tutorial, we've been building this up.
Yeah, there I fast travel. I'm personally convinced the fast travel is quicker than me running to this part, but I have to time it to prove that.
Yeah, I feel you. Those little micro time saves are definitely difficult to get around to timing.
This fight is just, I punch him. Like this, it's just a very random fight that you have to do. So you just punch him. It's a free TP build for our boy Luffy there, because we're gonna need TP because the next time we get into a fight, it is going to be a back-to-back fight against another terrible person in the world of One Piece.
Oh yeah.
Let me ask you this, because I've never heard his name said, because I've never seen anime episodes that he's appeared in. Is it Jesus or is it Jesus?
No, you're talking. It's Burgess.
But his first name is Jesus or Jesus.
I think it's Jesus. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't watched the anime either, though. I read it, so
I read it too.
I'm pretty sure it's Jesus, though, if I had to guess.
Yeah,
but it might be Jesus. I don't know. Someone in chat could let us know if anybody's watched Dressrosa.
Yeah, so we grab a steel bolt because there is again another one in a crate on the way. So that gives us, I think that was our 4th one. There's just 2 more to pick up. We are going to deviate a little bit here to do a little bit of shopping. So we are going to buy a couple more attack items. So we're going to buy this, and we're going to buy 22 of these. I'm actually going to buy 23 because I bought 1 less in the previous dungeon.
Yeah, and that'll basically be our last major shopping trip, right?
That's the last one I do. I don't know if in your the route you were doing you had because I know there is a high attack item on the plateau that I could deviate to pick up, but I'm like at that point I don't really need it.
I don't think I pick up anything there either.
Okay.
I think in the DLC route, I also pick up like a high HP item just to throw on Brook to make him a little bit more tanky.
Yeah.
But that's like it, and you can find those pretty much anywhere. You get some of them for free from like beating bosses and stuff. So
Yeah. All right, so here we need to upgrade once I hit the right input. All right, there's the final upgrade.
now we have all of Robin's crafting available. So now all of the slots on the items will be craftable.
Yeah, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna use about 12 of our items at this point. Not all of them, just so we have some for afterwards. Because we are going to get a couple of attack boosting items from the bosses throughout, and so we want to be able to have a few extra attack rounds to throw on them. So we don't want to use everything, because Luffy and Zoro can only hold a finite amount of stuff anyway, so it doesn't make sense to craft like stuff on everything at the end of the day.
Okay. Let's get some more of those. Yeah, we want to hope for successes and triumphs, because this is like our last time that we fuse. So whatever we get here is what's going to carry us to the end of the game.
I actually do one more set of fusing after the boss battle for this chapter.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's actually cool.
Yeah, because we get some high items from Doflamingo, from Sabo, from just those places, and so.
Okay, yeah, that's actually worth it. Yeah, and the old PC route, basically this would be the last place that I would fuse. And I would just kind of throw on the regular items afterwards. But yeah, it honestly does make sense to utilize those really strong items you get.
I always like have to take a double take on my fast traveling because I'm always paranoid I'm gonna go the wrong place.
Yeah. You gotta wait for this little dude to wave away.
Alright, let's get this menuing out of the way. This I need to optimize, and just in terms of what I do there. Yeah, so I only do those for, because like I said, Brook is literally just used for buffing, so as long as he does that first turn, it doesn't really matter if he dies in the subsequent turn or not.
Yeah. We got our wee ha ha ha.
Actually, one thing I should have did was probably Thunder Soup Zoro, just so he has enough TP. Though, you know, actually, he should be fine, because I think with the damage Luffy's going to output, I think even if Zoro has to help finish the fight, in case I don't one-shot Burgess here, then the cheaper TP move should be fine to finish it. But yeah, here we gotta fight Burgess, because he wants the Mero Mero no Mi fruit. So we start with a New World buff. And depending on how our crafting went and our levels, Luffy has a chance to basically one-shot with Red Hawk Burgess. So not quite as high, but that's fine. Zoro will finish off with Tiger Trap. This looks like Zoro's got the guaranteed crit here on him.
Not bad.
So what I'll probably do this fight, knowing that Luffy won't one-shot him, is I'm actually just going to have Luffy jump straight into the Red Hawk instead of buffing first.
Oof.
And for potential reasons like that. And we'll have him Death Lion Song, because that's what he's got the TP for. This should kill. Yeah.
Nice. 10k.
Yeah, so basically minimizes the time loss from having that second turn. Got a free heal. But that's how I usually handle those two fights. I'll have Brook in the first fight, I'll have a New World, and I'll have Luffy do Red Hawk. If I one-shot him, then I generally repeat that in the next fight. If I don't one-shot him, then I skip the New World on the next fight.
Alright, so now, since we got Burgess down, we're basically going to be heading to, like, the center of the city, where everything is, like, really messed up. So, from there is where we're going to be trying to make our way slowly to Doflamingo.
It's time to climb the plateau.
Yep. So Dofi put a bounty on all the Straw Hats, just like he did before. He's like, if you see these folks and you take them out, I'll protect you from the bird cage. Like, you're gonna be safe or whatnot. Obviously, he's capping, but we have a lot of creatures after us. Not any townsfolk, really, but mostly just like, you know, the standard enemies, whatnot. Dofi's minions and everybody, Pika, characters like that. But yeah, we're just gonna be climbing the plateau pretty shortly here and building bridges.
Yep. Of course,
We do have Sabo with us now as well, so he's kind of like a support character. Not playable, but he's kind of like, you know, just a side character that'll act on his own. He does pretty decent damage. He does like 1,000, but he's nothing compared to our crits and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, this chapter does feature a bunch of guest characters, which is good, as you'll see we get towards the end with some of the way the fights are built.
Yeah, it does help a little bit later on. Yeah, this place is really big, so traversing can be cumbersome, but we're going to be heading over to the elevator at this point, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's right around the corner over here. We're taking the elevator to get to the plateau area. Towards the palace.
レベッカ、このリフトの扉の開け
Alright, so here we go. We're at the bottom, we gotta get to the top.
Along the way, we're going to get some junk and bolts.
Yep, there's a ton of junk scattered throughout in those little shiny spots. As Woadyb was talking about earlier, there's bolts inside chests and whatnot. There's also, I think, some shiny bolts as well. But, yeah, like, there's one right there. Yeah, we're gonna skip
only
that
one we pick
campfire.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we camped already back at the other place.
Yep, at the bar.
Yeah, that's the only shiny bolt or steel bolt that's a shiny that I'm aware of.
Yeah, the other ones are like in the previous area, and they're really far out of the way. There's like 2 of them, I think. Otherwise,
and then this piece of junk here should be the last one we need. Assuming I didn't mess up the math here, we should be at exactly 6 pieces of 6 steel bolts and 9 pieces of junk. Mashed so fast I didn't even see if it's at 6 to 9, but I think it did. I think it did.
I didn't catch it either.
Don't worry, I'll be in for a rude awakening if we get to the last bridge and it's like, you don't have enough. So here, that chest that's right there is where the last 4 urchins are. So with this, we will now have all the ingredients to make 6 dressed shrimp paellas.
Very nice.
I would make more if I could, but as far as I've investigated, there are only 6 spicy urchins in the entire game. 5 and 7, yeah, we're okay then.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, because that used 3. The next one is 3 and 4. So yep, we've got. Yeah, originally the original part of this is what happened is I'd run down here and I'd run to the left behind that little ledge here because there are 2 chests on the left and right side that have steel bolts in them, and so I'd have to run and just the time it would take. But now I can just completely skip past them and go.
That's what
way.
we did as well. We would run and grab those 2, and it is kind of like out of the way-ish.
Yeah, mostly because the game doesn't let you, when you're running back from the chest, even though you can see the grapple point, the game will not actually let you grapple to the ledge. you have to literally go around and do it from the
Yeah.
other side. It's weird.
Yeah, it's like some weird wall, like collision issue or something like that blocks it off.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the last bridge we need to build. From here, we just go inside the tunnels, make our way around to the other side, since the bridge is out otherwise. So we'll just go through here real quick, through the stone passage.
フラミンゴは非常な男だ。かつやその仲間に命を奪われた人間は数知れない。
Then I am gonna need to do some TP replenishment with some Thunder Soups here in a little bit, just to make sure the next fight goes smoother. Because that's so much quicker than watching an animation of somebody throwing a food item, than dealing with the enemy attacking. See how our Zoro dodging is. This is so wishy-washy with dodges for me. Depends on like what the enemy is doing and like where they're facing. Right. Run to the right, mouse man. Run to the right. Nope. You're gonna be a mouse. You're gonna be that mouse. Okay.
Hey, we got past enough. That's good.
I just gotta get
Like I was
past one
saying
more.
before, those mice are really annoying.
Oh, his back,
They're just a ton of
back
them.
turn's going. Move, 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 move.
やっぱりルフィは面白いな。
Nice. Good and stealthy.
Good and stealthy. Thank God for line of sight.
Oh yeah.
Now,
Alright, so now we've made it out to the other side and the second level.
but first we gonna meet
変な野郎だ。
Cavendish. Though when Cavendish goes to sleep, some things happen.
ウソップ彼
Yeah, he becomes Hakuba, which is a super evil swordsman. And he's really overpowered. But, yeah, he probably won't be too much of a problem at this point, just due to our sheer stats and our critical. But he can hit pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Luffy.
we also have Conqueror's Hockey now, which is amazing.
Yeah, Luffy nukes the field, and then Zoro is going to pretty much nuke him, and the fight will be over.
王子一大三千大戦
Easy destruction. Didn't even have a chance.
Never does.
So yeah, now I'm pretty sure Cavendish joins you guys. Yeah.
And so does
So-
Law.
Yeah, Law as well. So now we have a total of 3 support homies, Cavendish, Law, and Sabo. So they're going to be with us for pretty much the rest of this. A lot of the time they won't even have a chance to do any actions because we just end fights so fast. But there are certain parts later where we only have like 2 party members against boss fight or something where they will actually help out.
Yeah. We're just gonna have one final little rematch here in just a moment with Burgess.
Yep, and this time he's getting super smacked.
Yeah. I'm trying to do the math in my head at how much TP Luffy has. I think I'm okay. I think I should have enough TP that I can do Red Hawk, and Zoro should have enough that he can do
気配を感じる。
his
あ
move.
いつだ。ああ
Yeah.
誰かが俺たちに
But
つけて。
Luffy did take some damage, or Zoro. I don't know. I'm just playing the safe game. I'll lose a few seconds
yeah.
here, but
That's
I
fair.
want to make sure I don't pay for it in the grand scheme of it all.
Yeah, it's either maybe sacrifice a few seconds versus like 40 plus. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
この能力。お前
So here's the charged up version of Burgess.
喋るな。
All right. So yep, we had enough for Red Hawk.
ゴムゴムのレッド
The rare instance where it's not the final fight that's charged up, but an extra fight as well.
Yeah.
私にも海賊の意志がある。そっちけ。三刀流王子一大三千大戦士。
Correct. Alright.
And everyone leveled up, so we did get some free heals there, so I will not need to touch the save sphere before we take on Pika.
The famous baby-voiced buff man.
Oh my god, the Pika thing had me dying. I remember when I read that in the manga, and I really wanted to see it in the anime, see how they were gonna do it, and it doesn't disappoint.
It doesn't at all. I had to go back and watch it too after I read it. I was like, no way, dude. Lots of funny moments in Dressrosa. Shout out to God Usopp.
Senior Pink.
Yeah.
And Senior Pink and Frankie's battle.
The hard-boiled battle.
Yeah, we are gonna.
So now we're gonna start grappling.
Which one?
So we're gonna start grappling now. So.
Yep, more grappling points. So we are going to preemptively do an Aqua Cabbage roll to replenish some TP. That one we did Aqua Cabbage roll because I also want to make sure Sanji has plenty of TP.
Yeah, and Aqua Cabbage will refill TP for everyone, so very good.
Ah! That mouse got a little too close.
A little bit sus, but we made it.
So much sus. Turn. I hate dodging mices.
I know, man.
Okay, we got through.
Okay.
Alright, so I think Luffy's gonna be fine, but this battle can go really one of two ways, depending on if Luffy one-shots these stalactites or not. So we start
I feel like he should.
Yeah, it depends. I'm hoping he will. I've had some hit or miss moments based on levels and stats.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna be okay, but I guess we'll find out here in a moment. Basically, we have to take out all these things, and no, he didn't.
Just barely.
Oh my god, that's so unfortunate. So then now I have to bring in Nami. So that does cost me a little bit of time when he doesn't one-shot them. But Nami will finish him off, because we can't hurt Pika until the stalagmites are all down. And then he finally appears. And then we do get our turn back when that happens, thankfully. So I am going to have Luffy first do Hockey. And then Pika will do his turn. That's fine. Zoro will do this, and this should kill.
Yep. Nice.
I wonder if I probably could have just killed by doing that from the beginning with Luffy. I guess I could have did that. I could have just had Zoro. I might start doing that, to be honest. Just have Zoro do the first attack on Pika.
Yeah, just in case.
Just in case it one-shots him. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so we're getting up to the sunflower field here in just a moment. We just gotta climb our way up to the very top. And then we're pretty much right at the palace, and our Doflamingo fights begin.
There's 3 of them.
Yep,
And
quite a lot.
And Luffy's used for 1.
Yeah, which is honestly scary because Luffy is our main damage at this point outside of Zoro. And I don't think we use Zoro for them either.
We don't.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Which is fine, because Dofi is the speed type. It would actually be bad if Zoro was there.
Yeah, it would.
But thankfully the game isn't too cruel to us. It does let us have Sanji for the first 2 fights, which helps with the type advantage. So what we need to do then is we actually do this little mini menu here to maximize DPS. So we have Sanji get all the strong gear from Luffy, and then Usopp gets the gear from Sanji, or from Zoro. Because the first fight is going to be Dofi and it's going to be Sanji and Usopp against Dofi and a bunch of random minions. And then the second fight will be Sanji and Robin versus Dofi.
Yeah.
But we will be joined by Law and Cavendish and all that.
Yeah. So we do have like some little extra damage to go against like the goons, like the mob enemies that aren't Doflamingo. We're gonna be mostly focused on Dofi with our characters, but the other support guys will clean up the side characters here in the fight.
All right, chat.
So they'll help it.
Chat, give me your praise. Let's get the one shot.
Blade.
Oh no, we got the 1 HP warrior.
Okay, now we just have to hope that Oh, okay. Well, he healed. I was gonna say, hopefully, no attack ineffective.
Usopp take out them to reduce turns, and then they'll do their thing.
Oh man, I want to see the Corazon animation if we can. It's so sick.
It is pretty sick.
He gave us Shambles. I think Shambles is faster though, so that's good for the speedrun.
It is good. Okay, I took a risk with the basic attack, but I went for it anyway. We're plus 50 seconds over PB, unfortunately.
Still really good for a marathon run.
Yes. And there is actually a couple of minutes of time save in some of the final fights, depending on how they go. So, PB, funny enough, is still on the table.
Only we didn't crash.
Only we didn't crash and lose like a minute.
Yeah.
Alright, so we've got another battle against Dopey here. Same thing, we're going to use Hell Memories, and this probably won't one-shot, but it will get him very weak. Where we just got to get pretty much to Sanji's next turn.
Korra, the goat.
So we didn't get the funny team-up attack, which is okay if that happens.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then go ahead and bond move to finish so he won't dodge it.
Nice.
Perfect. Alright, so that ends the non-Luffy fights.
Yeah, now we can move all of our gear back over to Luffy and everybody, since that's really the main time that we use like Sanji and Usopp for this.
And because Zoro's type disadvantage, I'm actually only going to do Luffy, because Zoro won't be needed as much for it.
Yep, makes sense. Alright, so we finally made it to the palace doors, and we will have a boss fight with Doflamingo. So I'm pretty sure most of the characters are off on the sidelines, but Luffy's in the front most of the time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so he can still... Yeah.
I'm going to move him, though, for the safety of it.
Yeah, that makes sense, too.
Do a little bit of buffing up here. Admittedly, I do put a lot of faith into one big attack, which is not good, but we're going for it. Alright.
I believe.
Let's see what happens, chat. Hey, I mean it is what it is.
Still good.
He
barely got any health left.
I mean, because he might die from the Law or the Sabo attacks.
Yeah.
So Sabo should be able to defeat him if he lands his attack. There we go.
Nice. See, they do help sometimes.
All right.
So,
that is it. It is time to head into the end game, the final chapter.
So we finished all the memories, so we are out of the somewhat story canon One Piece arcs. They're modified a little bit, but all these were places they actually went in the series. But now it's all original stuff from here. It's going to be lore about the island, about Lem, about audio. So yeah, it's all in-game content. We're going to have some more boss rushes as well.
Oh yeah.
A little bit later on, but we got to get through the final area first.
Yeah, so we got to pretty much wrap up like we do in every chapter. It's not quite like a, hey, we're done, we're out. It's like a, hey, how's the city doing? Let's have a party and all that. But before that, we do need to do a couple things. One thing is I do need to get our boy Sanji here cooking, so we can actually make the dressed shrimp paella, because you do need to be maxed out cooking to actually cook this dish. And then from there, it's like, you're probably thinking, if you're unfamiliar with the story of this game, you're like, all right, well, we're done here. Why is there a final chapter? it's because things are not the way we believe them to be, and if you've seen anime in most cases, you probably already knew that.
腕が鳴るな。
Yep.
さあ食え。
You want to tell them about what Audio's been plotting this whole time?
Yeah, so due to the fact that, you know, the Colossus protected the island and whatnot, there's actually like another being that kind of oversees the island. It's like, it's this giant storm that covers the island and kind of keeps it safe from harm. That storm is controlled by this giant fish-like robot creature. So Audio kind of has been manipulating us this whole time into taking out the Colossus so that he can get access to that that creature pretty much to, you know, dominate the world, destroy the world government, destroy pirates, all that sort of stuff. So he just wants control. He's going ham. And we start to figure out his plot once we get back and we really see what he's been up to. So we're going to be facing off with him, unfortunately, towards the end here.
Yeah, because Lim starts to have a change of heart about like everything that's going on, and so she wants to tell us what's really going on. But by the time she decides to tell us what's really going on, Audio, while we've been in the memory here, has been, you know, dealing with the stuff he needs to on the back end.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to get off this island so he can go find the rest of his people. Because Audio is from a race of people that have basically had some level of genocide committed on them. And have like scattered across the world, and so he's hoping to try and find them.
Yeah, that's at least what he told Lem. I don't remember if that's like really his end goal. I feel like he kind of wants revenge because his own people betrayed him. Like his brother who was on the ship with him or whatever sold him out to the government. All that stuff. So he's kind of just like angry, jaded. He's kind of just wanting some power.
Yeah, my memory is also a little hazy on the because I think he's actually the only person left from his people.
Yeah,
I don't think there is anyone left.
Yep. So yeah, he's just kind of out for revenge at this point for all the shortcomings he's had and all the shortcomings his people have had. So that's what he told Lim. He kind of manipulated Lim from the very beginning because he knew how powerful her Memoria powers were. And he could, you know, mastermind this plan to get the power that he needs to get revenge and whatnot. So here, Lim is just kind of giving us the rundown of everything we just explained. The Divine Breath is the force that kind of encapsulates the island and protects it and everything. And
mechanical fish.
Yeah, exactly. It's the fish thing that he wants access to. It can cause like extremely brutal storms that are like impossible to get rid of and whatnot, and that do a lot of damage. So Audio wants that power. Yeah, Lem definitely has had a change of heart by this point. At the beginning, she stole our memories because she was like, pirates are garbage, terrible people, all they do is hurt people and steal and whatnot. But as she came with us through our memories and kind of went along with the adventure, she's like, you know what, pirates really aren't always so bad. You guys are really cool. Sorry. So yeah, now she is like, yeah, Audio, these guys are cool, and he's like, nah, they're bad. So he just flips the switch on us. Yeah, Luffy and the boys kind of teach her the importance of friendship and what it means to protect your friends, and that's Lim's new motivation. She really just wants to protect Audio for treating her well, but unfortunately he wasn't sincere all along.
The power of friendship.
Yes, the true anime moral here, as always.
Alright, one final menu for gear and stuff, other than some micro menus we'll do for TP regeneration.
ディムが話してくれた神の息吹が原因かもしれない。
そいつは政府を動かすことの危険な兵器なのか？
兵器かどうかもわからない。
Yeah, pretty much now we're gonna head to Audio's house. We're gonna find Lim there, kind of defeated and everything, because Audio has now betrayed her at this point. And so she leads us to the Sky Tower, which is now opened now that all the Colossi have been defeated. Apparently they're gonna turn this story into a novel. I might have to pick up the book and just read that.
Interesting. There she is. So yeah, now we head to the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower is over near the first little cave we visit, but it's a little bit further past it, in its own little area. Sky Tower has like an outside area that we're gonna have to traverse through, as well as like a kind of like this ethereal type of puzzle area with a bunch of cubes and whatnot. So we're going to be making our way through that before we get to audio, and we also have to face a boss rush at that point once we're inside the building.
And that's where some of the truest RNG is really going to be at front.
Yep.
That's because all the battles at that point are not single enemy battles. So to get through them as fast as possible, we have to unfortunately take the chance of them dodging my attack in order to get through the fights as fast as possible with Luffy's mass AoE move. So Luffy has, at this point, because we're past Dressrosa, and technically, I guess, past Whole Cake Island, he has now access to King Kong Gun from Gear 4, as well as Snake Man. And King Kong Gun, being a mass AoE move, was very detrimental in a number of these like final fights because of the amount of enemies, because it's more than just one enemy in a lot of these fights. And so if we want to get through them as fast as possible, Luffy needs to use King Kong Gun, and so that brings the risk of dodging back to the table that we've kind of routed out of most fights up to this point.
Yep.
So that's what makes the kind of like final three battles pretty dangerous. So here you get your first taste of King Kong Gun. Get used to this. You're going to see this animation like another 7 times. So this will usually kill everybody but the Shogun enemy, and then we just Tiger Trap in most cases to kill it. So 328, 431. We have just enough TP that I don't need to heal up for the next fight we do. So that saves me on a menu there.
Awesome.
Yeah, it really goes to show, even though we had a really good early game, it can show how much your crafting can really affect the rest of the run. Because, yeah, we had really good luck early game. We were ahead. I know the game crashed, but yeah, we're about a minute behind my PB now, so it really is a roller coaster effect in this run, which I do enjoy. Like I'm that type of speedrunner, where variation like that I think adds like a pretty good level of excitement from a run.
It does, definitely. Being able to claw something back from the edge is always awesome to see, and it feels great if it actually happens. So for the best coming up at the end game here, that is the entrance to the Sky Tower up front. There is a campfire out there. I'm not sure if you take that one. Okay, good, yeah. So we're going to take that campfire for the crit chance, the EXP, all that good stuff. So mostly the crit chance at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because the EXP is like negligible. Like we're not really super worried about it anymore.
Yeah.
But we need that crit.
Yeah, because without the camping bonus, we won't be able to. So I guess I should do the math though, because I can't remember. I don't know if we get a party bonus from the camp at the end of Dressrosa. Because I guess in theory, if we do, we may not need to actually camp. I guess I need to just pay better attention to that.
Yeah.
Because I can't recall if the party at the end of the chapters are considered camps. I don't think they are.
Yeah.
But I've never paid attention because the party bonus doesn't appear quick enough on the screen by the time I menu most of the time for me to pay attention to it.
Yeah. I'm not sure either. I feel like they aren't considered camps because of like the fact that they're like a pre-rendered cutscene type of thing most of the time.
Yeah.
But I don't really know. It really could be.
Yeah, it'll just be something. Because, yeah, I guess in theory, if that campsite has a bonus, I could probably skip that campsite then.
Yeah.
Maybe. I guess it depends on how many fights there are, because there are possibly about 10 fights still, so. Another King Kong gun. This should one-shot them? Question
so.
mark? Yeah.
Nice. Very good. Yeah, King Kong gun, extremely powerful. We're pretty much going to be spamming the hell out of it for a lot of this stuff here, because it's a lot of big groups of enemies and multi-boss fights, basically, so
Yeah.
we want to shred as much damage from everything all at once.
Now for a bunch of puzzles.
Yep,
Ish,
this
puzzle,
is huge
ish.
stuff. Yeah.
We are
So
going
basically-
to basically avoid... no, you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, basically, all we're doing here is grappling to the next area, and there's gonna be like little switches that we press that activate certain cubes. These cubes right here we want to avoid because they're actually enemy encounters, and they're very bad enemy encounters. Usually they're like full of a ton of enemies that attack first and do decent damage to where they can actually party wipe you. So we don't want to run into any of these at all.
Nope. And then you also have to, like... You pretty much have to fight it, too, because you will probably fail the escape.
Yeah, exactly. That is a good point to make. Even if, like, you run into them, most of the time you aren't able to run away, so you're just gonna have to waste the time defeating everything, and seeing the victory screen, all that's a big waste of time, so... Want to avoid that the best we can, but we'll smack the switch on the side of this cube, and it'll give us the way to smack another switch on the opposite end once we get to this here. And then we can head up to the next level.
Yeah, luckily most of the cubes are kind of on a fixed path in most cases. So it's thankfully not like a lot of dodging.
Yeah.
Like these ones here don't, I don't believe they aggro you. They just run on a fixed path, so you just have to be mindful of it. Sometimes there is some bob and weaving. It's like, because sometimes they'll go one way and immediately turn back the other way, and so you might be... I pushed the line a few times and like trying to avoid the encounter, I will say, and thankfully they don't move into the, if you look at the mini-map where it's like highlighted in blue, that's the platforms I'm raising up. They will never, they will not traverse into those paths, thankfully.
Yeah. Yeah, I've run into some cubes here and almost had my entire run die. So it's definitely in our best interest to avoid them, but as he said, they are on fixed paths, so as long as you're paying attention, you shouldn't run into them.
Paying attention and potentially just being mindful of a sudden directional change. We made it to the Purity Garden.
Alright. So this is the big outside area, right before the main boss rush. We're basically just going to be doing a lot of like climbing, grappling, walking our way through this kind of mountainous valley type of area to get up to the top of the wall on the opposite end. So, gonna avoid fights here as well. There's not really any need to take any fights. We just want to get straight to the bosses as quick as we can. So, we're just gonna take these routes here.
But if you're playing casually, amazing place for experience.
Oh yeah, very good.
Pretty much where you'll grind to level 99 from.
Yeah. So here we are doing the platforming. You can platform while you're on a vine or some sort of thing that you can climb. You just kind of go into first person and shoot your way to the other side. So we're gonna make use of that to save the time from climbing up. Okay.
嫌な匂いがするぞ。
よし確かにな本当なんか
We're climbing here, and this will get us to the top once we've gotten past this wall of vines here. So now we have to fight another flame lizard dragon gamer. Whatever they want to be called, volcano dragon, but this time he's like way buffer than the original one, so
That's fine.
yep, still gets wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, he'll basically die in a hit from Zoro and a hit from Nami. Because Cyclone Tempo should kill.
There we go. Yeah. At this point in the game, since we're mostly focusing on attack, your party is pretty much glass cannons. Like, they have like really low ability to tank hits. So we mostly rely on ending these fights as quickly as we can before we have the chance to take damage. Sometimes someone might die, but hopefully that doesn't happen to where a valuable character gets knocked out. But as long as Luffy's up and Zoro's on backup most of the time, it's good.
Yeah, pretty much. I may have created a route that's a little too glass canny at times, where depending on the RNG of the next fights, it's really make or break the run in some cases.
Yeah, our route was the same way because we relied on crit and attack, and towards the end, it's like you get tapped twice, you're out. So
yeah,
it's definitely scary.
But before we can get to the final boss rush mode, we've got to do a little bit more backtracking.
Unfortunate, but back to Alabasta we go.
That's because we've reached the dead end. There's a puzzle that we just can't quite figure out, and so as we talk it out and help with Robin and everything, we were like, hey, you know what? The mausoleum had these like icons in them. We should go check out those icons in this mausoleum.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna head to the mausoleum. So we just go straight there, thanks to fast travel. Luckily, because we didn't point this out before, at the end of every chapter, the game automatically unlocks every fast travel point for you. So thankfully, we don't have to remember to touch each one.
Yeah.
When we first go through there, the game will give them to us at the end of the chapters, respectively.
It would be so brutal if you just forgot this one. It's like, well, gotta walk back to the mausoleum. That would be the worst thing ever.
Close up shop. Like, all right, runs over.
Basically. Yeah, we're gonna head down there, and then we're just gonna kind of observe the little pattern that she noticed when we were down here getting ready to fight Crocodile. And that pattern actually turns out to be a musical score. So that musical score is basically a song that you have to play to progress in the Sky Tower. Luckily, we have a musician on the crew who can make that work for us.
Yeah, and it leads to kind of a cute scene where Lim does try to do. Why did I just go that way? Lim does. I've never done that before. That's so weird. I've never ran to the left like that. A little bit of a shortcut to get down here. Yeah, Lim's a little tone deaf as she tries to sing it. So thankfully Brooke steps in and helps out. Now the game does tell me I have to pick what it represents. If you don't pick sheet music, it gives you like a cutscene that you can skip. Thankfully, it's a small time loss, but at the end of the day, still a time loss. But we're not quite done with our backtracking because now we need to go to Water 7 and go back to the vault in Ennie's lobby.
Yep. All right. So yeah, we got to kind of revisit a couple areas that we've finished already, but yeah, as we said before, all the fast travel is unlocked, so we don't have to take a ton of time out of our way.
And also one good thing is on the return trip here, all the flamethrower terminals have been deactivated. So even though we there's one we're going to basically run past that we didn't fight the first time, but because of the game expected you to actually fight it, most likely, it goes away. So this one we didn't fight, but it's not there, so we can just run past it as you can see.
Yep.
Yep, we're just going to head over here to the dumbwaiter, because we got to pretty much make our way back downstairs to that vault. So most of the enemies have been removed from here. There are still a few stragglers, of course, like this enemy here. But like all the CP9, like the Marines are still here because it's still a Marine area, but there's no more CP9 agents, I believe.
Mm-hmm. All cleared out.
All cleared out. And then we just pretty much run straight to the vault.
Yeah, and this is a book that we came across when we were in this little library vault type of thing. The book kind of gives a little bit of lore that is needed to progress as well.
That should take care of that, and then have our little cutscenes and time for the boss rush. The true defining factor. the true equalizer of the run.
Oh yeah, this can make or break it for sure.
Oh yeah. So first I'm going to make sure my TP is in a good place. We're going to go ahead and use one of our aqua cabbage rolls just to replenish Zoro and Luffy's. And essentially, for the first two fights, the strategy should ideally be the same each time. It's going to be somebody first turn is going to give Luffy a dress shrimp paella. So his next attack will be a crit, and he'll have, just for safety reasons, I'm going to go ahead and save because I don't know where my HP's at.
Don't blame you.
And so, yeah, so we've got Luffy is going to hopefully nuke most of these enemies, but we'll find out. We'll find out where RNG sits in today's run. So,
Rage.
if you haven't been holding your breath, now's the time to hold your breath. And ideally, we don't want Luffy in front of whoever's attacking, because the enemy will get one attack in on their first turn. Okay, that's fine. It's Zoro, so dress shrimp paella Luffy. Kaku's gonna go ahead and hit Zoro, or Lucius. So we are refighting our bosses from before, which is just the game's way of, reintroducing these fights. We're gonna do King Cobra, and so we're gonna see what happens. We got the one-shotter.
Let's go.
Alright, that's one of three. One of three fights down. Alright, that's one of three down.
Very good. Alright, so next fight. Let's see what we got.
Here we've got the TP. Zoro leveled up, so he's healed. The next fight is going to be against Crocodile and Dofi. So kind of same idea. Make sure Luffy's not in front of whoever takes their turn first. Fortunately, he is, so I'm going to have to swap, pretty much sacrifice Usopp to the gods. Fine if Usopp takes the hit.
Press. Oh, he made it. Let's go.
Alright, round two.
King Kong gun. Let's get it. No attack ineffective.
Oh,
nice. Good stuff.
We got the one and done. That's 2 out of 3. And now for the most dangerous fight in the entire run.
Yeah, this fight is terrifying.
So terrifying. I've had so many runs actually die to this fight.
That's a bummer. But yeah, this is the 3 admirals. So Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. So all 3 at once. Same strat pretty much as far as I know.
Yep.
Just buff ourselves up with the food and then go for the King Kong gun. Hope we don't get any ineffectives and hope that we just do as much damage as we can.
Pretty much. Alright, that's fine. Dress shrimp. And honestly, PG going first I think is okay. Perfect. No Ice Age. Nami's gonna die. Not obviously the best outcome, but it's better than what could have been.
Oh yeah. Ice Age would have been very scary.
Alright, let's see what happens. What are we getting?
We got one.
It's fine. It's fine. Not the end of the world. And then our boy Zoro here may be able to take out Akainu, depending on what happens here. Akainu's down. We've got one Admiral down. I repeat, one Admiral down. King Kong gun round 2, baby. King Kong gun round 2. What's happening?
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Alright, Kizaru's down. Perfect. And then our boy here has the type advantage. Alright. Not great, but it's fine. We're going to bond move to avoid any counters. And this should kill? Okay, not quite. Let's block Partisan.
Okay, cool.
Alright, this should be it. Oh no, we got the ineffective.
Okay, we got Bond though, so we're good.
Okay.
Alright.
I guess I should have bond moved with Usopp, so that was on me. But we made it through.
All good, man. As long as we're living, that's what matters.
Yeah, I will say in my experience with that fight, Aokiji does seem to dodge the most whenever I do that fight, especially because of the type disadvantage. I think that adds a certain level of increased chance, possibly. Because usually Aokiji is the last one alive in that fight.
Yeah. So that right there was the big reveal for Audio's betrayal. Audio actually shot Lem and turned her into a cube. So now we're going to go avenge our buddy that we just made along this adventure. So we have to stop him in his plans to use the Divine Breath to take over the world. And we're just going to meet him on the beach and finish this fight.
We're only 10 seconds over PB.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Dude, a PB during the event would be awesome.
A PB and world record.
True, yeah, honestly. Best of luck, man. You got this.
Got 2 more battles. For the victory lap, if you want to call it that. We'll explain what that means after the last fight.
Yeah. It was hard finding a place to end the timer in this run because there's so much gameplay after the final boss to where we couldn't really say like, yeah, it ends on the final hit. It's like, well, we got to do all this stuff too. So kind of a victory lap.
I mean, and I'm fine with it. Blue Dragon has something similar in the speedrun for that. You defeat the final boss. You have to run around a bunch, skip a couple cutscenes before the game actually ends. So like I had no problem with that. Again, I kind of expected it too when y'all were figuring that out. Because you're right, you have to run around. Like it's not like an auto-played section that just happened. Like it's not like Crisis Core where you can just stand there, do nothing, and the game eventually ends. So I understand why that community ends on the final hit. For that one.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, we have to like talk to a bunch of folks, and then to get to the actual credits and like the end cutscene, we have to leave with Frankie. So we'll be taking a victory lap after the boss to kind of meet back up with the Straw Hats, gather them up, and head out.
And of course we have to run from the very top of the island to the very bottom of the island.
Yeah. Gotta go the whole way. One last look at the island before the next last look at the island.
Yeah, the next fight's gonna have kind of a similar but not the same strat. So the next fight is against Audio. We only have to defeat Audio. We don't actually need to take out the stuff around us because there's going to be like some tornadoes and things like that. So we are going to aim to focus purely on him for the whole fight. But same kind of idea. First turn, we're going to use a Dress Shrimp Paella on Luffy, and then have Luffy see what happens. And then, most likely we'll have Zoro finish it up.
Alrighty, let's get it.
Alright, it's time. Or I could accidentally... Okay, I thought I hit no for a second there. I got very confused. Oh no, I did hit no. That was so weird.
No!
I've never done that before.
Marathon memes.
Oh my god, what is... Get a hold of yourself, Woadyb. Alright, so Usopp is going to do his Dress Shrimp on Luffy. We'll get through whoever takes the first turn. Okay, basic attack. That's good, that's good. And then, alright, Luffy. King Cobra time.
Snake Man! Snake Man's such a cool form.
Yeah. Nice.
Very good.
Alright, and then Zoro might be able to finish this off with his Bond move.
Yeah, the nice thing about Bond moves is you can travel to another quadrant with them, even though you're blocked by something.
Yes.
So yeah, that was a great finisher there by Zoro. So awesome. Good fight. And then
なんだよお前
here is the final fight. This is the Divine Breath. This is the island spirit that Audio has been trying to control for his own game.
これ食べる
So we do this because Luffy is going to need to basically King Kong gun the field in hopes, not in hopes, but he's going to take out all the tornadoes, which is then going to leave the Divine Breath kind of on its own in an invulnerable state that we have to basically, it's like a DPS check to take him out as soon as possible.
Yep. So yeah, taking out those tornadoes isn't necessary, but it is great because they waste turns. So if we take them out and destroy the shield for the Divine Breath, we can just attack him relentlessly. So it's a lot faster.
So we've got to do an Aqua Cabbage roll to make sure we've got the PP for this.
いけるか
King Cobra. And between King Cobra and one more move from Zoro, that should be it.
キングコブラ
Now this won't quite be time yet, since we do have to finish off on the island, but this is the last fight, and that's a great finish right there. Awesome.
Now skipping cutscenes and running around.
Yep.
I think this is going to PB.
That'd be awesome, man. Hoping for you, man. That'd be sweet.
こんなところで
PB with a crash, imagine.
I know.
The crash really put a wrench into things.
神の息吹は
Just like a dramatic encounter. Dramatic window closing.
And not to mention, I kept clicking the wrong button to get out of it. I kept clicking more info. Did it like twice. Like I even wasted extra time getting back to the game by accident.
Yeah.
So here we have to tell them that we want to set sail, so the game actually heads to the end game, because this is the part of the game where they you can run around and learn, basically run around, do side missions, do side quests. It's like the part of the game where you can do other things, because once you triggered this part, you can't really do anything else other than go find your crew.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just like post-game bosses. You can go revisit areas and fight like challenge versions of the bosses and stuff like that, but we're locked in at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, your crew's not even with you, so you can't really... And you can see all the enemies have disappeared from the map, like nothing's trying to kill me.
Yep. So now we just have to collect everybody one by one, kind of like how we did in Alabasta, but they're spread out all throughout the island. So we're just kind of getting a true final look at the island here, and just remembering the adventure, you know. Good vibes, we saved the day, everything is good.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wonderful run. Really appreciate Anime Speedruns Festival for letting me showcase this brand new game here at the event.
Oh yeah, man, what better person to do it? Thank you so much for actually doing the run for us. It's been awesome. Super fun on commentary as well.
Thanks, Ed. Thank you for joining me on commentary.
Of course, my friend. So yeah, we are heading to... Who's next?
Sanji.
Sanji, okay. Yeah, some folks are like way out on the beach and stuff like that, like Nami and whatnot. So
yeah, we have to go as far as the cave for Nami.
Yeah.
And then the part that still to this day, and I will fight this to no end and complain about it, is why do we have to then run all the way back to Audio's house to get Robin? When we could have just went up the ladder right now and gotten Robin.
I know, the order is so funny. It's like a lot of them are pretty much on the way to each other, but Robin is like, you gotta double back. It's like, come on, man.
And unfortunately, because the cutscene changes viewpoints there, it cuts off your skip.
Yeah.
Happens like 3 times in the run. There are these cutscenes that go so fast that the skip button gets kicked out.
Yeah. There's a few of them where it's just straight up faster to mash X than to skip because of that.
Yeah, I've been doing a balance of like holding square and mashing X and just seeing what ends up happening first.
Yeah, gotta cover your options with the option select.
Yeah. Today is just the beginning of the event, y'all. It's a weekend-long event with tons of great runs to witness and showcase.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a great time.
Yeah.
Sora's lost on the beach, of course.
ゾロ
そういや何の
I still found it interesting that the game wouldn't let me hop across tiny ledges. So there'd be these like really awkward moments where you'd have to like grapple across. But it seems like something you should just jump across.
それどういう意味だ
Yeah.
ななんか文句あんのかクソマリモ
There's Nami.
After Nami, we're gonna go get Robin. But to get Robin, we do have to go all the way
ナミ
back.
は見つかったしあとはロビンだけだな
ロビンなら島
And after we get Robin, we do have to talk to Frankie. Time will be once we talk to Frankie and the screen fades to black. So time is when the screen turns black, basically. After we talk to Frankie. This is gonna be very,
Straw Hat.
this is gonna be very interesting splits to run against.
Oh yeah. Is it still on pace?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, so cool. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of time you can really lose here. It's just
Nah.
kind of methodical.
Now we just skip like 4 cutscenes and we get out of here. So
そういや
let's get ready with time.
All right, preparing.
Are you the timekeeper?
I am indeed.
And time.
Awesome, good stuff, man. 5:35:33.
That is a
What
21-second PB. That is new world
Let's
record.
go. Starting off with a bang, our boy Woadyb with the new world record. That's so sick. Congrats, man.
Oh my god, that run, we had a crash and just so much
マリモを
nonsense.
食わせてやるぜお母さんたち
You absolutely smashed the estimate. That's so dope that you've brought it down to this level, and you even got like super amazing luck for the marathon.
Oh my god.
So great.
俺の活躍を
Run is wild.
ワクルドの風は強い
Sure, man.
体を
Once again, big congrats. Let's get some GGs in the chat for our boy Woadyb.
スーパー
Hell yeah, man.
Oh
負けんな
man.
よ俺だ
That's some wild stuff, man.
For
リ
sure.
ムさんに教わった
I just
スペインの
like-
日差し
That was a wild run, man. No words for what happened. No words for what happened there.
Yeah, honestly, it could have gone the opposite. We could have gotten some messy luck in the ruins at the beginning, started behind with the Sandora Dragons, all that stuff, but nah, we crushed it. We got, how many dramatics? You got 4 again
4.
this time in the beginning? Yep.
Well, we got
That's
4 dramatics in the beginning, and we got like another 2 or 3 dramatics in Alabasta on the lead up. Because remember, one of them we got a double. We got a double dramatic in the
that's
same
right.
fight.
that was insane.
It was
Yeah.
wild. I can't
Such
even
a good
imagine.
run.
And it's gonna be a wild run. It's gonna be wild to run against this next week. Because
Oh yeah.
I do runs of this game, so if you want to see more One Piece Odyssey, I'm not done with this game. There's still plenty of more. I'm trying to get sub 530 is kind of the goal right now. Maybe I can't get it. I don't know, but I'm still gonna try. So every Wednesday you can find me on my channel doing more runs of this. So want to see more of it?
That's,
Hop on by.
that's twitch.tv/Woadyb. So check him out. Make sure you give him a follow. This man deserves it. He puts a lot of work into his games. Great JRPG runner, great runner overall in general, and a newly found amazing router. So once again, shout out to Woadyb for routing this game down to new levels, showing it off for us, and just bringing the hype for the first run of the event. Thank you so much, man.
Oh, of course. Pleasure. Thanks for having me. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for welcoming me into the anime speedrun community as a fellow hardcore anime fan myself. Gotta get more games under my tentpole.
Absolutely, man. Well, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to start setting up for 7 Deadly Sins. Woadyb, you got any last things you want to shout out or anything like that?
戻ってくるといい
Other than Escanor is the pinnacle of mankind.
リブムを探して
There we go. You heard it here first, folks. All right, so we're gonna start getting set up. Thanks again, Woadyb, and congrats on the world record. Hope you have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
OK